Good morning. Welcome back to Thunderpick. We've got plenty more Counter-Strike on your screens here for EU Series 2. I'm looking forward to it. My name is Lazer Cats. I'll be hosting throughout today, and I'm joined by Zola and CMD. Kickstart me, Zola. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm doing good. We've had a little bit of a chummy chat to start things off. I feel like that's always going to happen when you got 3 UK casters. There's always something to talk about. But no, I'm feeling good. Looking forward to today. Didn't really get to see many of the games yesterday, but plenty of 2-0s. So whether that'll be the case today, I'm not too sure.
CMD, how about you, mate?
Yeah, I mean, excited again. Got to catch on the group stage games. Got to watch some of these teams actually progress in towards the playoffs here. So, I mean, a few of them I thought, okay, maybe not the greatest I've seen, but maybe it's a bad day at the office. Hopefully they can rectify a few mistakes that they made and iron out any issues that they had in playoffs. So, yeah, excited to see some of these teams again. I think there's a few question marks. I've still got a few for a couple of different rosters. So, yeah, I think to see some of the games that we're going to be on in particular, I'm excited to see some of these teams it's been a little while for as well.
Yeah, we've got this Ukrainian derby to kickstart things with Basement Boys taking on Lazer Cats. Then we've got INOX Division taking on Falcons Force. INOX Division, a team that have been in, honestly, some pretty incredible form at the moment. They're looking really, really solid. Following that is Lavked versus megoshort. And to see off the end of the day, CYBERSHOKE taking on State. And CYBERSHOKE is an organization. Things are kind of interesting over there because their prospects team are looking really good too. So they've got a really good filter of talent coming forward. But our first game of Basement Boys Lazer Cats, I think actually has the potential to be kind of interesting. There's some notable names here, Zola, that could make this a spicy affair.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm a little bit sad that I'm not on that CYBERSHOKE game because, I feel like both teams are really, really good. I really want to talk about the progression because, honestly, their main team's ranked 65th, their second team's ranked 66th, so it kind of says it all. But yeah, look, Lazer Cats, I think going into this game, you'd probably coin them as the underdogs. I think for the moment, I want to see a bit more from Yaboku. I feel like he can offer a lot. Still very young, so yes, I feel like experience is something that we'll need to see a bit more of, but came from that kind of Na'Vi Junior product, so you imagine he's going to have a fair bit of experience with kind of an organization with some supportive pieces. But yeah, I think at the moment it feels very much like Magic is the only one putting up big numbers. Nicotine, to be fair, is been all right the last couple months, but it feels like Lazer Cats at the moment, when you just look at their recent results, they're 36% win rate over the last couple months. It does have to be said, decent win against State, obviously in the group stage they're going to be very happy with that. But when you look at some of their other losses, 2-1 loss to GenOne, Kalesi, AM, Leo, Algo, nearly every single one of their games goes 3 maps, so I guess maybe we'll be seeing something of this sort here. But I think Lazer Cats, they need to kind of up the ante a little bit. They've kind of stagnated, and I'd like to see maybe a bit of a rise in form because they were in the top 100 or thereabout, but it just hasn't really worked out. And I think maybe it's the fact that we're not seeing Ratko in the roster anymore. So I think that's always a bit of a tough one. They've kind of been chopping and changing their roster, which is going to be a bit of a weird one because they're bringing, I think, Paul Bandana and Tripex. I don't know whether they've been playing for the entirety of this event, but yeah, I think at the moment, I think I still want to see a bit more from this team.
Yeah, for sure. So the other side, we've got Basement Boys as well. A team that have actually had some really high highs, but also some low lows over the span of the last 6 months. What do you feel about this side at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a team that I've only actually got to follow along with their results rather than actually casting them. So it's been disappointing that I haven't got to watch this team. But like you said, yeah, they've been able to win events. They've been able to best and decent teams, make it deep in events as well. I mean, only in May that they ended up losing 100 Thieves in that grand final over at Parker and won the event to follow it up. But yeah, you can occasionally see them head their way in towards the playoffs, but have really early exits there for a team where it feels like they can have these heights, like you pointed out. Consistency can occasionally plague them to a degree. Feels like they just maybe drop their heads in a series and it comes back to haunt them, and that's it. Bye, event's done. But for this team, in terms of what they have, I mean, the numbers that a lot of these players are putting up right now is really, really solid. And it's something that, I mean, Fred pointed out on Lazer Cats right now, it's a bit hit or miss. I mean, even Magic, I always, every time I get to catch him, I always think he's really inconsistent. So I think the numbers that Basement Boys are putting up individually, I mean, I don't quite know if Lazer Cats are going to have enough in the bank. Haven't got to watch the 2 new players in the server, or at least these 2 stand-ins for now, we'll assume. So maybe Lazer Cats can bring us a little bit there. But yeah, it's been a side that have been following along. They've been slowly sort of creeping their way up these world rankings. But some of the event victories that they have, I mean, it shows that this team does have a super high ceiling. It's just, can they consistently get there without sort of making the odd fumble here or there?
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see as well where this veto goes. There we go. We've got Nuke, Ancient, and Mirage. And it was mainly because of who bans Cash, really. Both of them have been banning out this map, and whether potentially for Basin Boys who got that first ban, do they risk it by picking up a ban of Inferno, which is exactly what they go for. So we've got Nuke to kickstart things picked by Basin Boys. Very good map for them, right? All things looked, that being a pretty simple one with Lazer Cats only playing this once in the last 3 months. That's a really big ask. And to be fair, within that one stamp they played, they did beat TNC. So it's not exactly like it's a bad map in a sense, just not very high reps. Then we got Ancient, very good map for Lazer Cats, or like one of their best in the pool, but also very good for Basement Boys. And if we need it, Mirage as that decider. So like, after seeing the veto, give me some predictions. What are you thinking? Are you thinking it's settled in 2, or do you think it goes all 3?
I think for Lazer Cats, at least they do get the Ancient. I really would have liked Basement Boys taking a huge risk and just saying, actually, we're going to ban Ancient. However silly it may seem, because I know that Ancient's really good, but it would just kind of force Lazer Cats into a really awkward spot. I know their Inferno's been better, but Lazer Cats pick Ancient in pretty much every single series because no teams are banning it at the moment. The 3 maps that are just getting banned are Nuke, Anubis, and Cash at the moment. Ancient is going to be a lock-in pick for them in every single series. And I think maybe that could have been a bit nice, a bit awkward, but no, I still think Basement Boys are going to take it. I think they probably take it in 2 as well. I think the tough thing for Lazer Cats is a lot of people will be looking at this veto and going, well, oh, it's a bit unfortunate because they brought in Cash and it's clear that, you know, they've only got a 5-map map pool / 3-map map pool. They're pretty tragic on Dust, not great on Mirage either. But their Instaman before was Overpass. So it's not like they're at any kind of problem area. Their Instaman before that was trained. So it feels like for them, their bans and map pool hasn't actually changed. They've just kind of substituted the new maps for the Insta bans. And I feel like the real question is, why do they struggle so much on Dust? Why have they barely played Nuke? Or what kind of, how have they been able to dodge it in every veto? Because at the moment, it seems like their map pool is so slim. Like, it is quite literally Ancient and Inferno. And I don't even think their Inferno is that good. They've only played it 5 times. I think for now, Lazer Cats, I think they haven't got that many kind of games on the docket at the moment. I think they've got to use the next couple of weeks or use the next week or so to really work on maps like Dust and Nuke, because I've been saying it to Charlie over the last few days. I feel like we're just casting the same maps on rotation. I'm quite happy that you get to see Nuke because it is usually your Dust 2, your Mirage, your Ancient, sometimes Inferno, but it's just those 4 maps on repeat. So I think for now, Lazer Cats have to go, well, actually, we're losing a lot of series. And in those series, you look at the one against GenOne and Kalesi, well, they lost Dust, they lost Anubis. In the game against, sorry, that was against GenOne. In the game against Kalesi, well, they won, well, they didn't even win Ancient. They won Dust, but they lost Ancient and Mirage. It is just the same 3 vetoes, same 3 maps on rotation. And sadly for Lazer Cats, they kind of suck at 2 of them.
Yes, yeah, exactly. CMD, you know, we're looking at this as well, and it feels like, I think, kind of based on what Zola was just saying, a bit of a glass cannon of a map pool, right? With this Ancient, and maybe in a way we're kind of relying on the unknown quantity of some of these newer players. Popodana in particular, somebody that I've known in the past, and actually has had some really nice moments when I've caught him. He's always somebody that I'll sing the praises of, and I just saw recently hit top 130, I think it was, in EU Faces. So he's like really grinding. It looks like his individual level's gone up, and I think they might need that today, considering that the map veto and the pool was a little bit weaker.
Yeah, I think without that, I think you are going to need a few of these younger players as well to sort of step up and see if you can deliver. I mean, obviously, Paul Bandana is someone on the other side of things that Basement Boys are going to be familiar with. This guy had a bit of a stint on obviously this side for 6, 7, 8 months, something along the lines of that. So yeah, that's certainly going to be familiar with what this guy can do in the server. But yeah, I really think Lazer Cats need some firepower. So even if they probably don't go a bit too in depth with much of the tactical stuff and try to sort of maybe even just see if they can set some of these players up a bit more, might even just be something that helps them out a bit. I actually don't think Basement Boys that Ancient's that brilliant, to be fair. I just don't think they've been tested really against some of the best yet. And I mean, that's something that, I mean, I say it's not brilliant. It's difficult to really know how good it is when they haven't actually played against teams around their level or teams deeper in these events. So they've been playing against a few more rosters that still haven't massively impressed me. They've dropped a few games here or there. The last resort, Entropy to them. I mean, Entropy really disappointed me the last time I actually watched them. But maybe I caught them on a bad day, so I'm not going to slate them too hard on the cast when we're not even watching them.
That's about right.
Yeah, there you go. So, but that's what I mean. So Basement Boys, I think also alludes to what you said earlier, where we can see this Basement Boys side have great moments, but equally they can just fall so short in some instances. So, I mean, that's one thing. There's never any guarantee, particularly when you watch either of these two teams in the server. They do have players who can just take control of a series. But yeah, for Lazer Cats, they certainly do have their work cut out. I think it's fair to say these are going to be the underdogs here, but I would love to see if they can push us for a third.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. But for now, we're going to head to a break. It's a bit of a delay getting towards this game. Looks like the teams aren't ready just yet. So sit tight, and hopefully we'll be live as soon as possible. See you in a second.
I remember Neo saying a short break. 30 minutes, but we're here. We're on Ancient. Had to be an FF4 map number 1. Basement Boys weren't ready to play, but let's see what they can do now, being 1 map down in the series. And I think it's going to be a tough one, as it was their map selection. We mentioned Ancient should be maybe a bit of a close one, but it's going to have to be success now. Fake Reality will find Pole Bandana. We've got Tripex aggressing, and he will spot out Krivda. So, although they've got some control on the bomb site, the problem is Nicotine. They dropped the bomb, but Nicotine playing from the back should be able to find at least one here. He's got to do better. 3 versus 2, but Magic's picking middle. This is still very doable for Lazer Cats.
It depends on this gunfight now. Has been spotted on the bomb site. Protects. Nothing to be done. All on Magic. 1 versus 2. The Lazer Cats have a chance on this pistol round now. Bomb. Still very much in the midst of CT control. And just been afforded this initial room.
He's going to be able to get
He
the
can, yeah, just scoop this up technically.
He spotted one as well. What are we doing, Fake Reality? Picks up a Glock. I don't actually know how much ammo is in that Glock. Trouble. Surely he knows about Trouble. Magic. Magic. What are we doing? Of course they're going to be playing together, no? Clearly not recognizing, and Trouble with the a nice little spray there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, clearly thought it was a sort of a K ramp setup that the CTs were playing, but yeah, they didn't even have a second thought about maybe there's a second player there as well. So a bomb at least, yeah, maybe they can do something with that. But I mean, don't forget, Fred, we saw yesterday over in CCT Series 5, Butterfly versus OneWin, where Butterfly actually had the FF map number 1 as well. Difference is, they did actually go on to win that series 2-1. OneWin just would not outraces that game. Butterfly,
that was honestly
while having a stand in.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest games I've seen in a while. Based on the individuals, I thought it was just ridiculous. Out of Karama, out of Nitzy, it was just top tier CS on display, and hopefully we'll get more of that today. They are going for the purchase. Correct decision in heading towards A. I think this is a really good call. I know there's limited utility, but they've got the 1 smoke. Oh, they should just go through this. Look to boost above it or something. 1 smoke, and the entirety of the map is guesswork now for Lazer Cats. At least they've got Tripex in middle. He's having a slight look, but he's so isolated at the moment. We're at nearly the 1 minute mark, and it's going to be this split through A. They need to get a player in Red Room, though. But the problem is, they've got 2 Deagles. You don't really want to be leaving one of them in Red Room. The Mac 10 might be the best work for it, but he's here in A main.
These cats are going to surely start to take a bit more of a forward-thinking stance. Another smoke has been used. Finally, we're going to see this boost dismantled and the T's take a bit more room.
Krivda's got to get 2 here.
Has heard this. Looking me back away slightly. Nader smoke towards A main. Krivda finds nothing. Fake Reality, though, he will get a double of his own.
Yeah, obviously, Pole Bandana has been chipped away at. No more defensive utility for the T's to contain this retake. Speaking of util, none on the side of Basement Boys, so they're going to have to speed things up with good information onto Magic. They still know about Pole Bandana. There's a flank coming through from Magent. And finally, they look to swing. No defuse kit, so they're going to have to hurry things along, but Caillou, they know about him now. Tap on the bomb. Caillou, someone needs to just push in. What are we doing? Well, it will work for them as Owner's just defusing with his back turn and Trouble confined, but Basement Boys, they keep 3 alive, all of which being premium rifles. Yes, the bomb plant comes through, but I think it's just going to allow for maybe some pistols in the next. There's no need for Lazer Cats to double down on the Force.
Yeah, obviously this is... I mean, I suppose that's one thing that actually helps Lazer Cats even more than just getting a free map number 1 victory. The fact that it's not their map, they end up getting the free 101. They're actually going to be going on to obviously their map pick. This Ancient was selected by them.
Nuke was going to be so tough for them as well. Basement Boys, it was just kind of a knock-in. And I think that's where, look, it is unfortunate that it's their map selection, but if you're not here, if you're not ready to play, you don't really get to dictate things.
So you've got to do things the hard way, and it's going to be sort of
they
as
still
difficult
can.
now.
They still definitely can. The Ancient has been good in the past, and as is their Mirage, but just putting yourself on hard mode. Bomb plot here would be nice. Maybe a kill through this smoke, but Trouble. Oh, the timing on that flash is brilliant onto Tripex, but onto Owner, sorry. Tripix cannot capitalize on that. Owner should have been a dead man. An offset bomb gone. Oh!
Only the one though. Grivda is able to trade on out. Again, it's just going to be damage. Anything else landing climb will be great. But too low. Another tag with the Deagle. These players all have been softened up slightly, but will be through with the bomb being stuck. Just another tag, unfortunately. Fake Reality down to 22. Basement Boys will win the round, but it's another one that we do see the T's sort of test them to some degree, get their way onto the bomb site, find a couple of kills. So the economy is not exactly booming for Basement Boys, but it is still this 3-0 start as we finally get to see Lazer Cats' first weapon round and Trouble actually on the AWP.
Yeah, get the AWP out early. You've got some money for it. You know this is going to be a hefty purchase. Mac 10 for Magic, so I'm expecting some pace to this and seemingly going to be a play through B. Maybe he'll go cave, but he's got no utility. It's got to be a play out ramp. He's got the first spawn. Early smoke as well. Magic looking to push on in. Nade will heavy. Trouble's all will confirm the first. Goes for a bit of a risky flick. Doesn't connect. Smoking cave as well to lock off Owner. This is a speedy take, but still a 4-on-4. Missed shot from Trouble. Nicotine looking for a second. Is successful. Oh, Nicotine finds 3. Any chance of this round removed with a triple from Nicotine, and Owner just going to look to save. And the financial damage that's been inflicted to Basement Boys over the last couple rounds, it will yield something, as it's a needed purchase from Basement Boys. Look, they could go for the eco, but surely you're not going to. You can still get an AWP out if you want. If Owner saves, you can drop over a rifle and get full util.
That's it if Owner can save. Okay, Trippers will back away.
I think the respect
is going to get a searching.
Oh, Bandana goes down.
Will go down. Yeah, that's unlucky. Another weapon that could have been bought across. So I can see Lazer Cats throw their finances slightly. Not going to be, though. We'll have to see what weapons Basement Boys put together. One's been juggled across. Do have that AWP. Do have a couple of M4s. The other two, though, you're not looking great weaponry-wise. PT-50 and an MP9, but
I don't know why it's a PC-50, because he's got money in the bank.
He does, Deagle.
I guess the expectation was half-life, but even then he's over-invested. Flashbang in middle, Kaiu's gonna get caught. Nice trade from Fake Reality. Paul Bandana finding him, though, so man advantage for Lazer Cats. Owner, that's a quick pick, and the lack of a trade, that's poor from Tripx. Doubt he's ready for Krivda either. Krivda, you do not need to push this, but making a bit of a bold play. That's a free kill, though. And now, Magan with a Deagle, not the easiest angle to be in, especially with 2 being here. He's going to have to hit some snappy shots. There's the first, and the Deagle spam can connect to the second. So Nicotine alone in the 1v2, but he makes it a 1v1. Bomb is in middle, and Trouble's just going to get posted. I guess Time is an ally to Nicotine at the moment, as he's still got plenty of it. Pushing through Red Room could be a great play if he's got the balls to do it, though. Pushing into CT, re-wrapping Donut. Trouble is never going to expect that, but this is where Trouble says, actually, I don't want to play your game. I'm going to play mine. Pushes into elbow. He's going to have a slight look in T-spawn. When there's no contact, he can just double back to middle. And there are so many questions for Nicotine. Now, obviously, he could be up towards Cave. Could be here in Donut and Cubby. And now, with only 30 seconds, it's going to have to be more of a decisive approach from Nicotine.
Yeah, it's going to have to start running soon. They're going to meet face-to-face. Trouble ready for it.
Great round there. Obviously, it's the Deagle.
Yeah.
That's the magic of that round. And it feels tough for a moment, especially when Owner gets taken down. You're feeling like, well, he's kind of refought for no reason. But I guess his death baits in the Deagle massively.
Yeah, you sort of hope that... I mean, you did see from the X-ray, though, through that smoke, no one considering it, almost lining up, but they can sort of spam down those 2 players. It always felt like Magan was going to be able to find a double, and the only hope for Lazer Cats is a couple of whiffed shots, and maybe someone will be able to react in time, but Nicky T, how he was playing towards that B main area, slightly too passive to actually clear things out. So Lazer Cats felt like that was a really good chance for them to tie up this game 3 apiece. All go against them. They fortunately can still bring out weapons. Basement Boys buys not exactly improving a whole ton. Still a couple of SMGs. Still having very little cash and very little bankroll coming into this one. Obviously just 1 survivor for them. The Lazer Cats definitely do still have the option to strike back, but Got to see them actually get this one over the line for that to happen. Smoke towards middle. Basement boys certain there. Don't want to say not letting Lazer Cats emerge out here early, but we will see a retake of this. We really have a huge amount of control over towards B from the T side. It is just TripX holding. Magan's pretty deep in his own angle. Same with Owner, both these SMGs. And we get some pretty early information over towards the B side of things.
You mentioned Magic's been a little bit hit or miss. So I think with the AWP in play now, he's got to have that moment.
That's fine from Fake Reality. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Lazer Cats pivoting over towards A. Out towards mid. Clearing Donut. Was going to say he's got Magic by his side, but the backstab from Owner denies. Troubles up towards CT. Vision's going to be blocked. Crypto does not care. Goes through it. Gets tagged by his own teammate as soon as he peeks out into the open. He is close. The double swing's brilliant. And advantage back the way of the T's is trying to look to push on out with this AWP. Instant headshot found at Owner, who did find Magic. Can just scoop up that AWP and back away. Lazer Cats will do what's necessary as them finding two. And again, though, it's going to be the question, will Basement Boys need to actually force off of this? Or do they this time have the option to go for the eco?
Yeah, Owner. He's in a pretty easy spot to save. Just needs to keep himself away from nicotine. But I don't know. I think you can just eco here. But maybe the fact that they've got the AWP, that's the reason they're not going to be looking for that save. It's a tough decision to make. I'd go for the eco.
Yeah, and I think they're probably going to go for that. Crypto actually does fully buy down. The rest of them leave a bit of money left over. I mean, this is the round that Lazer Cats weren't able to win last time that they had the opportunity to tie up the scoreline. Not going to quite have that luxury here. They can still at least bring it one step closer. Only really that AWP you really need to be wary of. I still need to be cautious about the MP9. These 5.7s check can be disastrous for you here, but Lazer Cats once again going to be slowing things down. Nothing particularly pacey. And in towards Cave, we have seen that 5.7 Owner back away. Trouble timing could be great.
Oh, what a shot from Magic. Nade's coming through. Would have liked to see them send both, actually. Would have found Fake Reality. I don't really know why he's just right-clicked it. I guess maybe because they're thinking there's someone in the cubby, I guess. But, yeah, look, I think we really should have seen the two nades sent there towards the AWP. Not only to try and deal the damage, but maybe just try and blow it away. Fake Reality wielding, though. He has got a molly as well. 30 seconds on the clock. This could get a bit worrying. It's a 4-on-4. If they catch one player here, obviously the B-bomb site is going to be taken, but this round could get costly for Lazer Cats. There's another. There is no downside in them going for this.
Scooped up.
There is quite literally no downside. You want to keep this AWP alive, but Krivda's the only player who kind of needs to save.
Oh, this is going to be a real brawl here for Cave now. Oh, they actually just leave Krivda here alone.
They could just send it to CT if they want. Oh, great recognition from Magic. That's a lovely find there. Molly in the cubby. I really hate the save here from Basement Boys. The money from Lazer Cats is so volatile. if they actually look to go in, they get 2 kills there. They're going to be getting a purchase anyway. For their opposition, they'd be put on really awkward finances. You'd be able to break it in the next round.
I mean, equally, look, there wasn't a defuse kit.
I don't think going for it to win the round. It's just to get the kills.
But I think equally, you do look at things, Krivda, Trouble, sitting on a bit of extra cash to play with. That maybe they can do something again, even if the safe scene. Krivda actually does invest down. But look, at least they get to have these weapons to play with the next couple of AKs bought across, of course. He certainly could have done a little bit more damage, but maybe they're just confident in their own weapon rounds. We want these AKs. I want these to actually be able to go properly toe-to-toe with some of the Lazer Cats guys. Good seeing Nick T. Top of the scoreboard. Nice to see him finding this impact early. But obviously, we spoke about it in the pre-game that sort of do need some of these newer guys to step in, see what they can do. Some of these younger players. Obviously, TWC playing for this roster. Whether it's going to be long-term or not, we'll have to wait and see, but has obviously been playing with them this event in general against State in particular. And in that game, TWC certainly had a lot of impact there. Going to need to have it again against the Basement Boy side.
For a while now, I've wanted to see more from Krivda. Obviously, he's a player that has got a lot of experience now. He's been playing for quite some time. Obviously, him and Owner both played back on that kind of old bait team. That's quite a while ago, though. It's not quite the bait that we all know, but they've got plenty of experience, and I think Krivda, he's got to be offering more. A lot of the time, it feels like both Owner and Trouble are the kind of the heavy hitters for this team. So I feel like in a game like this, in a map that's now must win, he's 1 of 5. I want to see more, but nice opener from Fake Realities, continuing his charge on their CT side. Positioning here towards Donut looks really good, and the T aren't looking to smoke it, they're looking to fight it, and it's not going to go well, as Trouble and Magan can very comfortably dispatch of the aggressors.
Seemingly wanted to have a bit more room to play with on this A-bomb site rather than just having no space for CT and just leaving things and maybe having temple control in A main. So, got to take this gunfights, but yeah, it wasn't exactly the best worked plan or best laid plan. I still found themselves a kill back. And you get a lot more than this. Orp is on the angle, the jump across, and it works out like a charm. Magic is able to find one more. It's now 3 versus 5, but Basement Boys up 100%. It is this play towards A. Magic finds another. They know one more's in CT. Final player in Big Reality towards Donut is the only one they don't quite know where he is. Bandana is going to clear this. We'll clear it out fully. This is monumental what we're seeing from these 2 players. And Magic finds the final one. 3 from Magic, 2 from Cool Bandana, as Lazer Cats completely flip the script on that round.
I don't know whether to call it a throw or to call it a stroke of brilliance. I feel like it's certainly a combination of the two. I don't know how they're ever winning that round. 2v5. Basement Boys quite literally. You could even just let them plant if you want. Whatever it's so poor. And now their money's broken. This is where Lazer Cats, although only 2 survivors in the last, it's about this round. They can build up plenty of finances. We'll be able to purchase for the rest of the game if they can keep 4 alive.
Really they find the first kill, sure. Look. Someone goes down early. It's gonna, yeah. But it's the fact that
still
brilliant stuff for the jump across to find Trouble, knowing that he's posted to hold across. But it's the fact that we see Basement Boys send 2 players in towards CT to go searching. They already knew it was towards B. I think at that point, you probably look to get Fake Reality closer in Donut, have 2 players close in CT, and maybe wait for that to happen the bomb. And as soon as that comes down, look, if you can swing, you can swing. Look to see if you can catch someone out while they're trying to defend their planting teammates.
Yeah, I think it definitely felt quite rushed there from Basement Boys.
At the end of the day, there's a lot of things that they've done, basically.
Yeah. I think they quite literally chose the one event that would have worked.
Lazer Cats, though, equally.
Yeah, look. We saw it a fair few times yesterday. I think when you do have two players that are hitting heavy, when you are going to have players that can have these moments, we've spoken about how kind of Basement Boys arguably have the higher firepower metric, but at the moment, Lazer Cats, we know that they can play at such a top level. Everyone in the server, mechanically, are going to be just so good, but I think that's something that was somewhat disrespected in that 5v2 from Basement Boys. Has been the one casualty on Lazer Cats. Could be another here. All about timing for Owner. Will get spotted and found by Magic. Nice shot there. And Fake Reality on 7 HP. He has got nothing to go into the next round. It's quite literally just the Deagle, but not opting for an exit. Interesting.
Oh, it's a good response there from Lazer Cats. They win. They win that 2 versus 5. Only keeping 2 players alive though. They respond with having a much cleaner round. Obviously, it was just up against very little of an investment, but it's the fact that you can still keep a few bodies there, grow your economy. There's no instant sort of reset button if Basement Boys do win a round, which has sort of haunted them a little bit in this first half. Cats are on top for the first time actually on their map pick now. Kicking off 4-1 down. Owner does find the first, but a quick trade there from Magic. Cats not the quickest burst off of that kill. They are still going to be committed into this. Smoke down towards CT. Smoke out on the bomb site in response. Could make things a little uncomfortable as Trouble's AWP is here towards Cave. I mean, Basement Boys are pretty much everybody nearby.
Yeah, there's no lurk either from Lazer Cats, so we'll see a turn from Magan. We'll see a slight lurk from the players in Donut, but all coming from main. 2 HEs, 2 flashes for Lazer Cats. This is where if the CTs just play this smart for the retake, it should be fine. They've got 2 smokes of their own to really cause some chaos. Boost for Magic. Donut smoking, CT fading. Nice swing out of Krivda. No one was there to trade him, so opportunity. Nice fight from Magic and Nicotine. Oh, wow. Okay. Again, really poor from Basement Boys. The one kill they do get is probably the only one where you think, actually, you're untradeable.
I mean, it's great to see from Magic doing it with both the AWP and the rifle here. Triple kill in this round from him. Someone I said that, look, 100% has a high skill ceiling, has a really bright future ahead of him. Still only 21. But it's the fact that he can, a lot of the time, be really vocal, but occasionally very absent. And the fact that we're on Ancient, a map that isn't always the easiest to make the AWP work. Obviously had the impact in that 2 versus 5. Happy to stick on a rifle when needed, not just be as one-dimensional as other AWPers. I mean, sort of do need to be quite versatile nowadays, and clearly showing what he can do. 6 found from Lazer Cats, 2 more left to play out. It's the half by from Basement Boys. Good chance Lazer Cats can go on to win the half here. They've certainly got a good CT side when they play this map as well. Was their T side a couple of days ago against State that propelled them on top. They ended up finding 8-4. I mean, this would be a nice bit of symmetry actually if they find 8-4. They also went 4-1 down in that game as well. Aggressive stance towards Cave here from Basement Boys. Or plays towards this cheater position. Fake Reality tucked in this corner. We've got owners in P9 holding the line. Nade will be sent. Fake Reality will find one.
Oh, he's able to find not only one more, but a lot of damage onto Caillou. That's a huge moment there from Fake Reality. Owner will take down Caillou. Paul Bandana gets the trade, but he's chipped away out. Magan gets a bit of damage as well. Really good looking round. Basement Boys just don't throw this one away. All missing the shot. Paul Bandana with intel of 2, so they've just got to head towards the B-bomb site. Now they have great information. Just try and trade out the B player. If you can find him cleanly, then that's brilliant. It's a 2 versus 2 now. The work from Fake Reality might mean nothing. And how many times have we seen this, Charlie? Far too frequent. They're able to get off the bomb site as well. There is a defuse kit on Trouble, a smoke on Krivda. Trouble's playing super patient. Krivda's questioning, well, they've got to be towards ramp or cave. He is going to smoke off ramp. Good decision. Full bandana, spamming on through. It is just a tap. Trouble's the one with the kit. If Magan gets taken down through this wall or through something, it could be problematic. Spam coming through now, but it's not connecting. You cannot just be playing this for a spam. Full bandana will get one. I guess they don't assume there's a kit in play, but that's really poor. When I see stuff like that, my only comment for positivity is if you've got a Molotov accompanying it, but you cannot just be having that game plan of, well, we'll find him with the spam. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, very much felt like it was the idea from the get-go. It could have quite easily had some player rotate around towards cave at that time, but not to be. Basement Boys will find themselves 5 with just a bit of a scrappy half-fight, actually, so not a bad outcome for them whatsoever, keeping this game close, keeping it tense. The Cats this time residing mainly towards just outside mid and A. Gonna flash pull bandana in. Disciplined in this approach right now for Lazer Cats, even over towards B, not having any spaces. It is just TWC there alone. Finally flashed out of this initial portion of mid. Got a couple of players in donut for Basement Boys and 2 in Red Room. This could be a really good response from the CTs if they look to fight this. No need for Red Room. They're going to have to go through this if they want to fight at all. Timing could be good.
Oh my gosh.
Not good
fighting in middle and Magic. His double with the orb, Nicotine and Caillou chiming in. I feel like that type of round is kind of just the perfect embodiment of how this half has gone. It's like Basement Boys have got a bit of a plan. They're going to try and make it. No, it doesn't work. Because Lazer Cats just find them. I think the scoreline is a bit of a face-saving measure for Basement Boys. And I think it's coupled with the fact that they find the 3 opening rounds. They win the pistol, they win the force, they win the eco, all of which had bomb plants. And the second the full buys were in play, very dominant out of Lazer Cats. And I think it could be a similar statement here. Look, even if Basement Boys go and win the pistol again, we're looking at a leveled up game, and that's 5 rounds being found off of it. I think Lazer Cats, they'll be very happy with the current result of this game. I think they have looked really, really good. And yeah, I think Basement Boys, someone else has got to step up. I said Krivda, I want to see more when he's 1 and 5. He's 2 and 10. Quite literally the exact same. Yeah, look, I'm consistent as well at this level. I won't get a kill, but I'll be consistent. I mean,
that's the thing. I actually quite like the final round from Basement Boys. They just didn't have the utility to go for it. It felt like they needed 1 player. They needed an HE grenade for the Red Room players. And then they needed 1 just sending flashbangs deep behind Red Room probably. But lacking that, it just felt a little novice there. Bombshot has been taken here, though. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake. There is a defuse kit on TWC, who equally, like Krivda's, having a bit of a tough time here.
I think Basement Boys will just win this round. Surely they just win it on numbers. 5-on-5 post plant. They've already got donut. They've got to play it deep towards elbow. It's going to be so tough for Lazer Cats. Going to be looking to push on in. Trouble finds 1. There's still a flash in play as well. TWC, that's a nice find, but there's the flank. Teams are never going to lose this. Never in a million years. And I think the issue is you can go for the 5v5 retake, and they've got a defuse kit to do it. But the issue is that they don't really have the util to go for a retake. Well done, you've got the kit, but you need the util as well. Imagine a smoke in that round. They just either smoke the bomb, but more likely donut, and you're in such a good position. The T's are then forced to either jump through or kind of meet the Julies, and I think that's where you could have tried to gain an advantage, at least a man advantage on the bomb side, but they don't do it. They don't opt for a smoke or any utility. Poor decision. I really don't know why we're not seeing more teams invest in utility on these pistol rounds.
There's a big stack from Lazer Cats over here towards A, and Basement Boys are he's having an initial look over here.
I like the idea of this. It will be Nicotine to take contact, and because he's playing a bit of an awkward angle, This is where they can really capitalize on it. Steps are heard. This is so obvious. Oh, Nicotine is spamming away. I thought they'd actually call it quits. Look at the damage that's been dealt. Agant's low as well. Old Bandana at the back of the bomb site. He'll get found by the Galil and Tripex. He'll rotate in now. Ooh, fake reality. Timing on this Molotov, brilliant. I think that's where, look, I understand why he's spamming away with the P250, but try and kind of coax them in first. Oh, Tripex could have tried to deny the bomb. If you've got a Deagle, I'll understand it. But you've got a USB, you're not killing him straight away. But that's a 7-7 scoreline. 5 of these 7 for Basement Boys have been won off the pistols.
I mean, look, it's massive helping hand out to Basement Boys. It says a lot. Look, if the pistols, if you've got a bit of a knack for winning pistols, even if you're not flawless on the weapon rounds, it keeps you in games. First half wasn't good enough when we saw the weapon rounds out from Basement Boys, but they've given us another chance. It's dead even again. They've got a better T side. That's all they need. Fake Reality's having a great game here as well. Got the parallel to Magic on the other side of things. 16-9 for this guy. Certainly going to want maybe a few more players to help him out. Does have trouble, not too far behind, but quite a gap after that. Sort of the exact same story for Lazer Cats. Got Paul Bandana, Nicky T both doing. They're doing okay. But the best this Basement Boy side, we said it's not going to be easy, but this probably is the best chance the Lazer Cats are going to have. Got a bit of a luxury with winning map number 1 by default. Here's your chance to take things in 2-0 and really punish this Basement Boys roster to advance all the way through to that quarterfinals. Obviously, winner of this will be playing against our Walczaki side. Going to be a tough game in general. I mean, we saw a really comfortable 2-0 for them against that Bebop side, who, I mean,
Bebop's a weird team to me. I feel like they could quite literally beat anyone, but then not quite easily lose to anyone. I think consistency is the big issue.
Also, more often than not, they are losing to anyone.
Yeah, the thing is though, when they lost Wushka, I think that's when it was like, oh, okay, so this roster's just not going to work anymore. Obviously, I'm unsure of where he went. I saw it the other day. Is he on Hotu now? Yes, he is on Hotu.
But it does feel like, for Bebop in general, if they have the same 5 in back-to-back series, that's a massive win for them. It feels so hit or miss in terms of who's even going to be in the server for them. I actually remember being really excited when the team sort of first came together, and like you said, we saw that Hakan, Dwushka, Fade8, Lavked, side of Balance. I quite like the look of that team, but yeah, it didn't take long for troubles to start, players to move on. But still, at the end of the day, you can only beat who's in front of you. Walczaki able to do so relatively simply. As we're starting to round out these quarterfinals, by the end of the day, we'll have all our matchups there. But still have to decide this one. Round number 15 now.
I think that top side of the bracket, maybe this is a little harsh, but I think that top side of the bracket is capitalize and pull upon. I think when you look at a team like CYBERSHOKE or maybe even State, I'd be looking at that top side of the bracket, kind of licking my chops, because you've got Walczaki, you've got Basement Boys, you've got 1 win, and you've got INOX Division all on the other side. I think the top side of the bracket is probably the easier one.
I think it makes it even more competitive. I think there's a good few teams similar level. I think 1 win didn't particularly impress me yesterday. So it's interesting to see how this event does pan out. But Lazer Cats, they got the opening kill. Bomb will still get planted from the T side though.
1 flashbang for this retake. They do have the numbers though. There's a flank. If the CTs go now, they could very, very comfortably win the round. The flank's coming through from Owner. He's got a Mac 10. CTs have really taken their time. Here comes the flash. And now attention has turned elsewhere. Finally, this flank will come through. Owner gets Nicotine. Stick of the bomb. Oh, it's just a tap, in fact. Over it here towards Temple. Someone's got to start defusing soon. And round over. Again, I really don't know why we have 5 players ready for that retake. for about 15 seconds. Lazer Cats have kind of gone, okay, well, we've got 40 seconds here. Let's not rush things. And then they go, well, wait. And then they opt to send the flash. Then they opt to start the retake. And ultimately, like, just why? Like, why is there that delay? You see things are so rushed in the final 15 seconds because they quite literally just don't have the time.
I mean, the problem is the players just didn't hit their shots as well.
No,
there's two chances for players to get killed, but at the end of the day, you can have the best ones, the kills. They're not always going to work out, and boys really did struggle to actually just get anything early there. Bandana will find one kill back, but so much damage has been dealt to Tripix and this MP9 in play.
This is such a weird purchase. It's like a half force from Lazer Cats. I like the
wrap
freeze.
Around.
Yeah, I really like the freeze here. They got so much utility as well, still the T's, so they can wait this out. 4 flashes, a molly, a smoke. There should be enough to take a bomb site. You'd hope so. Trouble's not going to get any contact here. The problem is if they look to pivot towards A, they have to go through T-spawn. And the longer that Trouble takes, they might have to change that and go through mid, but Utah coming over. Fake reality. Going to be sending said utility now. Trouble's hit. Try and catch up these rotates. Double swing coming through. And, well, this is where Magic has to take the fight. And he will swing wide. Unfortunate. But Basement Boys, they will go and win this one. Magic's got the AWP. It is still a purchase, but there's going to be some weakness on both Nicotine and Tripx. To me, this round's must win. Lazer Cats, you've lost 5 rounds because of the pistol. You kind of throw away that retake, in my opinion. If they don't showcase success in this one, it gets very scary.
Yeah, need to start getting something on the board here.
It's their best chance to win the series. Charlie, this is by far their best map. This is their go-to pick in every single series. Their Mirage is tragic. 25% win rate, 4 games played. They barely play it. And when they do, they lose.
They got the weapons out. Again, Basement Boys still aren't quite in that danger zone of
taking a lot of space
11 and 12. Basement Boys looking over towards the B side of things. Owner finds one, trade is seen. Full bandana doubles up off the contact that his teammate in Cave takes. Man advantage now for Lazer Cats. Full bandana and Nicky both being brought down.
This is where the AWP's got to be swapped across. Surely you try and get this AWP on Nicotine. 2 players being low with these rifles. Not expecting much. Paul Bandana under pressure. Will get found. Caillou, good positioning here. He swings. Okay, just needs to hold his line. But this is the problem with players being low. It's just 1 bullet and they die. Magic, you effectively ecoed in the last round to bring out the AWP in this one. And you're not going to have much impact because ultimately the AWP is such a static role here on the CT side of Ancient. Spot 1 on the cross. We'll find him. Both players very low here, but Magic doesn't have this info. Lazer Cats had the man advantage, but not the health advantage, and sometimes that's all that matters. But I don't really know why Caillou's playing that position and then chooses to swing. It should have been Caillou taking contact and then Nicotine looking to swing off of that contact. But I think the communication and decision-making that we've seen from Lazer Cats has been really poor on this CT side. And I think sometimes, I know it might sound a bit weird, but I think sometimes you can be forgiven for like bad timings taken and like semi-poor decision-making on the T side, because ultimately, if you're good enough and you can win your gunfights, we saw it a lot of the time from Lazer Cats. You know, you look at that round where it was, what, four taking space from Basement Boys in middle, and they just get the kills because ultimately they're just shooting better. Whereas on this CT side, the decision-making is really poor, and they're getting caught out because nearly every fight they're going into, bar the one at bottom ramp, they're lesser on numbers. I think for now, Lazer Cats, the performance here has not been good enough. I'm pretty disappointed as well, because going 7-5 up after losing 3 off the back of the pistol should be teed up so nicely. Especially with, statistically, their CT side being the better side, but it just hasn't been today.
Yeah, I didn't get to see a huge amount of it versus that stateside. You can see them won their last game that they played beforehand. Apart from losing the pistol and the conversion, they went flawless, but it's just a fast pop here from Basement Boys and Lazer Cats. Probably gonna have to call it off pretty soon, or at least Magic might. It is a half buy. They can bring out weapons in the next. It's not gonna be map point or anything for Basement Boys, but it's not far off that. Should be 11 here, and Lazer Cats, yeah, they're gonna back away.
I love the call from Basement Boys. They know that Magic's on the AWP, and what's the best way to deal with an AWP? Don't give him time, don't give him space. Just go for a fast pop. It's worked out very nicely. Well, they've just taken contact towards T-Spawn. Currently a 2 versus 2 on the bomb site. Magic does have a smoke. Okay, well, Tripex is looking for a gun. That won't work well. Missed shot from Magic, and now he's under pressure, so... Won't be utility for Magic in the next if he goes for the AWP.
4 rounds splits these teams. Basement Boys being just 2 away from being victorious on their opponent's pick. Timeout called. First one needed from this T side. And it's crunch time now for Lazer Cats. Yet to find a single round in this second half. Like you said, after leading 7-5. Been 6 in a row now from Basement Boys, and like I said, they've been a little hit or miss actually. They haven't really been truly tested against some of the highest ranked teams. So sure, their stats are great, but aren't actually as good at some other maps where they played against some slightly better oppositions, or at least we don't quite know that, I suppose, for sure. I think Reality does have this Mac 10 still. We've got Ono with the MP9. I wonder if we're going to see something a bit pacier from these two. And we're looking to take some real estate nice and quick, but there's no excuse from this weapon round. You've got all the M4s you need, you've got the AWPs. Magic will find the first pick with that AWP. There is a second player here, that being Fake Reality, but he's going to back away while his teammates take this space out towards A. I don't know if the AWP of Magic caught them on the cross. Yes, he did.
It's a really good call from the T's, because there's that recognition of, well, they're heavily fighting in mid. Most likely A is open, but the problem is Nicety finds Fake Reality in middle, positioning for trouble. Gonna get found. 5 survive here for Lazer Cats. That's more like it. And Magic, the last 3-4 rounds he's had the AWP, he's felt very static. He's not really been able to have much impact during the round. Yes, okay, he's got a couple kills in the late portion, but usually on a save. Whereas now, looking to get a bit more active, and that's exactly what we need.
And that's pretty astounding that he managed to find trouble there. It looked almost guaranteed that he would lose that gunfight, just not being ready for trouble. But I think he might have spotted a shadow or something as trouble got ready to peek on out. There's one step for Lazer Cats in still quite the journey back to 11. Back having a chance to win this one. Fake Reality finds the first pick.
Huge kill there. And again, Lazer Cats try and take some space in middle. I'm pretty sure they know about Caillou as well. 7 and 14 is Caillou. Tripex 8 and 16. It's been pretty poor from them both. Caillou will get one in middle though. No one quick enough to trade, and he's able to evade. That's the key factor. Nicety deep towards Cave. He's got Bandana rotating in as well, and Magic's going to have a slight look towards A, as is Caillou, and then Magic just needs to rotate in, and he's going to be heading towards the B-bomb site now. This is a great call. Volley coming through, Nicety will swing, but Ona can fight. That's a great kill. Paul Bandana ready, though, so a 3-on-3. Magic on the line, but it's a tight angle, not for trouble, though. Excellent find there. Deep and Wally in Cave to keep Paul Bandana away. 2 versus 3, and the CTs, they kind of need to go for this. They cannot be giving up 12. They can buy in the next anyway. Flashbang comes through. Trouble confined on the AWP. 1v3 for Paul Bandana. Gets the first and the second. Knows about Trouble. Flashbang comes high. Trouble's going to find him, though. Great awareness from Trouble. Closing the gap. Paul Bandana not ready for it at all. And Basement Boys with 4 opportunities now to close out the map and move to Mirage. As we mentioned, Charlie, this is Lazer Cats' best opportunity to win this series. So lucky, so fortunate to get that forfeit on map number 1. Yeah. might amount to nothing.
Yeah, brilliant to actually see Trouble getting involved. Hasn't done a huge amount these last 5-6 rounds. He might not have actually found a kill. I think he found one pig in the last 5 or 6 rounds. So really nice to see him on the board. Triple kill with that AWP as well. It's then around the 1 versus 3. That could be the most important fact. That would cause issues for Basement Boys money. Potentially allow Lazer Cats to hit double digits. Could be 10 to 11 scoreline. A shot here from Trouble though. Nice. Teammates are being picked apart all across the map, but obviously Lazer Cats need to be flawless.
Oh, how is Magic still alive? Molly gonna land on the back of the bomb site. Peeks before it. Criv that. Okay, well, apparently that was Magen. I'm not too sure what's going on. I guess their names are just swapped in the HUD, or maybe their names are swapped in the... I'm not too sure. I'll have a look. Okay, so it's actually Magen who's 5 and 16, or 6 and 16 now. I think the HUD is wrong. Sorry, Krivda.
There you go. I mean,
hey, look, I said he needs to step up. He's doing now. He's doing well now. He's 14 and 15.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Hey, look, fair play to the guy.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get that changed in the break.
Troubler's alone here. I mean, it was weird, these spots where you're saving a weapon where your team probably aren't going to buy. Actually, I think they might need to buy. So
I think they do. I think buying's a good decision. Levels your money out. If you lose it, then obviously you're going to be going for the eco, and then you're going to full buy in the last. I think it's the right decision. Trouble, going to send the molly towards A main. Hunting after time's a good decision. 8 HP now, and the nade will find him. Oh, never mind. That is very fortunate. Trouble would have been heading into the round with $550.
Yeah, they are going to need to buy it. So, I mean, that's the end of the world. If Trouble did go down, he was taking on something like that. But Fake Reality, oh, they're actually not investing this. This is even stranger because Fake Reality and Magan, and Trouble are going to be have a huge amount of cash in the next. I kind of hope they do lose this round, just to see what their buy's going to look like in the next. Well, Trouble goes down, so I think that hope's going to be more of a likelihood. None of that orb's been juggled across at all if Niki's looked to make that difficult to scoop up. But it's just these unarmored pistols. Everyone look and see if they can converge onto this orb's position. Has been picked up. In a wilderness now, Magic posted up towards Ram. Could get surprised perhaps by Magin's position. Orb will look to peek. Owner surely going to be found if he's... Yeah, there you go. Magic can back away onto the bomb site as well. Nice second. It's being held with the Orb. Fake Reality will find, but reinforcements have arrived. And one missed shot confirms Fake Reality's demise. This is what made me very interested. The fact that we've gone for the eco here. Do you take a half buy again? Look to have a...
Yeah, I think you've got a half buy again. I think you've kind of got to go for the double eco / whatever. And it just means that you can definitely get an AWP out in the final. You can have rifles and everything. The problem is the T's have gone, oh, we've got money to spend. So Trouble's not going to get a perfect buy in the next. Neither's Magan. Neither's Fake Reality. Neither's Owner. What is the point of this? You didn't full buy in the last. You don't full bought in this one. You've just got 2 shoddy buys. And most likely, it'll go against you. They have gotten the B bomb site for free, but there's a double fast wrap for Paul Bandana and Tripex.
Look at Trouble here. He's going the whole way round.
With a Glock. What the CT's doing? Can we hurry things along, please? Can we stop stressing me out?
I don't think they're just going to go through these ones. They're not going to risk anything against these pistols. Might have to now. They push on out. Crypto will find one with the P250. Flashbangs are great. Owner and Trouble will chime in. It's back to a 2-on-2. Magic has to go through the smoke. Time is ticking. Defuse kits only on the rifle.
It's 21 HP.
Oh, wow.
How have they lost? Again, Lazer Cats. They're taking far too long with these retakes. They had 2 players in ramp when the bomb was just planted. Lazer Cats, what are you doing? What are you doing? Honestly, this is where the coach is going to be. The coach just needs to dig them all out after this game because that is embarrassing. You have about 40 seconds to go for that retake. You have 2 players in a flank, and it takes until 15 seconds left to actually get towards top ramp. So poor. So poor. Deserving of that loss there.
Yeah, and now it really opens us up, right? Obviously, we had that kind of forfeit to kickstart things, heading straight in towards that map, which it felt like just a prime opportunity, really, to really get going, show the level that we really can play at for this side, but fell so flat. And I think as well for Lazer Cats, it's probably proof in the pudding of where this side actually viewed themselves. A lot of the decisions that we feel like were made, or it looked like were made there, kind of seemed like it's lack of confidence, which shouldn't really be the case. This is a team that felt very, very comfortable, fundamentally speaking. So an insanely weird showing in towards that map. I'm seeing, heading in towards map number 3. What are you feeling now? Do you think Lazer Cats have just, choked their one chance, thrown it away?
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't be surprised if a few players' heads do drop slightly. I mean, that's what this break's for. That's what they'll have to discuss. Make sure they can sort of lift the spirit slightly. Because, yeah, it's a disappointing way to lose. I mean, it felt like they at least would have given themselves a chance in round number 24, but losing to majority unarmored pistols, if it was even a Glock in play, you had the man advantage. Yeah, it's disappointing for Lazer Cats. I think the issue is they're really slow to actually get going on the CT side. They are a team that on their CT side, they can actually do some really good damage. They've done it against teams recently, did it against GenOne not too long ago, but it's just the fact that very slow at both sides, instantly go 4-1 down in the first half. I mean, a pistol victory, they could have quite easily been the side that hit 12 earlier. But look, it's these smaller and slight things that if you can manage to get right, the pistols, the half buys, if you can do anything on your force buys, if you get these practiced, and it felt like Basement Boys, don't get me wrong, you look at the first, 15 rounds of that game, I actually don't think they were particularly brilliant at all. But it's the fact that they ended up funding so many rounds off of the pistol. They only needed to win 2 full buys, and they were dead even in terms of the scoreline. So, yeah, you head on to the second map. It feels like Basement Boys, towards the end of it, in particular the start of that second half, they started to have players warming up there. They weren't as reliant on players like Fake Reality. You did have more from Trouble, more from Owner, Krivda, players like this. So, yeah, it starts to think this is a team that's sort of elevated as the game's going on, whereas maybe for Lazer Cats, they fell away slightly.
Yeah, well, let's find out. For now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, we've got that decided. It is map 3, in quotation marks, of Mirage up here to see who will take out this series at one apiece. Sit tight.
All right, well, we're here on the decider. Obviously, Basement Boys, a very nice comeback. It felt like they were very much down and out in that first half, only getting 5 rounds, 3 coming off the pistol. But now they've got a good opportunity. Seemingly, they've gone and lost the knife round as they're starting on the T side. Nice opener from Krivda.
It's constantly back and forth here. Owner will find though to give Basement Boys the slight lead. Magic
Nice double
flanking from the apartment.
Oh, good recognition.
Yeah, Owner's.
You can kind of tell why.
The lack of contact.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a nice shot out of Magic. Now trouble. Good positioning here. Gonna be an awkward fight. It could go against him.
Oh,
wow, that gets
wow.
really close. That could have been kind of ammunition dependent there at the end. We could have seen even a bit of a knife moment, but they will win it. Good pistol out of Basement Boys. Good recognition there that apartments could be the point of contact. Maybe should have seen, I don't know, maybe a jump spot wouldn't have been the right play, but just a better way to gain intel without giving up a 1v1. And now, decision for the CTs is Force. Plenty of SMGs. Utility, clearly not the important factor for Lazer Cats here. I don't mind it. Not quite. Heavily looking towards middle here. Already one towards under. That being Magic. I would have thought it'd be more of a gambled approach on bomb sites. That's why these SMGs can thrive. No premium weapons for Basement Boys. It's Galils and Mac 10s. But they're going to comfortably take the A bomb site. Smokes are down. We have seen a bit of a return smoke for the CTs to try and take some space. But CT now under the control of Fake Reality and Owner. They look as though they're going to be swinging. And I like the idea of this. Take the contact to your opponents. Don't allow them to flash in. Does get traded. Magic on a flank. 3-on-3 here. I think there was a defuse kit as well. Might be mistaken, but there might be one in CT.
Finally see this flank coming through. Magic still will lose his life though. And these remaining SMGs, realistically, you should probably just save at this point. There's no real foothold into this bomb site. Bandana's found by trouble and final player forced to back away. Gonna stick around for a moment longer. Will still be read by Magan though. Manages to find Basement Boys 2-0. Should be a simple third here as it will just be the go from Lazer Cats. SMG's funded a fair few kills, so money can start to grow a little bit. They're still having a couple of SMGs here up against these unarmored pistols. Could see that money grow even more so for this Basement Boys. Yeah, you pointed out Lazer Cats haven't seen a crazy amount of their Mirage. It's about that they are happy to play, but just not really happy to pick. It often will be picked against them, played as a third and final, but their recent form hasn't been great, losing it. Or the most recent game, still about a month and a half ago actually, lost it 13-4 to Alessi.
Nice find from Caillou. Tripex, reposition is brilliant, but it's Caillou taking contact. Tripex, you don't actually need to peek, because they're never going to be aware of you. There's a freebie. An advantage now for Lazer Cats. This just being the half buy would be perfect, as the money's not in a good spot for Basement Boys either. It leaves Fake Reality, the top performer in the last, in the clutch. Still here towards ramp. Will be swung upon. He gets one, but trade from Nicoti's good. And an excellent response there from Lazer Cats.
I mean, what a round for Basement Boys to squander. Lazer Cats somehow managing to find that. A couple of upgraded pistols, and they just push probably too much into Lazer Cats' trap was sprung. That's certainly not a bad way to respond after a round that felt like Basement Boys could start to grow up a huge bankroll ahead of them, set things in motion. Evidently not. I mean, I think one thing we have seen today is both teams certainly aren't any strangers to making the odd mistake here or there that can be pretty costly in the grand scheme of things. Legs backing away, dropping the smoke to give himself more room to play behind. Here's all these teams pushing through. We'll find the first, will be found by Magan, but he may tag there one more in the meantime.
Kai's pushing through, will find Owner. Could deny the plant, but looks for the kill onto Magan first. 2-on-3 here, 30 HP combined for Basement Boys. Nicotine gets the first, Magan all alone now. Recognition of his rough position. We'll get one. Still a molly for Paul Bandana, that's sent now. Magan dodging, and the Felt like it was gonna connect, but the Molly actually gets the kill. So Lazer Cats, they double up. Bonblanc coming through. It'll be a bit of an added bonus for Basement Boys, but that's all it will be. Surely no investment. I doubt it. But they could, as the money's not perfect for Lazer Cats. Don't know whether it's necessarily worth the risk.
Yeah, chance for Lazer Cats instead. I was going to give a lot of credit to Basement Boys if they went 3-0 up. Talking about, again, it's these pistol rounds, finding so much success, being on the T-side and Ras, having a 3-0 start initially, but I mean, look, they've still got a bit of a buffer from winning that pistol, of course, but yeah, disappointing to see them miss out on this chance to actually have a very good T-side, which we are expecting Lazer Cats to probably be the side leading. I mean, obviously, the only seen a handful of games from Lazer Cats. It's unsurprising that their T-side hasn't been great. Obviously, no team's T-side, unless they're a proper Mirage team, can be brilliant. So a lot of the time when we see this map, it is the CT side doing most of the heavy lifting. Team will find Magan to give the man advantage over towards Lazer Cats here. It's Basement Boys. Their investment, I mean, it's still a lot of money thrown into this round and potentially not a huge outcome. Magic aggressing, finds one low trade scene. Magic doubles down. And Trouble has to do nothing but watch his teammates drop as he finds himself in a 1v4.
Obviously, Nicotine could get taken down with a body shot, only 20 points of health. But Lazer Cats, we've seen this before, Charlie. We've seen them lose pistols and then have a decent response. I'm not going to be giving them much attention until later on, especially as they are on the CT side. From what we've seen from both these teams, it is a massive lead and a preference for that CT side. Nicotine will get a second hit.
Lazer Cats, this is looking pretty decent for them at the start of this map. See, we already highlighted this is a side that's coming into this game certainly as the underdogs, but they, on their day, they definitely can have more bite than just bark. But the fact that we were probably looking at things after Ancient slipped through their fingers, probably that Mirage was going to be one that's maybe one step too hard for hashtag. It will be responded by 2 good kills from the CTs here, though.
Yeah, Bonblanc will be good. Lazer Cats, please, let's not just see these slow retakes again. What are they waiting for? Well, finally they're waiting for some contact. Deagle will get found by the nade. Orb shot missing, and now it's just going to be a pounce onto this Orpa, but we'll find both. Nice from Magic there.
It's a good initial kill to find Paul Banana with that flashbang towards connector, but apart from that, Lazer Cats, no issues in terms of winning this retake and winning it cleanly. Obviously not the full investment there from Basement Boys, but they will be able to get weapons back in hands. So I'm curious if Krivda is Krivda this time.
I think he is. I think they changed it. I think
there
it's
you
changed.
go. Okay,
yeah,
so you certainly could ask for more for Krivda this time around.
I'll double check.
Yeah, I've just looked.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Just 1-on-5 from the get-go. And into round number 7, Trouble is on the yaw. Starts to have a bit more impact later on in the map. I mean,
look at the stats.
Really
Not the bad game.
Yeah. Really put it wrong on map. Technically, map number 1, map number 2. But on Mirage, where you do have to think Magic and Trouble can probably have a bit of an easier time getting usage out of this orb. I'm curious what both of them are going to be able to provide here.
Yeah, kills-wise, obviously, Magic very much up there, 27 and 14 throughout Ancient, but obviously a fair few of those kills came from saves and rounds that didn't really net result. Double push and a palm assist is really good, especially with Nicotine finding You'd imagine this is going to slow things down here for the T's. They could catch the bomb towards top middle. Trouble needs to be cautious here. The fact he's got the orb, you'd imagine he might take a slower approach. Caillou finds. That's an excellent kill again. This is all to delay. Tripex just needs to actually activate here in the flank. This is going to be such a tough round. Tripex is about to round the corner. He will get one. Traded out by Trouble, though. 2 versus 4. And I think it will just be a save here from Basement Boys. Very reminiscent of map 1. Pistol goes the way of Basement Boys. Lazer Cats go on a streak with the weapons.
I mean, the difference is Basement Boys aren't really in nearly as secure a spot as they were on that Ancient, where at least they found themselves 4-1 up. They've still only posted 2 rounds on the board. Obviously, there's still plenty of rounds left to play out in this first half, but if things do continue like this, which it's now just been confirmed to be just another round on the board for Lazer Cats, streak extends to 5. I mean, if we continue to see this, then maybe Basement Boys really did miss a trick or two, particularly on round number 3, losing to those pistols. Suppose Lazer Cats at least get to give them a bit of a taste of their own medicine, as obviously that's the round that ended up losing them Ancient. Towards top mid, Tripex is going to be peeking behind this. Will manage to find Magan as well. It instantly slips away. No chance for owners D equal to trade. And instead, we pan over towards B, where Basement Boys set up a bit of a contact play. Trouble will find Kyo. Magic's orb strikes. Trouble not going to be able to quite get on the angle before Magic's able to cross. So still not having a huge amount of control on this bomb site. Kills being seen elsewhere, though. Man advantage still for Lazer Cats as Magic continues to hold the lines. Will actually back away now, allowing Trouble to get posted up towards short instead. Bomb to be planted and a post plant to be set up. You've got Fake Reality on the AK. Trouble on his orb.
Flank from Tripex. This is going to be the difference. There's so much utility here. Lazer Cats in such a good spot. Now all on Trouble. Recognizing that Apps could be the next point of contention. Surely just been spotted. And here it comes. Flashbang out. Trouble. Gonna get found. Nice find from Polbal. Don't know that. It's another for Lazer Cats.
How long is this streak gonna last until we finally see Basement Boys respond? Got another weapon round in play. Trouble's not going to be able to have the ult this time. I mean, Bomb Plant's a nice addition to make their buy slightly better, be able to bring out a bit more utility here or there. The most important thing is just get some rounds on the board. Lazer Cats 1 away from winning the half. Obviously, the fact that we can still see Basement Boys find 6 shows that this one's certainly not too far gone or anything. Lazer Cats are on this CT side, and I think from what I've got to catch of their Mirage over these last few months, which albeit is a rarity, yeah, T-side's not going to be brilliant for them, so I definitely think that they're going to be a side that want to push towards 8. But an opening kill here from Basement Boys might finally be what they need.
Positioning here on the A-bomb site is brilliant. Polbaldana is going to go searching, though, and if anything, this is just going to bait in Nicotine massively.
Polbaldana holds his line initially. He's been forced back. He's been tagged down. Magic will find one with the orb before Polbaldana's
They've just mollied off Nicotine as well. They've just mollied him, and he's not. The molly hasn't spread. There is no way they're ready for him. Oh, but he's decided to strike. Okay. He's going to get traded. It's a 2-on-3 that. Show some discipline there, Nicotine. You've just been mollied, and it's not spread to you. They're never going to know you're there. Magic. 1 versus 3 gone 1v2. I mentioned that decision making from the individuals of Lazer Cats has kind of cost them in the last couple rounds, and I think that's a prime example.
It's going to be a difficult retake here, yeah. There's very little you can do when players are playing so far back. You've really got to go searching for them, but even then, they'll back away even further, waste so much of your time. Yeah, it definitely felt like he could have played a bit more disciplined, see if he can at least try to get a double. Not going to work out on this occasion. I mean, round started with Lazer Cats being disadvantaged after losing the first pick towards middle, but Basement Boys finally, that's them breaking the streak and getting themselves that third that felt like they should have found on round number 3. But better late than never, I suppose. Best Lazer Cats can find is reduced to 9. And they're actually going to get adventurous over towards ramp. 2 players clearing out their space. He might fancy continuing to push and probe through. He's going to meet contact with Magan, who just looking to clear out this space from Palace. Will lose the gunfight though. Magan comes out on top. Dink is all that Nikki T can find. So advantage gained, and as well as keeping this real estate in T control.
Lazer Cats maneuvering from the B-bomb side. They're going to look to try and take some control towards short. We've got Caillou in con. He's got a flashbang. The limited utility for Lazer Cats, though, is going to be a bit of a problem. So they can't resort to retake. They're going to have to look to try and play on the bomb sites. And I think that's why we're seeing this clear in middle. Try and gain some, not only active information, maybe a pick back, what have you. Volley from Ona. Caillou's in front of it. Ona completely caught off guard. Caillou now repositioning. If there were any time to hit towards the A-bomb site, it would be now. Magic will find Crypta. Man advantage now for Lazer Cats. Pivoted so quickly. Still the low HP Magan in play. Polman down has got a Molotov. With only 30 seconds left, they feel they need to take this space in CT. They do get the first pick. Molly now picked up for the T's. 3-on-3 now. Trouble. Bomb plant denied. That's a problem now. Caillou attempting to do the same. Magic firing a pot shot. Timing of this nade looks good. Caillou's going to get chunked down massively, but still disadvantaged. Fake reality. That's a lovely find. No smoke for Lazer Cats. Kit on Tripex. And again, they're just taking their time. Lazer Cats. Flashbang into CT. Fake reality swings with it. I love it. And it's another retake. The Lazer Cats fumble. 4v3 on that retake. 3v2 deny the plant. And that's apparently not enough.
Yes, the fact that sort of Magic just doesn't quite go with him. He clearly
they know both players are on the bomb side,
with the AWP.
He was looking to jungle. He was looking to connector for a moment.
I don't know if they knew exactly where Magan was. The fact that nobody actually cleared him out. Maybe thought he wrapped around or something. Unsure, but the fact that he's low HP, trapped towards Tetris, it felt like that was the... If they knew exactly where he was, that felt like the obvious kill to try to search out first, but... Yeah, it goes against him on that one, and that's 2 in response for Basement Boys now. Lazer Cats will call a tag pause. Only 2 rounds left of this half. Lazer Cats aren't necessarily out of any danger in terms of when it comes to finances. If they lose this round, they will have a bit of a challenge ahead of them. Things here, Util lined up over towards A, Basement Boys and all their troops here as well. It's going to be a basic A, exactly.
Yeah, I like it. Keep it simple. Lazer Cats went for a refight in middle when they didn't have intel. Another molly towards Sandwich. Strong setup here towards A. Caillou. There is a molly on Trouble that could force him out. Nice line from Whole Bandana. Traded out. Owner finds Caillou. Nikiti doubles. Traded by Krivda. 2-on-2 now. No utility remaining. We've seen Tripex and Magic in this spot before, and it didn't pan out too well. Crypto's got a smoke and 2 flashes, but just takes the fight. I love the confidence there. Will cost him in this one, though. Should have just dropped the smoke. Trouble now in a 1v1. Magic, he's got him picked up a rifle. Trouble waiting for aggression. But the longer he waits, the bigger the question of where is Magic. And Trouble could just look to plant. We'll stick the plant timing for Magic. Looks really good on this. Trouble. Trying to get back towards default. He's going up the ladder. Okay. He's able to survive, in fact. And he will find Magic. Trouble. What is that? How has he just gone and won that round?
I mean, that's brave. I mean, don't get me wrong. If he managed to get towards Palace, let's say if Magic didn't hit those steps, if he was towards jungle, I don't think Magic's ready for that position at all. But it's the fact that Magic has all of the information, spots him going up there, but just fluffs his lines. Sure, it was a 1 versus 2, but at that point, he's not ready for you to be towards CT at all. Your patience there was rewarded. Basement Boys 6-2 down, and finally they start to come good. Magic opening pick here. It has still been taken from Basement Boys. I mean, we need to see Lazer Cats give themselves the lead, I think, if there is any world that they can go on to take Mirage. I think seeing them sort of start to stall out, ran out of steam a little bit here isn't what they want. Magic repositions over towards B, and he's there in time to get the trade on Krivda. Again, being mobile is Magic. He's instantly left B. Instead, going to go back towards window. It will be tested. All bandana under balcony. Also going to land on this MP9, which he swings out. Too easy there for Magan. Magic holds this cross. Flashbang isn't going to be good enough to force him off. Only flashbangs is what remains. Missed shot from Magic, but Keo won't miss one. Big reality, finds himself in a 1 versus 3. No missed shot from Magic, but he's able to find trouble beforehand. Lazer Cats, they at least do give themselves 7, but it's those 3 rounds towards the end of the first half, which gives Basement Boys a lot more than just life in this game.
I've seen this before, Charlie. I've seen it before, and I think we'll see it again. Lazer Cats, yes, they did have a good moment there where they get 6 in a row, but I think for Basement Boys, getting those final 3, getting the pistol could just be enough. They're moving to the CT side. Obviously, Mirage, renowned for its CT favorings. And this is where Basement Boys, they win this pistol. They are very much on track here. And then many mistakes made from Lazer Cats once again. Oh, they should be able to find these jewelies. Crypto's in the need of a lot of help. Caillou will find him. And now Trouble boosted up. Magan needs to get picked. Oh, it's all going to be on Trouble, but one of the quickest pistol rounds I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, just swarming that pack mentality and denying anything that Basement Boys have. Fake realities alone. Gonna have a few more teams pushing his way. The jump across, baits out the shots, and he is able to find 1 casualty. Quicker played round. Lazer Cats, finally, that's the first pistol they win in this series. And arguably, couldn't come at a better time. And it is just going to be the full eco from Basement Boys, so 9 will be given up.
I think this is a really good call. Go for the eco, get out the weaponry. I don't think you've really got the rounds to go for the force here. You lose it, and you're looking at 10-5, and whether you're on the CT side or not, you're not going to be too happy about it. So, certainly the right decision. Trouble's the Eagle. Can't connect, but they did go for the force in the end. Which I think is just going to be an awful choice. Trouble's Deagle again.
They're doing a lot of damage here. And a 2-on-2 is certainly possible. Bomb half ticked.
Oh, Crypto shot with an eagle. They know about him as well.
Where Magic is. He just needs to survive. Just needs to delay. Time going to be his biggest friend, but he managed to find it with the bullets. I actually think they win the round on time anyway.
CTs have to double dip. They have to purchase again. They have to purchase again. You've got Trouble and Owner both being able to buy. You have to full buy in this round. The money is so breakable for Lazer Cats, and you're going to have a strong investment yourself. Your buy, it's not going to be to the same level of Lazer Cats, but 3 MP9s with utility, 2 rifles with util, no defuse kit, that might be a bit of an issue. Lazer Cats, well, they've gone B the last 2 rounds. They want to go again.
Same broke. And then a couple of plays out towards middle as well. Quite a bit of pace behind this as TripX. Regular smoke almost exposed him, but he's ready to back away just in time. Jump spot spotted.
Good intel.
Here comes the acceleration. Rotator actually pretty far. It's just this MP9 for the time being, but Trouble's able to make his way in as Lazer Cats. This is not a commitment out here at all. TripX goes down. Keo from short.
This is the thing, they're waiting for him in short, and now the MP9 can strike. Crypto will get one, can double down, that's the bomb dropped in apartments as well. So it's going to be difficult to reclaim. Crypto's going to swing, could fight even more, he's got intel of both. 5-on-2 gone 4v2. Caillou, that's a big kill, but traded up by Trouble, and now it's all on Nicotine, going to get caught. Owner and Trouble, great rotations there. Crypto with the double as well. Basement Boys. They have done so well. Now the money is broken for Lazer Cats. They're going to have to force. Opportunity now for Basement Boys to rise to 8.
I mean, if we actually just saw a fast pop there towards B, there's one MP9.
Yeah.
Sure, there's only 3 in apartments, but tell me 3 players can't find a single MP9 on the bomb site. Who's being forced back as well.
There was a teammate towards short, so it knew that all you needed to deal with is the player on the bomb site.
Yeah, just too disciplined to a degree there from Lazer Cats, too patient. Back to haunt the Basement Boys, their second force buy is what pays out. I mean, that would have been massive if Lazer Cats win that. You hit double digits. Again, Basement Boys will have a question. Sure, loss bonus will be adding up at that point, but probably would just be a half buy. We might not even see a full buy out by the time Lazer Cats hit 11. Pickings here until Nikki and TripX managed to find a couple of kills back. We get a 3-on-3. Still far less weapons in play. Nikki has been able to upgrade to an M4. TripX in underpass. If anyone dares jump out, this is where he could strike. He spotted. He continues to fight. Magnet rotating in to help out Trouble.
Trouble's just holding for TripX as well. We'll find him. And now it's all on Magic. Bomb is planted for him, but there's a smoke, there's a molly. About him. Nice nade as well. At least they do get the bomb plant, I guess. It means in their next purchase, we could still see the AWP on Magic if he chooses to, I believe. Or maybe not. Big glass cannon, so. Thought that would have been just enough, but clearly not.
Again, we see Lazer Cats break away from Basement Boys, but it always seems like this team has a way to bring things far closer. And near instant, really. All 5 over towards apartments from the T side. It might just be a fast pop in towards B. Smoke is thrown, it'll allow the T's to get a little bit closer here. Nade will be sent behind. This could do a whole ton of damage. I think we're the one player.
Yeah. Gonna flash on through and just gonna be a spam. Krivda onto the side up. Tech9 not connecting for him. They picked up the rifle, we'll need a reload. Magic's Eagle can connect, and this is where Maggot needs to come through. Owner's rotation's good, and okay, they will dispatch of it. Nice nade onto Nicotine as well. Couple kills there. Not the end of the world. Lazer Cats, this is going to be an important purchase, though. Basement Boys can go on to take the lead with the result of this round.
But it is the weapons in play again from Lazer Cats this time. No pistols. Got rifles across the board. Magic. Unfortunately, not going to have an AWP or even an AK for that matter. look at the pace of this. ET didn't spot anyone, but he won't actually need to. He's been able to get into ladder really fast here. It does look like the T's are aware it's a possibility. Or at least they're aware someone might have been boosted up in towards window.
Yeah, and with that smoke down as well, Owner, his suspicions have just risen. Gonna have to be a good defense here towards B, but we've got Trouble posted on the angle. If he can find a pick and back away, he is peeking on in. Missed shot from Trouble. We'll be able to get out, but this has got to be the go call now for Lazer Cats. Molly towards bench. This is going to force him back even further. Smoke on the bomb site. Grifter, he's able to get one. Trouble finds on the AWP as well. Nicotine strikes from short though. Trouble needs to connect, but the missed shot now just needs to stay within the smoke and hope that his rotating teammates can help him. Trouble searching for a pick so viciously, but just cannot seem to connect. He has taken so much attention away. We'll finally strike it. It's a 2 versus 1. Magic, 45 seconds here, and they're going to look to jump out the window. Magic is never going to be ready for this. Nice rotations, though, out of Owner. Krivda only getting one there. Thought he might have been destined for a double, but still, it's a round victory for Basement Boys. Lazer Cats calling attack pause because I think they understand this might be the beginning of the end here.
Yeah, it's the same problem I actually think Lazer Cats have had a few times. You just kind of need someone to go. Someone to take this fight on towards the AWP there at bench. It almost felt like they were sort of dancing around him, waiting for him to give up really good look to actually take down the shot because it's so long. One thing the Basement Boys have been brilliant at is actually getting rotations into the bomb site really quickly. That's one thing that can sometimes be tough to do on the B bomb site of Mirage. You can see a lot of times smokes down, molly towards the doors, and you kind of just got those B players on the actual bomb sites caught in between. They've either got a choice. When the execute comes through, you back away quickly into market, or you're going to have to fight for survival on the bomb site. But Lazer Cats, it almost feels like they're just missing that 1 or 2 extra piece of utility that just deny the rotates. Because how many times have we seen players rotating and held that all for there? He should have been dead a long time ago. We should have had that bomb down. We should have had a post plant.
What's your take, Charlie? But at a tied up scoreline, I doubt it'll be. Might have been just a second as the setup towards B looks. I say it looks good. Somehow Tripex has gone and found.
Interesting how much Lazer Cats are prioritizing this B bomb site.
The thing is, it's kind of that idea of, well, most teams go towards middle and A, so if we can get our B takes well, we're going to catch them. And ultimately, it kind of has worked. Been able to get the bomb site, been able to kind of get out of apartments quite nicely, but bomb's halfway ticked. CTs need to hurry things along. They've got to smoke for trouble. Problem is, these smokes down on the bomb site create so many problems, and this might be 10 for Lazer Cats. This is going to be a save. Oh, Basement Boys. This B setup's got to be better. This has been poor. And how many times are they getting caught out by just a lurk in middle? I don't know about you, Charlie. It feels so obvious to me. Basement Boys, you need to just start taking mid. Start taking mid. Deal with the lurk early. Have those quick rotations.
I mean, finally it does work out for all Lazer Cats there, though. Though the pistols of all weapons, bomb site has been relatively solid for Basement Boys. Does collapse in that one. It's only a matter of time. And again, it'll be the first act pause for Basement Boys. Similar time to what they used it on Ancient. These guys want to hit double digits first, but I mean, one thing that is good to see, I suppose, is that regardless of the mistakes that were made, is at least Lazer Cats, at least Basement Boys are making both these maps competitive. Nothing's been free. It's been a real brawl between these two sides, and perhaps we did need to give a bit more credit to Lazer Cats in the pre-game, in terms of this being a roster that, I mean, look, I think we all knew that they could test Basement Boys, but in both maps now, it certainly is going the distance. They still have the chance to, of course, win this series. They're just 3 away. Basement Boys 4 away. This one looking a little bit more of a default from Lazer Cats, not sending 3-4 players early over towards apartments. It will just be Magic here with this AWP, hoping that someone gives him Gives him a reason to keep going.
I think for Lazer Cats, they made a big mistake on Ancient. Somehow, they're in the lead here after what's felt like a really difficult T side. They've got still the opportunity. Trouble, though, starts off accounts here towards A. We've been praising their B hits so much, and Lazer Cats, they say, well, actually, we're going to go A. I don't think it's going to work for them, but Caillou, that's a great find onto Magan. Nice nade onto Fake Reality, Flashbang accompanying.
I said...
Timing on that flash looks really good. Pull bandana. Won't get found. 2 opportunities there for Trouble, but doesn't land. Oh, Diggity is ready for Owner. And it's going to have to be a save again from Basement Boys. This is going to be 11 for Lazer Cats.
I was going to say, can Cryptocurrency back away? Oh, the question is still going to be posed to him. They should know that he hasn't been able to cross into a market in time. Nade will find. Crypto goes down. Fake Reality. He's able to back away with his M4. I mean, how much is that going to do alone? Trouble. He can buy. Oh, they probably can cobble together something if they want. Weapons being dropped across. Trouble brings out that AWP. Draw for mass. He's going to go for the M4 instead. Oh, still Division actually. I mean, the buy is good enough for Basement Boys to win. They certainly are going to have weaknesses on a couple of players at least. Yeah, you can see Fake Reality, Cribda, just 2 pieces of utility. 1 defuse, get on the saving player. Back-to-back tank pauses now as Lazer Cats are so close to the finish line, but still Basement Boys hot on their trail.
Well, this is the round that's going to decide the game, isn't it? If Basement Boys lose this one, I think it should be done. Saying that, they did go and win Ancient on a half buy, so I feel like trying to make any prediction or guess on expectation is going to be quite difficult. Do you think you could weigh in on this?
Well, as to where this one's going?
Yeah, who's who's going to win it?
If only it was that easy. If only, I mean, I feel like Lazer Cat should from this point. But equally, I felt like I had a decent chance on map number, technically map number 2, Ancient. I think I would favour Lazer Cats here. I think they have to. Look, they're 2 away. They win this round. It could be all done and dusted, depending on where Fake Reality goes down as well. It could be difficult to scoop out that defuse kit. Okay. That's quite the wall bank. Maggot down to 30 HP.
I feel like everyone goes for that pot shot and it just never happens.
I mean, pinpoint from Magic though.
Yeah.
And look, it's
look
back
how much
to
util's
old
already been
habits of
burnt.
Lazer Cats.
They've used so much utility here, Basement Boys, and they've got they've not got any control or anything.
It might not matter too much if they got 3 close towards this B-bomb site.
Yeah, it could be a quick
You
fourth
can have
as well.
Ono,
Look
quick
at
to
Ono.
rotate. Yes,
Oh,
they're
this is
so ready for this.
Great gamble.
Here comes the usual.
Nice nade on
Crypto being
Crypto.
tagged down. He's spamming it. Magazine. Trouble finds the first. Crypto's still alive. The Loyalty Magan chimes in.
Love the reposition out of Krivda. 4 versus 2. Basement Boys, we said this was a bit of a must-win round.
I mean, this is where the heavy lean towards this B-bomb site pretty much all game from Lazer Cats just gave Basement Boys that inkling. Look, there's been no presence over towards A. We've seen this util set towards mid. We've seen silence across the map, and more often than not, it's meant they've headed B. We'll send an extra man there, and what a difference it made. And already, I don't think Lazer Cats are actually particularly good at actually just getting out onto the B-bomb site. So having that extra man to continue to hold the window You can see how difficult that becomes. Safe from Lazer Cats. They can't easily buy alongside this. Got enough money in play, but again, it's a one-round game. So close to confirming we're going the distance, going all 24.
I think it is just so tough to tell where this one's going to go. Caillou electing, choosing to go for the Mac 10 here. Could have brought out an AK. I don't know whether this is the right play, but maybe a pop towards a fast push out of Palace for the Mac 10. Certainly could work.
Yeah, it's very tense here as that quarterfinal spot looms over both sides. Elimination always in the back of their minds, though. Yo, fast towards underpass here with his Max head. Leading flashbang sent in for this Max 10 to take this space. Really nice idea from Lazer Cats. Find an early pick. Even with all that presence over towards A, Magman is rotating in towards B. Because Owner's taking this space into ramp. He is still backing away, so it's going to suggest that regardless of what Lazer Cats do, this is not going to be a commitment just yet.
Good positioning
taking a bit of room.
as well. They can kind of leave A little bit. They will still have fake reality. Obviously, with no control in middle from Basement Boys, there is that slight worry about Connector. I think the issue here for Basement Boys, and I think the clear problem with their CT side at the moment, is they barely take middle. And with that, it just leaves nearly every round. It's such a guessing game. Magic looking to take contact with this, or positioning of Owner looks good, but that's good intel. It was around the corner. Need to see a rotation, though. Nicotine will find Owner. Going for a bit of a spam here. Fake reality is the next point of contact. Will find one. Positioning in short, though, for Tripex is good. He's been on this lurk in middle nearly every round. I just don't understand how Basement Boys can play so much Mirage, but be so timid to take any space towards
Still
middle.
might not matter. This gunfight towards jungle goes against Basement Boys. Magic strikes with the AWP. And although it's not going to be as extreme as it was,
Look at the money.
last time Lazer Cats potentially had the chance to win a round, Basement Boys are still going to have financial issues. Orb purchased, glass cannon, no utility. 2 M4 seen. Gripped it on a 5-7. Most importantly, Brett, Lazer Cats have 2 chances to close out this series. A series we thought might be too far gone for them after they lost Ancient. We said it was their best chance. Look, clearly they don't need their best chance. They just needed another.
I think this is where Lazer Cats surely cannot squander this opportunity. There's weapons in play for Basement Boys, but the utility, only 3 pieces, no defuse kit, no armor on Trouble, no primary weapon on Krivda. Lazer Cats, from the fortunate FF they got in map number 1, we mentioned the disappointment that was Ancient, kind of coined as their best opportunity, yet now 2 chances to close out the series, move to the quarterfinals, of which they will face off against the victor. Well, I say the victor, the game's already happened. It's Walczaki. Not going to be an easy game. And I think the mistakes that have been made from both teams, I think Walczaki could comfortably deal with them, but Owner, that's a nice find. Opening kill finally coming through. 37 seconds remaining. They spot out the FAMAS towards jungle. Molly under balcony. Trouble still here towards Triple. Just gets the tag on this occasion. Trouble under pressure. Missed shot again, but Kriv does 5-7 confined. Trouble just going to be chaining the flashbangs. There is this flank from Fake Reality. This round should be guaranteed with the lack of health. and the flank. Trouble gets another. Magic with a missed shot. Caillou beats himself down by the volley, and Maggot can find. Double Up could be saved if they want. Fake Reality opts against it. Basement Boys now just needing this one. Still going to be a decent enough purchase from Lazer Cats. I don't know about you, Charlie. It feels pretty obvious what Lazer Cats need to do. Maybe play it with a bit more pace. Utilize the middle.
Go back towards
Go
B.
back towards B, no. I was thinking about saying it. And they probably will.
I mean, one last chance. One last chance to take this series in regulation. Otherwise, we head to OT. Ripek's chance to get the first pick. Trouble will show instead. Owner strikes from the flank, but from Apartments, Paul Bandana does fine, but it's all falling apart here for the T's. No kills are coming through.
I heard the steps of Caillou as well. Owner's going to find him. Oh, maybe not, but Paul Bandana getting traded. Caillou, 1 versus 3. There's a weapon to be picked up. Has the AK now. Can't find the first quick enough. That was an opportunity there. Had to take it. Molly going to be sent. Which swung on. We'll get the kill, though. 1v3 gone 1v2.
No,
Caillou.
surely.
No, of course, but Fake Reality, if he gets taken together, Fake Reality will find. Overtime is needed.
Oh, I see. I saw a world which somehow the Technoline who slips past the murder hole to upgrade a weapon manages to win that, but it's not to be for Lazer Cats. We're going to need more rounds to decide this Ukrainian derby between both sides. Things are heating up. 13-10 victory for Basement Cats. They keep themselves alive. They obviously had to do things the hard way. Losing map number 1 by default, but still. And essentially, what is this best of 2?
the Basement Cats.
The Basement Cats, that's what I said. There you go.
Yeah, I love it.
I told you,
Look,
it's like combined 11. It's
Yeah,
like combined 11. We're going to finish this series and do our best at like combined 11 to beat the Basement Cats.
Well, we'll get Magic. We'll get
the
Magic.
Laser
in.
Boys.
We'll double up. The Laser Boys. I think the Basement Cats is better than Laser Boys. That's like a Big Bang Theory physics pub quiz name.
Well, here in middle, it is just the Lazer Cats, and it is Trouble with another opening kill.
We need to get a pattern on that name, by the way. I reckon we'll have a team called Basement Cats in the
I'm
next few
hoping we
weeks.
see an actual mix come together. Owner finds, here we go. They're looking for a few more gunfights, and they're coming out on top. Trouble with another.
5-on-2 now. It should be a 13th. Obviously 13. No longer the winning number. 16, the new game. Rolling back to CSGO, I guess. Nice find from Owner. Second of the round, and Paul Bandana all that remains. This lurking Apartments will get 1, but doubt any more will come.
Bandana does get found. Magan finds that final pick to give. Basement Boys 13, slightly too late though. Bill, one step closer. Bit of a tech pause before we continue with things here. Is on the side of Lazer Cats, this Slate Tech. Probably makes sense as 2 of their players haven't bought just yet.
Yeah, hopefully we get back into the action soon enough, because you don't want any momentum shift. You don't want to see kind of a drop off in this game. I think in the moment, I think Magic, again, this feels like the type of game where he's getting kills with the AWP, but not necessarily having that same level of impact. I look at the rounds where Trouble's found frags. It feels like nearly every single one of them has netted in a result of the round.
I mean, you posed a question to me only a handful of rounds ago, but it feels like we're looking at a very different game now. It's no longer Lazer Cats on top. Basement Boys now. We're here on OT. Lazer Cats are 2 map and series points. Posing it to you, do you think it flips now? Do you think Basement Boys should be the side to go on to take things? The fact that they bought themselves from the sort of depths of defeat, the claws, the jaws of it, whatever you want to say.
Yeah,
put
probably.
themselves there.
I think Basement Boys probably do take it. Again, it's clear that the pressure does get to Lazer Cats. We saw it in the tail end of Ancient. I think we are seeing it here. I think the next round will be a determining factor though, won't it? Oda, nice find onto Magic. Early man advantage, 2 in Palace, 2 towards middle, but now going to be grouping towards the A-bomb site. Strong setup towards A, and it's contingent on the fact that we're just seeing Trouble play in market. Nicotine, he's going to look to go out now. Maggot in a really good position, and he will just swing, but he's being held. Nicotine finds fake reality as well. Okay, it is now a 3 versus 2 in favor of Lazer Cats, making it a 3 versus 1.
Trouble alone, he's smoked off. Gonna go through the smoke, straight into the AK. You'll find Lazer Cats find one back themselves. The advantage initially felt like it was just gonna topple Basement Boys away. Clearly not. Just the fact that we see 3 kills so quickly.
Absolutely incredible. Like, just ridiculous.
I think if Lazer Cats can manage to win this final round here on OT, this would be huge for them. 2 on the T side. Seeing regulation, we did see. Well, in terms of when it actually came to full buys, we actually only saw teams win 3 rounds. The pistol, both teams won on that T side. One initially, Trouble chimes in with the AWP. Still to delay the CTs for now. The bomb should be trying to get planted, but Magic just posted here. There's only 2 players actually on this bomb site as Tripix is over out towards B.
Yeah, we've seen Tripix on these lurks time and time again. Still a little bit of time on the clock, so it's not as though they have to go towards the A bomb site.
The issue is that the longer this takes, the more people are going to start to be aware of
Trouble's
Tripix.
just had a look. He's just had a look, but Tripix has found that kill. Positioning a pull bandana is really good as well. Obviously, you know about him. Will get taken down. No trade from Tripex. There's still the man advantage. And this is kind of where Tripex, he is just going to sit here. Sit and wait, but timing's going to go against him. Magic clearing apartments. Base being taken now towards market. Magic holding the angle. There's a flank coming through, though, from Oda. Flashbang's good. Should just try and get the plant off now. Smoke's out of the windows. Great positioning on this flank, and Magan will find as well. Basement Boys, they will find 14. Probably should have found all 3 here on this ET side, but it was that quick triple entry that really changed that round. But no successes for Lazer Cats in this one. So Basement Boys, they need 2 to close it out. All 3 need to be found from Lazer Cats in this next one. Feels like we might see another OT, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the chance of it. In 3 for Lazer Cats, 2 for Basement Boys. But then on the T side, never going to be easy. Been a little while since we've seen Basement Boys back on this first half. Obviously, don't forget, towards the end of the first half, we actually did see Basement Boys win the last 3 out of 4. And that, it felt like they started to come alive there. Native the Smoke actually exposes JiJieHao. Fake Reality is ready to wrap this one up.
Yeah, triple kill from Fake Reality. He had huge impact in that first map, but he's on for the ace. And TripX, he's in a great position.
So, I mean, when there's 5 to 5,
I genuinely think the only way he wins this is if he just waits this out and goes to the ninja. Just hide. You don't need to kill him. He could turn around. There we go. Oh, please. He has no smoke grenade.
Probably not.
It's never going to happen.
Oh, I want to believe so badly.
Krivda
He will be cleared. Brilliant awareness from Krivda.
But why?
I mean, it does have trouble on the other side of the map. You got Fake Reality searching as well. They are wondering where on earth is he. But well, yeah, what a round from Fake Reality. But a brilliant clear from Krivda. Basement Boys, it's their turn to have 2 map in series points now.
I wish he had a smoke. That would have been so cool if he had a smoke there.
I would have loved if Krivda didn't clear him,
Yeah.
just to see if the T's would have gone far enough as a unit that there's a chance he could have.
I doubt it. Like, you're surely just going to keep one around.
But it's the fact that you've got 2 players already on the other side of the map is what made him question. Okay, we still don't see him anywhere. No contact's been made. But let's see what Basement Boys can do. 2 chances on the T side. Brilliant start from Fake Reality, just looking to take every gunfight and winning every single one of them. I think so far, if Basement Boy's gone to win this series, without a doubt, he is the MVP. Great on map number 1. Great here as well. This time the CT is taking middle. Your aggressive spotting nothing out. Owner who's out towards Tetris will be found.
It is this play through B though. Magic has to hit this shot. Will connect though. Good kill onto Krivda. Fake Reality. A heroic moment. Throughout that last round. Already progressing out the smoke is Krivda. Spotted by Trouble though. That's a big find. Needed the smoke again. Within it. TripX can get one, but Fake Reality trading. Nicotine, that's a big kill onto bench, and it's now on Magan. 1 versus 3.
I don't know where this final player is, but that doesn't really mean too much when it's still 3 to find. So far, no one's actually watching towards apartments. He will be the only player who considers might be the option.
I wouldn't mind him staying up on the balcony for a while, but now drops on in. Information gathered, rotation will come soon. I think he gets one. Magic strikes on the orb though. One more opportunity for Basement Boys, and then we have to do it all again.
I mean, had chances for both teams. If we see Basement Boys lose this one, both sides having 2 map and series points, both teams not being able to actually find a killing blow. 2 over here towards ramp early, including the bomb. I think we saw Trouble being boosted up, actually. And nothing spotted, so a quick back away. And Trouble's now going to join his teammate for a moment in terms of giving some utility over towards Fake Reality, allows him to hold off this middle position for a little bit longer. As well as potentially give the idea there's a few more players out here towards top mid, but 2 smokes will be thrown. It's going to be Basement Boys leaning over towards B, so Lazer Cats heavily favouring this side of the map themselves in regulation. Re-aggression towards mid. Fake Reality. The one is great. Lots of damage onto Magic. Surely he can't back away.
That's so much more damage. It's a 5-on-4 with 2 players low. This is the problem. There is a flank coming through from Nicotine. He will be the one player to make a difference. Trouble. He's on the AWP. Nicotine, it's a question of how disciplined can he be. Will finally strike. Fake Reality needs to rotate in. Trippix gets one. Trippix with another. Oh, it's all on Fake Reality now, and the missed shots come through. Lazer Cats. A 4-on-5 with 2 players low. They have made it work.
And we go to a second overtime. Nicky T, his flank. I mean, I'm sort of a bit shocked that Trouble did not consider it for a moment that could come through. I mean, realistically, you kind of understand he's got Fake Reality towards mid. And what are the chances that someone's just backed all the way through A main, ignored Fake Reality to go into apartments? But yeah, one oversight, the issues it caused.
Look, the second that we see Fake Reality able to survive in that moment and deal damage to 2 other players, to me, it just feels like that's surely
it's
a
the
one
fact that no
round.
one on the bomb side finds anything. They don't even find a single kill. That's what's shocking. Neither team yet to find 2 rounds on their T side of OT. Maybe that will be the difference. Do have aggression here from Trippix on the orb. And Trippix strikes. He's got 2 players closer in apartments, but Trouble's not ready for it at all. Like, Reality taking some good space here. No one's directly watching for connector. But as he can get himself pretty deep out towards 8 if he wants. He even gets away into jungle now as he backs away, but from short, Nicky T strikes. 2-man advantage out for CTs. Magic's
Great
rings
fight.
out as well. And this one will be around for Lazer Cats here. All on owner, eventually swarmed upon. Lazer Cats up by 1.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to be one of those long drawn-out series. I feel like both these teams have made plenty of mistakes. Both these teams have had plenty of kind of moments of brilliance. You look at that Fake Reality ace. But even that's not enough.
All's called for basement boys. Overtime pause being used here. I mean, they understand the importance of this T side. You know, to try to see if they can give themselves at least something to work with. And they'd love to find 2. But you do have to really look at these map points that teams have had. There really have been some good chances in there. I think that final one at the end of the first OT, more than anything, made me believe that was going to be it for Basement Boys. Lazer Cats eliminated, but that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. Out towards mid as a 4. Ace here towards short.
Super
EU. He's got to stand and fight. He will be removed. Trippix on the second orb finds 1. Drops out this flashbang. Will miss a shot. Just allows the T's to get even closer. Krivda strikes. Man advantage for the T's. Krivda takes down another orb here.
Obviously, Krivda only got that intel by kind of landing on his teammate's head there. Bit of good timing. This will be Basement Boys finding 16 limits if things go massively wrong. No downside to going to this or for this Lazer Cats, as they've definitely got enough money. Pushing in. Krivda does really well to get another and out owner on the flank, but Magan finding Basement Boys. They do get 1 hit. Hot take winner of this round wins the game. That's not that hot of a take, but
Here's my hot take. First team to 19 wins the game.
I could be wrong. I can go another
It could be, but that's why it's hot take.
So true. Hot take. Ukrainian team wins the game.
Yeah, this is not what we're doing now. Just okay. Keep the draw going. Doesn't know when to end. A little bit like this game. Fake reality. Baits out the orb shot, but Bandana will be able to find one. Could be a really good bait setup between the orb and Magic finds first. Nicky under so much pressure here. How is he alive? He is just dodging bullets. Eventually will be put to rest by Magan.
Molotov looks good. Trippix is going to push in front of it. Nice find. Owner gets one, but Trippix again. Magic finding. It's now all on Owner. And Trippix is able to back away.
Very passive now from Lazer Cats. They hear the bomb being stuck. Look at all the space that they gave up. But hearing this go down, they know they've got a bit more room to play with. Magic will hold the line. Owner hears this, but Magic finds. Lazer Cats, again, 2 on the CT side seems to be the standard. We need Lazeman boys to be flawless, though, on their CT to win this one.
Yeah, I think at the moment, we need to see a better performance. I want to see more from Caillou. It's been far too quiet. I think, look, the rest of his team are really stepping up. You look at Trippix in that last round. You look at Nicotine. He's been doing really well. He's kind of the outlier of this game. Krivda as well. Look, it's not as though anyone's a non-factor, but I think this is where, at some point, Lazer Cats, you feel like they kind of squandered it on Ancient. You don't want it to happen again here on Mirage. Trippix with super pace here. We'll find... That's an excellent find from Trippix. He's been on this lurk towards short nearly every round, and Fake Reality says, well, actually, I'm going to deal with this by just playing in ladder. Trouble on the orb. We will find one. Spots 2 crossing as well. Completely in the open is Caillou. We'll send the flashbang. Trouble just stares into it, but can't find Caillou. A slight spot of him before the flash pops is enough. 4 on 2 now, and they just swing into the bomb site. They deny any opportunity. Magic on the orb. We'll maneuver now towards jungle.
1 versus 3 from the man himself.
Ooh,
there's the first.
There's one. These players are split as well. He's got a minute to work with.
Bit of a smoke here as well.
Oh, I like the fake steps, but sadly, not going to pan out. It's not like anyone's close towards jungle or connector.
Maybe I mean, the lack of contact, though, is going to make Basement Boys question things. And that's why Trouble's now looking towards CT spawn instead. It won't be long before Fake Reality starts being paranoid about a ramp flank as well.
The issue is the bomb. It's just got to go pick up the bomb at some point. But you are right. Look, Fake Reality is somewhat worried about ramp, so he's going to push into it. He's not going to check, though. Interesting. Okay. Positioning for Fake Reality is brilliant. Just crouch so Magic can't spot him from stairs initially. Basement Boys. They will find 17.
All square again. Either one of these teams need 2, the final 2, to win things. 1 step closer for Basement Boys. I mean, this does feel like the climax to this series that we needed. Our first series of today. Rounding out our 2nd stage of these round of 16 matches. You got the smoke pole bandana. 2nd one to break, but no one's playing behind this for the CTs. Very quiet across the map right now. You have this aggression here from Fake Reality down towards ramp. There is going to be contact coming his way. He's actually got backup in the form of Magan, but Fake Reality going down, and Magan not quite quick enough to get on the line, but still being aggressive towards ramp. It's so tough to know if this is going to be good or bad for him. Will actually opt to back away onto the bomb site. Becoming a little less isolated than he was, but advantage from Lazer Cats. towards.
Nice
No
find from
one
Oda.
plays.
That's a big kill for Oda to get.
Still got Mag and hit on this bomb site, unseen, undetected. He's got a round in his hands.
Only one.
One.
Trouble's got so much utility here. Ona's creeping on out. Low HP for Nicotine. All going to be a question. Trouble finds one. Nicotine might have to swing now. Shortly feels a little bit trapped. Molly towards Firebox. Nicotine. Get spotted soon. He's still hit. Bit of spam coming through finally, Nicotine. How has he not been taken down? There's no time here. Ona will eventually find him. But that is now 18 for Lazer Cats. I've got to say, I think Trouble's a little too slow in that one. He gets that first pick and then he just stalls. I think at that moment, you've got to pull out the sidearm. Your teammate can flash you in and you can try and do something.
I mean, Lazer Cats, they will get their third mapping series point. Comes in second OT. They've only got one more chance at things before we go one more time potentially around the ring.
I think the communication for both teams has been massively off. I think it's very clear to see. You just look at that 2 versus 2. Try and send a flash in.
Ag pause for Lazer Cats before we potentially head into overtime 3. It is overtime or bust again for Basement Boys. Been in this spot before, but they managed to just about clinch things. Again, that was on their CT side. Please start ticking down. Over 30 kills for both Fake Reality and Magic. With both these two on map number 1 as well, leading for their team. It's the same story here. Spam to the smoke, actually deal a ton of damage to Magic. It's hit by a bit of utility as well. Magic will still go down. He goes back for a second look, but that's where Trouble waits.
I said this to Basement Boys. The big issue that they've had is they've never really taken control in middle. They've gone for that. Worked out nicely. They've got this man advantage. Utility's still pretty decent for the CTs. Timing on this flash looks really good. We're there. Ona could get caught here. Even more damage. Down to pull bandana. So much util still here for the T's though. They've got 3 smokes, mollies, nades, flashes. The whole 9 yards.
And down now, Ona drops a flash to look to peek.
Oh, what a find. See, that's a great kill though. Tripex finds Trouble. It is all on Maggot now. And he gets taken down. We finally have a victor here. It's Lazer Cats. Expected to do it on Ancient, unable to do so. Yeah, Basement Boys. They are able. They get taken down on Mirage. Sorry, I'm getting caught off guard there with the
PowerPoint slide.
Look, I think Lazer Cats, we needed to see a bit of magic. We needed to see something go their way. And finally, they do take Basement Boys down. Look, I don't think either team's going to be proud of their performance in that game. I think there was far too many mistakes. I think there was far too many errors. But at least Lazer Cats can now maybe go into that game against Walczaki and say, well, what did we do wrong? What can we build on? And can we try and win it?
Yeah, I mean, far from pretty map and Mirage as well, which is kind of a bit of a rarity as well. With Mirage being a bit of a known quantity, it feels like teams normally have their like pocket rounds and strats, but they feel like they ran out of them very, very quickly, and then it became super scrappy. A lot of chances squandered, but you have to look at that in probably a bit of a more hindsight factor of Basement Boys, like they are going to be kicking themselves, right? If it wasn't for, of course, the initial error on towards that that map number 1, you know, look where we would have been, right? Yeah, they obviously had to forfeit that, and then they end up getting a really nice Ancient, stealing it away from Lazer Cats, and then fumble it in towards the 3rd. But, you know, if things had gone to plan, we would have been settled in 2, and that's not the case. So for CMD, they've got to be kicking themselves as a way to drop out here in that round of 16.
Yeah, I think it's particularly the fashion that it happened in. After Ancients, they just about managed to win that one. It felt like we were probably all under the assumption, okay, this is this Basement Boys series to take now. And I like that Fred pointed out a bit of magic towards the end. Wasn't actually magic involved in that round, so it was nice to see just some of the other guys chiming in. And the fact that final round in particular, it felt like Lazer Cats were always disadvantaged in that round, but somehow individuals managed to dig them out of trouble. is good to see. The fact that these Lazer Cats sides can at least actually match Basement Boys individually. I wasn't quite sure what we'd see today. There's a few unknown pieces in terms of Paul Bandana, what we're going to see from this guy on the server, Tripix as well. I mean, there's no confirmation that these guys are going to be on the roster long term. This could just be a short-term solution, but the fact that they managed to get over the line, put themselves in towards that quarterfinals, it feels like this very much is take things one map at a time for Lazer Cats. Don't look too far ahead. If you can manage to get a win against Walczaki, I mean, this would continue this fairy tale run because already best in Basement Boys, it feels like a big success already for this side.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is only our first game of the day. We have more to bring you. Up next, we've got INOX Division taking on Falcons Force, which has the makings to be an absolutely banging game. But let's find out. First, we're going to first one to a quick break. When we are back, we'll get into all the prep for game number 2. All right, welcome back. Heading into our
Love
second game. Despite a two-mapper, technically speaking, still a marathon, and we're even a little bit behind schedule as well to head in towards our second. It's Falcons Force taking on INOX Division here, of course, continuing in this round of 16. It has potential to be a very, very interesting game as well. Two sides who actually I've had some decent form. Falcons Force, some notable names. Of course, you've got the likes of Nucleons, who's played with the main team. NATO Sappings, who's standing in with this side. INOX on the other side as well. Fenman really making a name for himself. Loads of talent here. A team that are really, really fun. Zola, talk to me about this INOX Division team.
Scary team. Very, very dangerous. Charlie and I got to catch them yesterday. Ultimately, they did just lose the first map because they barely play it, but super sharp. And I think this is something that we know about this team. We've come to know about this team for a while now. Any team that's got Fenman on it is just going to be crazily good when it comes to firepower. Kissel as well. He played really, really well yesterday. The thing is, I think the beauty of INOX Division is they quite literally do just have 5 players that can just carry a game. Obviously, Notaneki's playing instead of Good Death. I think that is now permanent, or at least it feels permanent. They just have so much firepower. And I think as well, not only do they have firepower, it doesn't feel like this is a team that has just been thrown together. They do clearly have like a good identity of how they want to play. And ultimately, I think there's a reason that they are on such a good win rate at the moment. I think they're just a really good team. I think when they have played against top tier opponent, they have been bested, but that's kind of expected. I think that is cool. Always quite a tough breaking point where it's like, well, you're going to beat the teams you're meant to beat, but when you only get to play these kind of higher teams that are in the top 50, top 30, you are just going to lose. And I think sometimes it is just quite tough for a team to kind of make that next step. But ultimately, I think INOX Division, they certainly could make it to the next step because they do have great firepower. Yeah,
absolutely. We can take a look at the team on the other side as well of Falcons Force. And CMD, you know, this is a team which themselves also have a fair few players that are worth mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. They themselves also have a few players who do put up some good numbers. I mean, you mentioned Nucleons. He's another player in the rare chance that I have got to catch him. Only actually watched the team once, or cast his team once, I should say. But yeah, he had a brilliant performance there. Still very young. It's a side that I do think there's a good few players that, I mean, they've got a very bright future ahead of them. Greco on the AWP as well, someone that's got to always make note of, similar to Fenman on the other side of things for INOX Division. I think that's going to be an interesting sort of bout between the two of those. And I actually don't think INOX Division, when we actually got to catch them yesterday, don't think they were on their A game whatsoever. But like Fred was saying, in terms of firepower, you have players like Notaneki completely dropped the ball. Finn W as well. Both of those guys really struggled, and yet you still had Kissel and Fenman just leading the team by example. That there always are those sort of 4th, 5th players that even if you've got a couple of names that are gone a bit absent, you've got a few on this side. Yeah, it's going to be fun to have Nat Suffix on the server here. Obviously bringing a lot of experience to a side that certainly are going to need sort of a bit of, I suppose, a bit of time and a bit of room to grow. Like, this isn't a side that I think we're instantly looking at and saying, oh yeah, they've got to make deep runs at events. They've instantly got to start winning. But we do need to see gradual improvement. And I think seeing a few of their results, seeing them go from close qualifiers to make it to a playoff here or there, I think we are slowly but surely seeing them get in that right direction. The fact that once again, seeing them obviously here at another playoff, a chance for the quarterfinals to play against one win there. But their challenger is obviously this INOX Division side, which, like a lot of games that they've been in recently, they are going to be favoured. But that doesn't always guarantee anything, as obviously we saw them play against that Nordic partners side. They're in their very first official as that 5, and still it did take them a little while to get off the ground.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. We have the veto here for you as well. We got Cash, we got Inferno, we got Nuke as a decider. 2 of my favorite maps in Cash and Nuke, may I say, and then my least favorite map in Inferno. But nonetheless, a really interesting veto here. Falcons Force, they've been playing in towards this Cash a little bit recently. I caught them against Misa only a few days ago and looked really, really good on that Cash as well. Individually, very, very solid, getting the likes of kind of like Greco and Nucleons playing super solid. I thought Tape had some nice moments. NATO actually didn't look out of his depth either, despite not really obviously playing and being in the server for a while, only in these stand-in appearances. He still looks pretty sharp in his own regard. Inferno as that follow-up, though, is obviously a very, very decent map. For both of these sides, but in particular for INOX, have been playing into it a hell of a lot. And if we do go towards the other side of a Nuke, everything favors INOX there in terms of the stats. So Zola, how are you feeling in this one?
Well, the thing is, I think Falcon Force, I think you're kind of expecting them to put up a good fight here on Cash. They picked it twice here in this event. They've won it both times. And I think ultimately, I think they do have the slight edge on Cash. We were talking about it kind of in the green room. Feels like quite a puggy map at the moment, especially with it kind of being a bit unconfirmed of how you want to play. So I think it could work for INOX.
Yeah, it looks like this game is live as well. So lads, I'll throw it over to yours. You enjoy it. Cash to start.
Gonna have to be a good start here for Falcons Force. They kind of need to win map number 1 because I think it kind of is determined. If Falcons Force are going to win this series, you're expecting it to be 2-0. I think for INOX Division, they've got a very good chance in Inferno, Nuke as well. And I think maybe the firepower could overwhelm on Cash. I think this is the type of series where Falcons Force, I think as vetoes go, they've not done that badly. I think it's just unfortunate that the Mirage is the insta-ban, but we're going to be saying this in so many games for INOX Division. Their insta-ban is Mirage. Already in nearly every veto, they're going to have the advantage because most teams, Mirage is a staple of their map pool. We've mentioned nearly every team has such a dry map pool at the moment because most people hate Nuke, most teams ban Cash, Anubis is just like hit or miss. Like, I feel like at the moment, if you're a team that actually just bans Mirage or Ancient, or Dust, I feel like you have some advantage in a veto. But at the moment, pistol rounds looking all right for Falcons Force as they've gotten that opening pick onto Nochtaneki. Super patient here as they're looking to head towards A.
Yeah, very slow round from Falcons Force. Sort of want to touch on that veto discussion in a moment, but for this pistol round to kick things off instead, it is going to be this A player, like you said. I'm going to have a look in at the very least. Opening up the door. Let's see if we can take this duel on the bomb side. Nucleons that actually finds cost instead. FinW drops to take where another player actually who's got a fair bit of experience despite still only being 22.
Yeah, look, I feel like Tapeware, kind of his time on Copenhagen Wolves, I don't know about you, Charlie, but it felt like the Copenhagen Wolves team was always struggling. Struggling to get out of Swiss stages, group stages, what have you. But I think we're definitely going to bring some experience. Great looking pistol round here from Falcons Force. We've been seeing it a lot. Kind of, you know, the highway smoke that's thrown, the kind of the volumetric one. We're seeing a lot of teams peak actually before that smoke lands, and 9 times out of 10, it just catches off the CTs. So I really like the idea of that peaking before the pistol. I don't think they actually get a kill before the smoke blooms, but I like the idea of kind of getting aggressive before we even see the smokes down. Very little util for INOX Division, so they couldn't even give that retake a go. Obviously, they were disadvantaged anyway, but a good start for Falcons Force. Straight away, we are in a technical pause, sorry. Believe it is on the side of INOX Division, so hopefully that'll get sorted soon. Well, time is ticking, so...
Yeah, in terms of the sort of vetoes that we were speaking about, look, I agree in terms of having a Mirage's ban certainly is always relatively decent, but I think a lot of that does depend on how good INOX Division actually are at Cash, and we don't actually have an idea. I've watched a lot of the South America CCTs recently, seen a lot of teams picking up Cash there, so seems a surprising amount of it, but over here in Europe, it does feel like a lot less teams are actually as willing to pick it up and play it, it seems. It almost felt like every series someone was picking it in South America over there. But the fact we still haven't seen INOX Division play this one, it's difficult to get a grasp on how much work they've actually done behind the scenes. Obviously, with Mirage as their inspan, they have to have done something. With it staying as their inspan as well, there has to be some work done behind the scenes on this. It's just how much of it. And for a side like Falcons Force, who are a team that are looking to actually pick into Cash a fair bit recently. Yeah, you've got to be at your A game, even though, sure, they're a less experienced team than you guys. It doesn't mean you can have any free roads.
The thing is, arguably, for INOX Division, they've played at kind of this tier 2 level, right, for quite some time. If you look at the events that they've played in, they've attempted to make some kind of deeper runs in some bigger events, but ultimately, I think for this team and for the names, you could make an argument that maybe the experience is greater on the Falcons Force side, however silly that may seem. Played at higher levels. Actually, Natasapi. I imagine there is going to be a lot of prep here on Cash for Falcons Force for Cash. I feel like they've done so much work on this map.
That's a relatively simple round here. Kissel does manage to get a couple of kills. Obviously, this is just the full eco for INOX Division. So, fun of 3 kills. Kissel continuing here. Gets to bring across a rifle. Phenomen as well. Holding on to an AK. Is technically a weapon for scoop up as well. Kissel will be found. And we'll see if Koss can actually find anything with his USP. Not ready for a player potentially to be sneaking behind. It will be a save towards Sunroom.
1 damage will they take. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I like the idea of the bomb.
No,
I do just
I've seen
think moments like that are a bit
of
extreme.
That is ridiculous. They're like 5 steps away from the bomb, and they take no damage.
It is strange because obviously they increased the bomb radius on a few maps, but including Inferno, just to sort of stop players from being able to save directly in the bomb site. Because already the A bomb site retake was difficult. I mean, as is the B, but increased it. But it almost feels like they've done something that kind of completely goes against that, where you can now save very close to pretty much every bomb site.
It's a massive advantage to the T's. And like, I think on a map like Nuke, where you're on a different like vertical level, that's where I'm like, okay, I don't really mind it. They are so close to the bomb, and it just does nothing.
Well, this is the first weapon round for INOX. Obviously, fair bit of damage dealt in the last from Kissel.
I think once we get the AWP on Phenomen, that's where I feel like INOX Division will thrive. I don't think we've spoken that much about Phenomen already, but he is quite clearly the highest rated player in the server. And I feel like as the series goes on, for those who haven't seen Phenomen in action before, will soon realize as to why. Tabeware, nice find onto Koss. Veno finds Kissel as well, and Tabeware with another. FinW under a lot of pressure. Molly at his feet, forced back on the bomb site. FinW against the world. Can't even find anything. Nice triple from Tabeware in this round. Falcons Force. It's a good call, but it's just nice kills.
When sometimes that's all you need. Keep things simple, do the basics right. And that's a really dominant round. So I was a bit cautious that we instantly see Falcons Force lose this first weapon round, and the amount of damage that INOX did in the last was going to come back to haunt them. It's going to be quite the opposite. 5 survivors. Unless Notaneki's overly desperate to see if he can remove some of them. And he's going to remain that way as the bomb slowly ticks on down. Notaneki to save his M4. A 3-0 start for Falcons Force on this Ash. That, like we said, already a map that they're more than willing to pick up recently. Played against both Misa and Bebop on this. 2 really comfortable victories that they've had. Both of which just in the last week. They've actually been great at both sides of this map. You see a lot of teams on Cash, actually. The amount of times I've seen sort of comebacks on Cash, particularly, like I said, in South America, where what's most of it played, where teams are so reliant on the CT side. But Falcons Force, like you said, it's clear they've done a lot of work on it. Their D sides are also super potent. I don't really feel like they've got a weakness in just the handful of maps that they played. So we'll see if INOX Division on the fly can try to snuff something out. Bit of a mixed bag in terms of a buy. We will have Phenomen on the AWP. Notaneki obviously with his saved M4. Well, the rest of the team just going for a half buy around this.
I don't mind this decision. I think the AWP can have impact, and otherwise we'll look to save. The AWP is here towards A. This is a strong A set. Notaneki now flashed in. Spots out nothing, so we'll back away. Seemingly going to be an A finish here for INOX Division, but obviously we're still a minute on the clock. They can pivot if they want. Phenomen peeking in middle. Tabeware turning from the flash, needing to clear. The 5-7 going contact, being patient. Tabeware spotted as well. Tabeware could get found it. Notaneki swinging. And now you've got 2 towards A. Got a bit of a split now. Veno, contact taken. Fenneman on the orb, going to be peeking. Rifle in the open, but the fight goes the way of Veno. So 3-on-3 now. Fenneman, he's going to look to push on through this smoke. I love the idea of it. But just whether he's ready for Veno. Peeking in, but Veno will take him down. Excellent round and moment here from Veno because this was a 4v3. His double kill, huge. Kissel and FinW making their way in now, but the reposition out of Falcons Force is excellent. Kissel will get one, but Veno again, look at the positioning here. He's going to completely catch them off guard. Just the tap of the bomb. Kissel seems aware of this, in fact, but Veno can find him. No quad kill for Veno. Safix is just going to play with the time here. Full stick of the bomb from FinW. Now charging forward is Safix. Well, we'll get him off the bomb. We'll go and win the round. INOX. FinW not going to be able to survive that on 1 HP. So Falcons Force with another round victory. This is an excellent start here for them.
I mean, it's what they needed. Map number 1, we know that this is one of their better chances. Sure, they're in front is pretty good, but they are playing against INOX on one of their most picked maps, one of the most played maps. Superb win rate that they have on it as well. Obviously, like you said, we got to catch them on it a few times recently. And it feels like always a bit of a slam dunk for them. More often than not, they are victorious. More often than not, they win comfortably as well. Again, look at this, out towards mid, couple of kills found. Beyond finds Fenneman. We do see a kill from Notaneki towards highway, but there's no safe haven to back away to.
That's where Notaneki, it's clear that they don't have that kind of perfect awareness and understanding of the map. He's got to realise that there's going to be at least one more player in middle. You can't just back away to CT. You're going to get caught. Nuclear onto the nice
that's
triple.
what Falcons Force have done so well. There's 2 players out towards A as well. One's in A main, one towards the squeaky door. There was no safe area for Notaneki to back away to. Even if he did manage to cross that corner, I'm almost convinced he gets found by one of the players towards A.
Probably. I think it's really good out of Falcons Force. Nearly every round has kind of been a split approach, and INOX Division are struggling with it.
I mean, that's the thing. We see a lot of CT sides on Cash early. I mean, you see when the map was first introduced, when we see still only a handful of games, you see a lot of teams very, very slow, almost just default everything and hope they can pick apart, and it ends up the CTs being pretty much the dominant half, where obviously don't forget back in the day, Cash was still relatively balanced, but slightly T-sided. But with a side like Falcons Force, who are coming into this with every round feeling like they've got a clear intention, a clear identity in terms of what they want to do, as well as players hitting their shots, as well as players always being there, ready for a trade, ready to pick up the slack if anyone is gone missing in that round. And that's the difference for Falcons Force. This is a great look. Really impressed with the start that we're seeing from them. Another half buyout from INOX as they continue to hemorrhage rounds on map number 1 of this series.
Individually, Tapeware's thriving at the moment. He's 8-2. Look, I feel like Tapeware, he's not expected to be that type of fragger, to have such a level of difference-making capabilities individually, but I think at the moment it's been an excellent start for Tapeware.
It's all will be flashed in. It's a brilliant flashbang. Nothing though. Slightly too late to peek on in. Allows Tapeware to regain some vision and finish with that Mag 10. So fleeing this take gears towards the A-bomb site once again. And it's got to be another save from INOX Division. Half the rounds of this first half played out already. Falcons have gone flawless.
Do you think this is the lack of preparation from INOX? Do you think this is Falcons Force overperforming in the kind of the individuality and kill metric? Or what's the causation of this 6-0?
The thing is, I actually really wish we could watch INOX play against maybe a team who doesn't seem as well versed on Cash, because I think we get a better gauge of it there. For now, I probably will say this is just Falcons. This is Falcons playing a great A game. You've got individuals delivering as well. Nice to see we're top of the scoreboard, 9-3 right now. But yeah, it feels like we're seeing INOX have no time to settle. So I don't really even know what their CT size is meant to look like. It feels like Falcons are dictating absolutely everything. We're not seeing anything particularly proactive from INOX. They're getting picked apart. I mean, that was the most creative thing we've seen from INOX. Tried to flash Kissel in, but even then, it just became the sort of spark that ignited the fire for that A play. We've still got 6 rounds for INOX to try to see if they can play with, try to see if they can actually find something on the board. But yeah, so far I'm giving mainly all the credit over towards Falcons rather than say I just don't think INOX are playing well enough. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's always going to be an element of that. So this definitely feels like a team that's come into this with a playbook that they've looked to perform and work on. Picking up a map like Cash as well this early on, you know, there's going to be keeping weaknesses. Nothineki will find one. Venom's already found the opening kill with the York. Flashbang's so good. Koss can keep his teammate alive. And this is finally a round that looks like INOX should be the side to take it. They got players all in position. They got flanking Kissel as well.
Kissel, that's the key aspect. Nice fighting from Venom. Finally, we're seeing what Venom can provide. The flank from Kissel will come through. Natasavix will get 1 kill beforehand, but finally, INOX Division, they'll put 1 round on the board. I didn't realize Cast the Curse just happened from Thought, because the second I saw 6, I was like, okay, maybe a 13-0 could happen, but I guess not. You're not even allowed to think about it.
You're thinking that's early?
Yeah,
that's
really
brave.
INOX looked awful.
You watched a 13-0 recently?
I haven't.
I think it's been
and
a
that's
while
what I was
since
thinking
I've
about.
watched them as well.
That's what I was thinking, like, it's due, right? Great HE grenades. Venom finds Natasavix. Excellent utility here from INOX. Venom again.
It can be a quick pivot now from Falcons over towards the A side. Still have Finn W. He's sitting in this smoke uncleared. Leons finds one. And miss shot from Ricky will cost him his life. INOX, okay, they double up now. That's going to be them breaking this economy to some extent from Falcons.
Fenman gets 5 in the last 2 rounds. That double opener, brilliant. The util damage was excellent as well, but look, I think for INOX Division, we say so much of their victory reliant on this man, and yeah, stepped up massively.
Leons finds the first pick on towards Kissel. He does have the AK in the round. The rest of his team, very little to play with. No armor actually on anyone else. Well, that's a good start. It's going to be difficult to transition this into an actual round victory still. Zanecki finds one. He still can't get the trade. It's just a Glock of team wear. PG50 though. Well, NATO can. England's finally involved in the action here again. Moving towards a Finn W at the cart. Elevated up though. Nucleon's not looking the right way. Fetterman does actually on the PG50 to find the last 2. Another multi-kill from Fetterman, 3 in that one. Continuing this good form. What's that, 8 kills in the last 3 rounds now?
Yeah, pretty ridiculous, Fetterman. I feel like a lot of the time, Charlie, when we point out players to be the difference makers for teams, it's not, you never see it as clear cut as this. 6-0 down, Fetterman finds 8 kills, 6-3. It's and I think you can see as well the difference in play style from him. He's gone from, okay, well, I'm going to play maybe a little bit passive, hope for players to look and kind of come into my crosshair. Now he's like, well, it's not going to happen if I don't push. So I'm going to go searching for these picks, and we're seeing it from him here towards B main. Now since backed away. Oh, no, he hasn't. I'm just getting confused. We're in useless right now. I thought we were in Sunroom for some reason. Still getting used to the kind of the changes for the map's like graphics.
I actually love the new one.
I think they're good.
I think the map looks great.
It's much better than kind of just the green everything.
Yeah, I look. Don't get me wrong. I like the idea of what
The
they're trying to go
overgrown
for.
It looks cool, yeah, but it's not. I think they kind of.
The worst thing is actually it was right when sort of the agent models became a thing, and you ended up having everyone sort of abuse the green. It became so difficult to see. Yeah, loving the look at this. That's great find from Cos. Glon's will go down. Fenneman's ringing on out. Finds Veno. Teammate
Can't
in
cross.
W will be found. Has to just jump across. Mission from Veno. Okay. Be caught off and surprised by that. The drop down. How on earth? Well, Greco alive for that long. Eventually he's put to rest. 2 versus 3 on the post plant. Look at the space taken from NATO here.
Yeah, a lot of util here for Kissel as well. Just needs to send this molly at the back of a bomb site, and that's where Tapeware might struggle. Force into the open now. It's Tapeware dealt with by Notineki. Natasafing's going to get caught completely off guard by Kos's discipline. And that is now a 4th for INOX Division. Well, we hoped to see something on their CT side, and that's now 4 in a row.
I mean, talk about better late than never for INOX Division. The way the Falcons Force were played, it very much did feel like this could have been a bit of a stomp hit. I'm pleased to see, actually seeing the moments now from the CT side before it's too late. Another half buy from Falcons Force. Another chance for INOX to bring this game even closer. Still got the opportunity for a 6-6 halftime score. There's going to be another B lean here from Falcons. Break of the smoke. See where peeking behind it. It's not spotting anything initially. We'll creep through this now, itching their way in towards checkers. It is only FinnW here. He is very isolated. Flashbang in the bay on the bottom side. Finds nothing. Natsafix takes him down. Kissel falls elsewhere as well. And it turns out all they needed was INOX to leave A very vulnerable. Spots out. Notineki will not actually be able to find him, but he does enough damage. But I don't think Notineki's going to be feeling too good about going for this.
They've got so much money, they have to, surely, right? There's no downside.
Yeah, realistically, I think that is why they're sticking around. Of course, we'll find that Sapphire where a nuclear on the strike. Venomant, probably just consolation kills at this point. Round is going to slip away. The teaser giving absolutely nothing up to him. Missed shot here.
Shots from Phenomen here. I love how, by the way, I love how that is the that is the level he's set for himself, right? Couple missed shots in a game. Phenomen's off the mark for that. Like,
I mean, that's the thing. Realistically, every AWP is going to miss. You know, there's no AWPer that's going to hit absolutely everything. But it's the fact that if you put yourself in opportunities where you do still miss shots, I'd rather you miss shots and never be in those chances. And Phenomen, he always wants to get involved in the action. He's right up there with Tapeware at the top of the leaderboard. A couple of kills behind. Volley here onto the boot. Nucleons is going with a bit of pace. Tapeware keeps his teammate alive as a flashbang was breaking the CTs and quick kills in response. Now Safik wins out his duel onto FinnW, who gets aggressive over towards B main. He goes down as well. Falcons Force are advantage. Chance for them to find 8 before moving on to the second half. And Falcons is pressing pause, waiting to see if INOX make a mistake, get adventurous. Venom finds leads to a 2-on-2. They know Kissel's nearby. Breaks the fence and backs away.
Bomb has been planted.
And will go down and fed him towards heaven.
Now Safix is in a really good position. They do still have mollies. Oh, Fenneman finding Veno there. Oh, Molly should clear out the bomb site. Wondering about a flank. Time could be the big issue here. Nice trade from Kissel. We'll get the defuse off. From 6-0 down to 7-5. Not bad at all from INOX Division.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
No, I mean, certainly do bring themselves back into the conversation at least. Curious to see what they have prepared for their T side. Because Falcons Force, out the gates, instantly started delivering. But it's the fact that, primarily when we started seeing Fetterman get involved is when INOX were able to respond. Couldn't get anything done, but as soon as he starts finding anything, that's when INOX do flip the script on that to a degree.
Big pistol though. INOX, they can find it. Obviously they'll level up the game. At least expected to, but to be fair, most teams just second round force these days, so can never be too certain with those types of comments. But not Neki, that's a nice opener. Nucleon's dealt with. Savix is here in middle, but Koss will be clearing. Nice find, and not Neki takes down Greco. This is an excellent pistol out of INOX. Destined for success here as FinW gets another take. We're in a 1 versus 5 and couldn't be further from the action.
Terrorists win.
Clean sweep. Barely any damage even taken. 1 bullet is all that Falcons Force were able to deal there. And what was that 6-0 is just 1 round between these two teams. Do the CTs even consider going for a force fight? Got a flashbang bought from that Safix. And that is going to be the extent of it. So chance for INOX to bring things dead even here. And they go part of me still probably is just due to the lack of actually watching this INOX side play any cast. They obviously first official here on this map. Part of me just with that in the back of my mind and knowing how good Falcons were, getting to watch them obviously in those first 6 rounds, still make me think at some point they're just gonna get back to those ways. At some point they're gonna be able to close this out, but as INOX continue to get this game closer to a point where they actually have a chance to take the lead in the next round, I mean, that will start to slip away.
I think as well, look, we mentioned that Falcons Force, it was clear, great preparation on this map, but coupled with the individuals stepping up. You know, we saw Tate where he was 9-2 at one point, now 13-9. We saw Fenneman really struggling, but now he's stepping up. And I think this is where maybe INOX just started the game really slow, and it's not actually maybe a determination of kind of strategy or game plan, and actually it's maybe these teams are a little bit more evenly matched on this map when it comes to kind of prep, and now it's just going to be a game of individuals, because it clearly feels like INOX Division, it looked like they were just struggling because they didn't know what they were doing on the map. But also, if you're not shooting back, look, Charlie, me, you, and Neo can prep cash all we like, but if we play against Falcons Force, we're going to lose. So I think that's where INOX Division...
That's also the thing. We saw INOX yesterday, didn't we, versus Nordic Barners, where first map of that series, really, really slow to get anything going into losing 9-3 at the half. But at that point, it was too late. But yeah, it seems like they might have a slight knack lately to maybe start map series off a little slow. But yeah, here they are, 7-7, bring themselves more than back into the equation. Flash in towards Checkers. FinW 180 finds Natasafix.
Veno's a little bit isolated here, and it's this double volley onto the bomb site. I love this util set towards the B bomb site. You just swarm it with utility. There's quite literally nothing that you can do. Great find from Kissel there. Takes down Nucleons, and now the retake. I hope they give it a slight look, because a lot of damage has been dealt here. The 3 players on Falcons Force only have a tiny bit less health than the remaining 5 on INOX, but they are just going to be going for the save. Expected to half by around it. got a decent purchase. I'll have 3 weapons, some utility, certainly enough to find victory.
The first time INOX have been on top this whole series now. But obviously, we will have to flip things if this game does go the way of INOX. We will have to be favouring them massively to take this series in 2. Being on Inferno, being the team that has been stuck together for a bit longer now. I say that it's been 5 months now since TWC has actually been on this roster. Still feels a lot more recent to me, to be fair, but obviously less officials at this level. Still only a handful of event series played in the grand scheme of things. And he's looking dangerously strong for INOX. Guess we'll release cash, sitting at about 3k. Get events there from, you know.
Look, if INOX Division win this round, we're going to be seeing a 10-7 scoreline. Being 6-0 down, now going 10-7. It's pretty crazy. Great HE grenade onto Nucleons there from Koss. Fenomen's going to do the same. Nucleons. How has that nade not hit?
I think it's a bit too shallow, maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
Why are you having the lineup as much?
Oh, another nade. Timing on this. Nucleons will.
Oh my!
There's another one. Nucleons. If only we saw the first nade hit. There is another one on Finn W. He is in Sunroom right now.
Runs all the way back to drop it over.
Gets down to 1 HP and a smoke kills him.
I mean, starting to finally make that move now are INOX.
Honestly, I think that's the best usage I've seen from nades in a while. I feel like a lot of the time HEs are just thrown willy-nilly and you're kind of like, well, not going to get much usage out of it. If we know Nucleons are just going to be jump spotting. Let's do that. Veno. Awkward position, feels very much one and done. Flashbang coming through. Now looking to push on in. Great information onto Kissel. Bit of a return fire on the spam, but Veno is one and done. Natasafek's on the back of the bomb site. Flashbang comes through from Nucleons. He's chipped away at heavily. Down to 9 HP. 12 seconds. Natasafek, he just needs to get the one, but Notaneki finds him. Bomb plant can come through now. Fast flanks coming through. Fenomen needs to be wary of this, but he will take down Greku. Tape wet. As this secondary flank. Koss has found Nucleons. Fenomen spots out Tapeware. And now it's a 1v4.
They will be dropped a delay, but they're going for it. They want to remove absolutely everything. Fenomen double here. 9 on the board now with an expected 10, but it's just going to have to be the half buy from Falcons Force. This is astonishing. I mean, I will say, even though, let's just say they're going to win this, even though it will just be one map played, I think a few teams might be looking at this and saying, okay, maybe we shouldn't pick cash against these guys.
Charlie, Fenomen was 1-5 before he put on the AWP. He is now 15-7.
I mean, just shows what this guy can do. I mean, he's doing it with a rifle as well now. But very much has felt like he's been the catalyst for this INOX side. Could see Notaneki being his partner in crime. Obviously, like we pointed out earlier in the pre-show, yesterday, 4 run-in from Nordic partners. Didn't cost his team. But just looking at Notaneki's, when I say Notaneki's rating, pretty much looking at everyone's rating on INOX Division. It's a bit of a shock to see anyone have... Well, he finished with like a 0.75 rating.
The thing is, I think it is quite tough in this team because ultimately, sounds weird. There's not enough kills for everyone to get. Like, sustaining these ratings it's going to be quite difficult. Like, you look at Kissel. Kissel's such a talent. He's only 11-9. Like, Finn W and Koss, in these types of games, it is tough because Fenneman's getting loads of kills, as is Notaneki. And it's like, well, there's just not enough kills to go around.
There's an opening kill here.
10-7, the expected scoreline here. Tapeware's, I believe, dropped over an orb. Playing towards the A bomb site here. I like the fact that INOX Division have kind of just looked to play super patient here against this half by recognizing actually, well, they're a man down. Most likely they'll have to take a bit of a risk and look to push. Reku on this invested orb gets the double. Excellent here. Greku again. 4-on-2 now. And Notaneki, he's opened up the door. He needs to find success, but whether he's going to recognize the player towards Forklift, he's not. And it's all on Fenneman. A 1 versus 4 now. Holding the angle for Greku. That's the bomb drop, though. Round over. Falcons Force get 8. There's quite literally nothing that Fenneman can do. Sneaking in. Greku finds. What a decision from Tapeware. Drop over that orb. Greku finds 4. That is just majestic.
I mean, have someone who can actually rival Fenneman here, and Greku's able to do so. Been quite quiet on this map so far, but what a moment to sort of assert your presence on the server. Still, Falcons Force are behind, but that's a big round. To sort of give them a kick up the backside that they needed, just to sort of bring themselves back a little bit closer. Nucleons gets a double here. He feels a little bit reminiscent of the first half, where we just see quite the streak from Falcons Force, and one moment just completely shifts how the game is played.
Look, I think regardless of the outcome of this map, I think INOX Division, they have done enough, in my opinion, to say actually they know what they're doing on Cash. I think the way they've played, the utility set that they're showcasing. Obviously, they're going to know some util, but it feels like the timings of everything seem pretty well thought. I think at the moment, they're still going to have an opportunity in the next round for investment. So there's certainly opportunity still for INOX Division, but 9 rounds being found, especially being 6-0 down. Got to try and find Nato. Oh, you saw the gun barrel. Notaneki. Finally, someone on his team let him know. 40 seconds. Now we're going to head towards B. Greku's going to be rotating in, though. All because of the space-taking measures from Tape, where he's deep towards A main. This is brilliant. Such a strong setup, but the teams aren't even going to give it a look. They're going to go for the save. Not a bad decision. Notaneki can drop 1. That'll be for Kissel. Fenneman can drop as well if they need to. They'll get a purchase in round number 19.
Well, that's been 9-9. Both teams fought away from leading this series, with Inferno waiting on the wings. Seen a lot more of that map than we've seen from Falcons Force. Equally, just like Cash, Falcons Force best in Bebop and Misa on that map. Did lose the Quasar. Like you said, still just about got enough money in the bank for INOX to be able to buy. Same won't be said for the next round. But it's the fact that we ended up seeing Nucleons just get that double from the get-go. So quick to find 2 in the last. Maybe back to the drawing board for INOX. As realistically, we haven't actually seen a huge amount of their team side. We saw the pistol victory, rounds that followed, and a couple of the weapon victories. But apart from
Great
that,
find from Finn W.
Amount.
If he takes on Natasafix, I was going to say that was going to be a really costly altercation, but Natasafix will find him. Fenneman on the orb, peeking here. Greku, nice angle. Fenneman taken down. Been waiting for that orb head-to-head. Greku besting. Kissel now going to look to play in front of this smoke. Little does he know there's 2 players here. Kissel will catch Natasafix, though. He comes through from Tapeware, but he doesn't get the pick. And now Kissel Smoke towards CT. Molly on the back of the bomb site. It is going to be this acceleration towards the B bomb site now. Kissel peeking wide. Tapeware just behind. Cost confined. 3 versus 2 now for INOX Division. It's on the shoulders of Nucleons and Greku. Quite far removed from this round, though. Seemingly uncertain of where this lurk is, but there isn't one. One will get planted in a second. Nucleon's on the flank. Still a lot of utility for Greku. The same can be said for INOX Division. They send another smoke in CT. They've got 2 HE grenades to send towards Heaven. It's just going to be a save from Falcons Force. Their money's not perfect. You're looking at Savix. Probably going to need a drop to get out full utility. You're in a 2 versus 4, so far from the bomb site. Chance of winning the round, pretty slim. So, good decision on the save there.
It's a great kill from Kissel, though.
A huge
Using that smoke, finding the first. He pushes out, takes that space. Cost goes on to actually open up that bomb site. There's a massive find onto Nat Safix from Kissel.
Sorry, what? How has Cost taken 65 damage further away from the bomb and his teammates taken 1? Obviously, I know how. It's because the new bomb mechanic is based on like the wind and the explosion the bomb makes, but just mental.
Lazer looks to hit 10 first.
Early util sent from Nucleons. Oh, smokes in middle from both sides, but Natasafix playing in front of it. Double nades as well in middle. Fenneman looking for the peak early towards A main. Clearly, it's going to be a bit of an A finish here from INOX. Might look to send these nades. Nucleons isn't here, though. Decision for an execute now could be so problematic for Falcons Force. They're both playing towards quad. This is not somewhere you want to double up on. I feel like you're just going to get in each other's way. There's going to be a big problem, and it's just a tag. There's got to be a molly. There's so many. Here comes the util. Natasafix burning. Positioning for Natasafix. He gets away from the molly. Kissel finds him. And now they need to deal with the AWP. We have seen a rotation, though, within the smokes. Fenneman gets 1. Veno, that's a big pick back. Tapeware on the AWP, missed shot. Reload caught. Veno, he's done well, but Fenneman will eventually find him. It's now on Greku, 1 versus 3. And as I said, the second the util comes down there, the players at quad, they just feel so on top of each other. Feel so awkward, and ultimately, the double AWP has not panned out in this round.
Yeah, I still think they mollied quad. I still think they mollied MBK, and that was the biggest issue. If they mollied quad, sure, the AWP would get flushed out, but it almost feels like you're baiting Natasafix in even more. But it's the fact that they actually mollied there, and they just forced forward. Sure, the AWP can slip away for the time being. They were eventually will get overwhelmed by Veno does a decent job to find a couple of kills, but it's just consolation. 2 with 1. This shot here allows the rifle to creep even closer. Combat open now. This shot onto the sidearm. But Fenneman eventually gets that
as well.
trade.
That's a big
sure,
kill.
They lose a couple of players, and it will cost them potentially in the long run, but more so removing it for Falcons Force.
It's a full purchase now. It's a full purchase. That's the important thing. Falcons Force now, they lose this round. They do have the full loss bonus, I guess, at least, but looking at the odds, so heavily favoring INOX now, because not only are they in the lead here on cash, but the recognition of that both Nuke and Inferno are specialist maps for them. So, excellent scenario for INOX Division to be in at the moment. Kissel felt like he was destined to find at least something, but Nucleons gets a double. Not really gone to plan there from INOX.
Yeah, saw this a handful of rounds ago from Nucleons where he does the exact same thing. 2 kills found for the man himself. And this is where losing those few players could come back to haunt INOX, because it doesn't feel likely that they're going to be able to win this one now, 3v5. I mean, they are a side that always feel like they can turn the odds in their favour. But assuming this one goes against them, I don't know if they're going to be in a great spot in terms of loss bonus. And it might actually allow Falcons Force to get right back into this, maybe even more. hedging their bets over towards B, even though we're still quite aggressive with this for mass. FinW's been here for so long, still has to consider Veno's position as he remains tucked. FinW will clear, has spotted, has found.
Excellent from FinW there. Able to take this space towards the B bomb site. I have to say, I think INOX Division, their opening kills towards B have been really clinical, but great fight here. FinW needs to get the spray transfer. Natasavix, if he just swings with his teammate there, he guarantees to kill the trade, but we'll still get it in the long run. Money's now in an awkward spot for INOX Division, and that's why they're calling for this tack pause. Both Kissel and Koss will struggle to buy in the next. What a tough call to make. Do you force it? Do you go for the investment? Would you maybe play against the book? Go for the eco here. Yes, it means that it will be a struggling buy for Kissel and Koss, but Fenneman can get out the AWP. FinW and Notaneki will be on AKs. It's a tough call to make.
I mean, this is the fine margins of Counter-Strike, though.
I think the eco is the better decision. But they're going for the Force. I think it's a really tough one. It's a really, really tough call, but
we'll see if it pans out. There's side, there's no stranger to a Force fight.
The upside, obviously, is map point, 2 opportunities, money potentially broken for Falcons Force. Well, not broken, but fractured as Tapeware and Veno will struggle to get a hefty purchase. Deep flashbang coming through. This is nice. They're taking space as a unit, but the T's so well prepped for it. And this is where Natasafix, he needs to hold his nerve, but he's going to go searching in. Koss wants to go pick up a weapon. Fenneman found. No trade seen. Natasafix, he's going to drop the molly. Switching weapon is Koss. Notaneki going to get found. And it's all on Kissel. He's elsewhere. INOX Division, all they needed to do was fight as a unit or back away as a unit, but they give up 1v1s, and Natasafix has a great double.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really rough. I almost saw that playing out exactly as it did as soon as Koss backs away. As soon as Koss backed away to sort of look elsewhere to see if anyone was aggressing towards middle, you end up having Fenneman be the first point of contact. And as soon as he loses the gunfight, you have a PT-50 to try to trade. It sort of needed to be the other way, where if Koss gets taken down, Fenneman can look to find. He can be the one with a rifle to look to get that. But yeah, it was just the inverse. Koss, INOX Division, obviously Koss wanted... I mean, not just Koss, there's other players who wanted to upgrade to those weapons that were dropped over, but Natasafix opts against backing away and looks to fight forward, and he gives his team 11. Probably even 12 off of that. Just P250s, there's a Deagle or 2. Blocks as well, and a single flashbang on FinW. You need a miracle here in INOX Division.
I think it's so easy to say, well, look, if they went for the eco, whatever, but they actually got the man advantage. They let the rifles do what they needed, get those opening kills. And I think that's where if INOX Division, all they need to do is play as a team, play as a unit, try and trade it out, trade the pistols for the rifles. Look, you can make things work, but they messed things up there. Look, already INOX Division have put up a really good fight here on Cash. But I think Falcons Force, the fact they should get themselves to 12. Look, I think OT would be a fair representation of this game.
Well, a couple of kills found from the CT side. We're expecting this one to be a cleaner one. There will be no AWP for Fenneman in the next. He's had some good rounds with the rifle, but the fact that we see this massive string of rounds for INOX Division where they won 9 out of 10 for a brief moment before we start to see Falcons Force deliver. You'd think hearing that, INOX Division would be the side that would certainly be on top first, but after the 6-0 start that Falcons Force had, it gave them enough in the tank that they are the side. It'll only be one, but they still have a map point to see if they can close out their map pick.
Well, Falcons Force, they started off this game so nicely, and they'll hope to finish it off even nicer. Obviously, this would be 6 out of 8 rounds being found. Obviously, the middle portion of this game was dominated by INOX Division. But when Falcons Force needed players to step up, it's that quad kill from Greku that kind of changed things here. I think looking back at that, INOX Division will know, look, that was the round that we royally messed up. Looking back at the demo, they'll go, well, it's an AWP and 4 pistols. And we decided to just peek into the AWPer.
I mean, equally, you've also got a couple of rounds later, INOX Division find that success on the A-bomb side, where TWC's double AWP. They end up eventually hunting down Greku's AWP.
Yeah, you mentioned
the round straight after, go on to lose 2 players instantly towards Nucleons in the same way that he's done previously this half already. And that's what killed their own finances.
Not an Eki. Gonna all be about timing here. I feel like playing towards Squeaky. I've never thought it's a good play. I feel like you're kind of just in such a tough spot to have that much impact. I guess opening of the door will take so much attention away, but I feel like you're always in a really troubling spot, and you kind of just have to bait your team a little bit.
See, it used to be my favourite position on this map.
So then there you go.
You know,
as a true baiter,
maybe it just takes a certain level to play the position. Maybe that's why you don't get it.
A baiting.
FinW opening kill. This could be massive for INOX Division. As they look to encroach towards this A bomb site, elevated up. Spam hit far off connected.
Tabeware has got to go nuclear. There's one. Needs more though. Under pressure. Tabeware secures a second. Natasafix's rotation is brilliant. Elevated angle. FinW's rotation. Up highway will come through soon. Still a player elevated here. And Natasafix finds. What a round between Natasafix and Tabeware. Look, Nero mentioned it in the pre-game. Natasafix has come in here for this event. And ultimately, he has packed a punch. Gets a triple in the final round. Ends the half ends the game as the top performer. Excellent from Natasafix. Excellent from Falcons Force. They do take map 1 and they are poised now with 2 opportunities to take the series. But Neo, why don't you give us a bit of a breakdown of that game?
Yeah, honestly, really, really well done right at that tail end just to pick up that form, a bit of consistency, 4 rounds on the bounce. But you actually got to really ask questions about INOX Division on that T side because it started so well. 4 to start with the pistol, you get things rolling a little bit, you get the money in play. The guns come back out for Falcons Force, and it feels like, okay, you know, a couple of rounds here or there. But the second we get up to 11, it feels like at that point, done and dusted. And then INOX fall flat. Their economy gets broken. They go for these sort of slightly simple pushes towards that B site, and it was too easy to shut down. So in the end, fantastic work. And you know, you touched it right at the end there. I touched it at the start. Natasafix actually looks pretty sharp when in on this side. He's only standing in, and for Cloxy, of course. And Cloxy is somebody's individual form hasn't been fantastic as well within this team. Nato's bringing a bit of firepower alongside Nucleons, of course, who we always expect to put up really good numbers. The only thing I will say is Greku may be a little bit quieter than what I was used to in the last time I saw this Falcon side. But regardless, it's a really good showing and a really good performance from this Falcons Force side to kickstart things. And for INOX Division, close, but it's not going to cut it here. So we have to see something quite special towards the Inferno. But the question now at CMD really is about, can we actually get this side of Falcons Force overcoming them on Inferno? It's a map in which obviously both of these sides play, and Falcons Force don't mind it. They just don't have the same level of reps.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I think they're probably going to need a little bit of good luck going their way. Maybe another slow start from this inner side. Maybe that could be what they need. But look, actually, I'm not quite as sold on Cash as maybe I thought I might be for this INOX side. After we saw that massive streak, I did sort of put it down to maybe it is just a slow start. But as soon as there's a few more weapon rounds in play, I start to think, yeah, maybe this is just lack of a deep playbook, really. But that is something that they do have on Inferno. And that is it's a reason why it's been such a consistent map for them recently. They've battered their last 3 games, just steamrolled through it. I think there is a world where I can see Falcons Force win it because they themselves have been able to get a good few wins on it. They've looked decent when they've played it a handful of times, but obviously this is a different caliber of opponent than they've played recently on a map like Inferno. So, yeah, I certainly think it's going to need to be a good bit of luck. I think you're going to need to see players like Greku actually have a bit more impact, as well as see if Natho can somehow pull off a similar performance from him. Great to see him top in the charts, actually. But if you can manage to have sort of a few more pieces actually being able to go toe-to-toe with their opponents, I don't see why they can't.
Yeah, and it's got a bit of confidence as well from Tape, where I thought he looked really, really sharp in a sense where we very rarely expect him to put up a lot of numbers within this side. Really good stuff. Flip side, Fenneman, another fantastic performance from him, but he did lack a little bit of support outside of Notaneki, and Kost, who's somebody who's normally so important for this side. His time in Nuclear Tigers was fantastic. Not good enough here, so we need more heading in towards map number 2. But for now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, it is that second map up on the docket. It is Inferno, the pick of INOX Division, to see if they can tie this one up. Sit tight, we'll see you there.
All right, well, this is a big map. Obviously, INOX Division. It is must win. For Falcons Force, it's opportunity. And it's most likely their best. I said it right at the start of the series. It feels like for Falcons Force, their only chance at a win is a 2-0, as their nuke has been less than ideal, and it is a real asset for INOX Division. So, gonna have to be a good start here to Inferno. They do have the CT start. Are we going to be seeing double nades onto Nucleons? We saw plenty of that the last game. Natasafix, his flank is brilliant. And now they are trapped in Banana. Forced to go through here. TWC going to push in front of this. Flashbang looks good. TWC's shot's not excellent, but will eventually connect. Bomb plant can come through, but a 5-on-3 seems less than ideal. And Nucleon's nice find. 2-on-5 here with low HP Notaneki. Fenneman. It's going to have to be a big round on the pistol, but they're just going to wait out the smokes. They've got the numbers. They've got some time. Oh, okay. Fenneman and Notaneki both finding picks. No defuse kit at the moment, but Venno, that's a big kill. Natasafix just a tap on the bomb. Fenneman needs a big round here. He's getting flanked upon. Needs to start finding these kills, but Greku can take him down.
Yeah, and enough time there for the defuse, but actually got a little bit tense there after we see a couple of kills there in the 2 versus 5, considering how low one of those players were. But still managed to actually find it. Falcons Force on top on their opponent's map pick of Inferno. See, Inferno is a map that we do see Falcons Force not mind picking up, not mind having picked against them, but certainly isn't anywhere near one of their most played maps. That's
Look at
right
it, though,
down there with sort of their cash right now.
Look at it, though, like INOX Division's cash. We've never seen them play it. The assumption is they're not going to be great at it. Game went 13-11. So,
we have certainly seen it. Falcons Force. They don't always have, particularly when you consider the actual sample size of the amount of maps that these guys have played overall. I mean, INOX have played just a ton more Counter-Strike than this Falcons Force side, but yeah, interesting what to expect. Like we said in the post game, I certainly do think there is a chance for Falcons Force, but they're gonna need to play at their A game. Fast play here into B. It is forced by TWC. Force tries to spam to help his teammate Nucleons, but Nucleons actually is found. Lots of damage dealt to these players in general. Nathan on towards TWC brings him down to 21 HP, but it's a 4-on-4. Weapons still favouring INOX for now. They've got a molly, they've got a nade. That's being juggled across. Here comes the smoke down towards Banana. Molotov over towards New Box. It's a double dark setup.
yeah, this is great as well. This is all to bait in. I say to bait in the Mac 10. Mac 10's not even going to be needed, but eventually will, I guess. Kissel can find. Weaponry can be... well, I say it can be retrieved. They do have that M4 picked up by one of the Mac 10s, but still a Mac 10 in play. Great response from INOX Division, though.
Yeah, it's a good response, and it's unlucky there for Nucleons on the bomb side to find nothing. TWC does his best to keep his teammates safe, tries to take away the pressure from him. Not able to find anything at the bomb site, ends up giving up an M4 as well. Again, another look over towards B. It might just be a rinse and repeat of the last round from INOX here. Breaking the smoke. Missile will find the first. Nucleon's first play to fall again.
I think for INOX Division, them getting the opening kill, a little bit of damage onto Greku, it's going to be very key for them. Util coming through now. TWC going to get caught. NW finding, and Kissel can deal with Greku.
And force fire response from Falcons Force will not be successful. Obviously, if we do go the distance, we've got Nuke coming up. Seen Falcons Force play it 4 times. They've lost it every single one of them. But it's been about a month and a half since we've seen them play it since. things certainly can change. And I was able to find Notaneki to try to keep hold of this Deagle for a little bit longer. Has been heard, has been spotted. Koss won't find just yet, but eventually will do so. Koss secures the kill. Not secure the round. 2-1. Would have expected third to follow.
Yeah, just going to be some pistols here for Falcons Force. Obviously, from what we've seen on them in the past, they've had some dominant victories, most recently against Bebop. But T-side, that was just so good. Excellent start there. Obviously, that was here in the group stage. Statics had a huge performance there.
So with this flashbang, I don't know if it's going to have all too much effect. Just be have a look towards this B bomb site. Nuclear launch will peek on out. There's at least one here. Just trying to sell presence so that these players towards A can have a bit of impact into the round. But smokes are thrown. Nuclear launch continues to spam, but it's not going to force DTs away from this bomb site at all. Will eventually take it again. Through the smoke. T's are ready for it. 2 quick kills, and it's like we expected. It's going to be a third, and it's going to be a clean third.
Yeah, Falcons Force. Doubt they'll find anything. Maybe if Notaneki progresses, but he's in apartments. I doubt Leno's going to catch him off. Are they safe here? I think they are. Neither of them have armor, though.
Yeah, we'll see what it does about...
I think they are safe here. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
That is
Game's
outrageous.
gone.
And
And
you
you're
literally
trying
never
to
need
tell
to
me,
leave the bomb
you're
site.
trying to tell me that it's a positive trade. Anyone trying to say it's a positive change, just look at that. Inferno. It's kind of coined for maybe some late retakes, a bit of fun in that way because the T's had to get out of the bombs. No, they can just sit in coffins now. Sit in ruins, sorry.
Well, weapons are back in play for Falcons Force, as you can continue to see about the changes made by Valve.
I just... Every time I see it, Charlie, it just... It boils my blood.
It's okay, let it out.
It's a safe space. Not quite a safe space is the A bomb site. Strong setup, good crossfire. As Greku and Veno, you expected to go a little bit better than that, but Mindiver, you finding Natasafix. Greku only able to get one more, and now Nucleons. A lot of damage been dealt to Koss. Timing on the snake looks excellent. Super fine, and Nucleons like a deer in headlights once he goes through that smoke. 4-1 the scoreline. This is excellent from INOX.
Expecting good things from them on this map. Had a chance to win cash. Let things slip. A really poor start and a really poor finish. Or killed them on that map. But Inferno, a map that has been come to know as sort of one of their home turfs. It's never easy for any side, even the best of teams, to beat this roster on this map.
Who's coming through?
We are going to
This
have a
timing,
flashbang.
this is going to be crazy. Flash comes through, but Finn W and Kissel, they hold mouse one, and they will find. They were. He can get one, but that is all he'll be kept at. Double from Kissel, double from Finn W. I think this is going to be the type of map where Fenneman might not even be needed. That will see much of the AWP here on the T side. The rifling's just working so well.
Yeah, I mean, since that pistol, there's been no looking back from this T side. That response on the second round force, it's been all INOX Division. And the reason why we give them so much credit in these series, this is a team that don't often let things slip, but they have had a knack recently of a lot of their games heading to three mappers.
Usually wins
though. 7 series. They've won their last 7 series. 6 of them have gone the distance.
I think this might
one hasn't.
8 out of, or 7 out of 8. It just feels like INOX Division are just going to take Inferno. And the thing is as well, is we look at the current result, and look, if we extrapolate, it's looking like maybe a 13-5 or something, or 13-4, whatever, right? This is on a map that Falcons Force not only have played, but they have won. Whereas Nuke, it is a really tough map for them. Dominant loss to AM. Losses to teams that I have ultimately never heard of before. And I think that kind of says it all.
The throw needs landing straight onto Nasafix as he backs away. Cost should have a good understanding that Charlie has done a lot of damage with that for Nasa to be back away.
They're a map down in the series, and the odds are still favouring them.
It says it all there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Being 5-1 up here. Chance for it to be 6-1. What seconds on the clock? There's certainly no feeling of needing to rush this.
Sorry, coming through for Moto. This will be to deny Greco. Nice find onto Notineki, though. That's a big kill. Has to get into the bomb site to help out Veno. Greco finds one before falling. They know that Veno's here, though. Kissel tasked with taking him down. Kissel will find him. 3-on-3 now. Natasapic's very far removed. Re-smoking Moto. Bit of a tap from Kissel. Wally and 2 flashes for this retake. Is there no defuse kill? This is going to be a problem.
I mean, they do still have the option to back away from this. I'm going to have a look in. Kissel might be the first contact, and Molotov lands towards Pit. He's been flushed out, now back away towards Mini Pit. This shot from Benefit.
It's not going to matter.
I'm already going to be ticking down. No time for this. Pit tries to slip away towards shore, where Kissel will find.
You look at the...
It's not going to be broken yet.
You look at the positioning of Fenneman there, and you're like, oh, well, he's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. He's kind of in such a tough spot. But I think the brilliance of him taking first contact is the fact that ultimately, it doesn't matter if he hits the shot or not. You know his opposition are going to be so fixated on dealing with the AWPer that that's where the riflers can engage. So it works out really well. We mentioned that Fenneman isn't going to have as much impact with the AWP here on T-side Inferno, but I think once we get into those post bombs, that's where the AWP really
Lead sent. Whiz past the head of Nucleons. But look at the damage dealt to Fenneman and FinW. Sure, these are just pistols in play, but there's still 2 nades. I've got the man advantage, but this one definitely can slip away. These 5.7s can be lethal. That might be the next point of contact here towards Boiler. I'm going to have a rotate in from Tapeware. Cost not clearing this. Nato, just a one kill. Peek from long. Trade comes through. Still just a one-man disadvantage. Another player here in Boiler looking for the double. Just a one kill. It's constant trades from INOX. It's now Nucleon's in a 1 versus 2. There are weapons to scoop up towards middle. But he might just head straight through this smoke. Has been spotted on the edge of it, and Notaneki will recover things there. 7-1. Chance giving up players so close to constantly finding doubles with those 5-7s, but it just unfortunately doesn't quite go their way. As we jump in towards round number 9 with Falcons Force, still yet to find anything since that pistol round. And issues really feel like they're starting to creep forward. There's a 3-man B starts. Safix with the utility to look send his teammates in. It's going to be a bit of a fight to the front further in. Stunk down, utility will fall. They were able to back away into the safety net of the B bomb site, but there's no safety in the map when INOX are here. Notaneki finds Veno. Still 2 defenders. They were elevated up. Will find an instant headshot on the Fin W. Trade is seen. That's Safix on the bomb site. 9-second orange. Kissel isn't clearing. This could get weird for Safix. I mean, Kissel is a dead man waiting for this. Tap over the bomb. Nato gets a double. 1v1 towards Venom here. Safix finally will fall. He's given it his best go at things, but Greku's orb remains in a 1 versus 2 to try to deny INOX Division finding 8. I mean, this has been a tough all time.
Oh, Fenneman will dodge. Obviously, this gives information of where Greku resides, and now speedily making his way through. Positioning of Notaneki's brilliant. They play an up and down setup. Can't get through that. INOX, they will find the round. Look, we were talking about in the green room, kind of in the post game of this one, about how it feels for Safix. You look at the performance on Cash, and yes, some nice shots were hit, but it feels like a lot of the time he was kind of right place at the right time, looking to trade off his teammates or looking to kind of activate. And we see it there in that round. He gets a nice double, but I think the problem is he gets a double, but they're already so disadvantaged. He gets that double kill, then trade it. And then it's a 2 versus 1. It's little moments like that where I feel like on Cash, they weren't losing opening picks in every round. They weren't in such hefty deficits. And that's where, when you have Nucleon stepping up, Tapeware stepping up, and Safix being kind of a bit of an extra man in all of these site holds, he seemed to just be in the right place all the time. Yet here, INOX Division, they're being really, really good when it comes to these opening kills. They're playing as a unit. The trades are really good as well. I think Falcons Force quite clearly outmatched here on Inferno, and I think Nuke is going to be very similar.
When things continue like this, yeah, it's going to be a bit doom and gloom heading towards map number 3 for Falcons Force. I mean, for a couple of rounds now, the half's been confirmed, gone the way of the INOX Division. There's the question of how many can they find? How much pressure can they put on Falcons heading onto their T side? Looking near unbeatable right now, this Inferno from INOX. But I like the attempt from Natho though. But it unfortunately just wasn't enough to give anything. I mean, you can look at the kill distribution of Falcons Force right now. Nucleon's just 1 kill from him. We spoke about it in the post game of map 1 that you're going to need quite a few players delivering here for Falcons Force. Unfortunately, no one is. Certainly have nothing like the start that they had there. It's all close to this smoke, and it's just a 1-man B defense. This is a heavy lean on towards the A side of things for Falcons Force. 4 players reside here. Seconds on the clock. Notaneki looking over towards A. Tapeware tucked in the corner. Player on the porch as well. Notaneki has been spotted. Second player with him as the XM rings out. This is keeping these players over here towards the A side of things. I know that there's at least 2 more. And Nucleon's MP9 is being kept at bay. in towards ruins. The bomb site being taken, and P9 finds one though. Finn W. Greku takes down Kissel as well by being brought down to 1 HP. Federman's going to have quite the task on his shoulders here. 3 players to find towards Banana. Cost will find the first. Nades great. Federman can't get out of dodge, and Cost in a 1 versus 3 instantly finds the first. Low HP Greku ready for Natasafix to boost up. Cost in the 1 versus 3. 1 bullet is all he needs to find onto Greku. Time could be his best friend here, as there's no defuse kit on Greku, but he just searches for the fight. And that might be his biggest mistake there, as the defuse can come through. Falcons Force will at least find their second.
Look, I think for Falcons Force, I know it comes down to a 1v1 at the end on Greku being super low, but I think it's still a positive round. I think all things considered, we expected it to end with at least 2 survivors. I think INOX, still, in moments like that, when you've got players like Koss, who are 11 of 5, Kissel 14 and 4, those moments can still happen. I think that's the problem that Falcons Force have is who's going to be that difference maker? Who's going to be that player to get these triple kills, quad kills? At the moment, it doesn't, no one's shining. No one's really kind of going ahead of the rest. I feel like someone's got to make a big move. Greku, it could be another quad kill from him on the AWP. That could be the difference, but I think for Falcons Force, they've got to win these remaining 2 rounds and the pistol for me to kind of give any stock to them coming back here on Inferno.
Mentally, INOX could respond. They've already got this advantage. It's all about what Venno can do towards Barmans. He's starting to push through. Bomb is split. That's on Federman. Could actually be caught out here towards middle. Venno, what can he find? Lines them both up. Only finds one. So much damage on towards Koss. Tape wet. What's his position up? We'll head back towards middle.
Tape wet's going to
head towards Banana. It depends
sure,
if we hear the tap of the bomb soon, and he has.
There we go. Tape wet can deny it. It's going to get caught. That's a 3rd for Falcons Force. Team effort in this round.
Yeah, if only Federman delayed things slightly, would have ended up seeing Tayware push down towards middle, get the complete wrong information, spend a lot of time there. But equally, it's a bit of good fortune. Tayware back and away. I think he just changed his decision rather than trying to fake any steps. He clearly had no idea Federman was there. But it's the fact that Federman would have heard the steps back and away, but he ended up moving too far to actually hear them coming back. Final round of the half. 8-4, it's far more respectable than it could have been. Early boost up. Eagles will find one. Nade sent behind this from Tapeware, softening up both in W and Koss. Becky kill back. Greku takes his gunfight on towards him and will find.
Kill. That's a huge kill. It's all this space as well in apartments. That's the important thing. He's got plenty of utility here as well. Reposition out of Greku. He will drop on him, but that's been heard. Natasafix, that's an easy kill. Just peering below the smoke, in fact. Greku's going to get caught with util in hand. Come on, guys. You've got 2 good kills. You know the T's are going to be pushing in now. This is not the time to bring out your utility. And if you're going to, at least let it be a smoke to drop on yourself. Give yourself a little bit more time to breathe. Allow for the rotations. But a 2v4 now gone 2v2. 1 flashbang remaining for the retake. And a very good setup for INOX Division.
Element first contact. Spotted, won't find their clearing out his teammate, but still the kill is seen from Koss. Eaglons goes down. INOX with 9, heading on to the second half of their map pick. 4 away already. Brilliant first off. The fact they lost the pistol as well feels like it makes it even more impressive. Responded with that force by victory, and from there on out, they barely looked back. Stumbled slightly, but quick to recover with that final round at the end. And a pistol round basically the difference between INOX wrapping things up now or later, it feels. I am fully of the mindset that this one should be going only one way now.
Yeah, this should be pretty comfortable. We knew this going in, that INOX Division were going to be a strong team on Inferno. Look, they're a dangerous side. I think, look, the only result that I look at and go, wow, that's really poor. They lost 13-3 to Phantom. Nearly every other game on Inferno is so dominant, and the losses so close. So I think if you remove that game against Phantom, this INOX Division team, one of the better sides on Inferno in this tier. They've got to win the pistol. No bomb plant for Falcons Force. It's a tough decision. Are you going to force it? Are you going to... They'll probably force until the end now. Nuke right round the corner.
GenOne's for Falcons Force feel like their last real chance on this. And I'm curious if they lose this round, whether they'll go just Force till the end, or if they are going to have any sort of full buys, and they want to at least get out once beforehand, pop through the apartments. 2 for 2, actually.
Not bad. Not bad for the Tech-9s at all. They can upgrade to those weapons as well. That's a lot of damage onto Tapeware. But the HE still in play for FinnW. Re-smoke at Moto, though. Might have to use this nade to go through now. Is there a kit in play? There might not be a kit. Look at positioning Natto. Again, look, as I said, it is quite literally right place at the right time. And this is what the experience of playing at such a top level can do for you. This is the experience of kind of being a coach. Ultimately, he knows that actually, from his kind of tier 1 days, he's not going to be the same player. But he knows actually, well, what's the best way of me getting killed? I'm going to make sure that my opposition aren't even shooting at me. That's twice now in this map that Natto's gotten doubles from just better positioning. INOX Division, that's not most likely close out this map and possibly the series, but a round like that, at least give a bit of a closer scoreline.
Yeah, maybe can bring themselves a little bit more into the fold, but yeah, it's still such a behemoth task ahead of them when they haven't really got as much evidence on this map at all that they're going to be able to get over the line. W, just his arm on the edge of that smoke will be found. Couple more players towards the middle. Reku finds, they know that Notaneki was nearby. And considering it was a hefty stack there towards top mid from INOX, cleaned up simply.
Well, this is going to be 5 for Falcons Force.
Bomb has been planted.
They are actually starting to build up a little bit on this T side of their Inferno. It won't be long until we see INOX with weapons back out again. Time ticks down. Is just saving this 5-7 and armor. Got a lot of players over towards B, but taking them far too long to push on out if they actually want to get this hunt off. This actually looks for them. Weapons saved, eco here. And Falcons Force with that chance for 6.
I think INOX. NX full buy versus full buy should result in victory. But Falcons Force, let's see how many they can get until we see INOX back to winning ways. Nade and flashbang combo. Decent nade onto Nucleons, but they've used this util. Already gained anything from it. Nucleon's going to be sent in. What's out? Nothing. He's got a smoke and a Molotov as well. Just going to drop this util for his teammate. Tapeware executing the B-bomb site is Nucleons and Tapeware, and I like the idea of this. We're just going to send the util. We'll keep them here on the B-bomb site, and team will take space in A. Here comes the flash. Finn W. That's an excellent find. And all they know about is one. They are still probing towards brackets, thankfully. For the Mai Tai. Obviously, Falcons Force, they really have no information. Finally taking space on the bomb site. I don't know why INOX Division are so slowly going through Banana.
I mean, just gonna probably sit waiting, hoping for some exits. Maybe just look to deny any kill reward. Maybe thinking there might be a few SMGs in play.
I think it's probably worth Kissel looking to try and find something with this MAC-10. I know he's got Kevlar to save, but ultimately, he's not going to want an SMG in the next round. Oh, this is going to get ugly. All 4Ts saving an apartment. Oh, they pivot. Okay. Where has this come from? Well, they were going to save an apps. They don't.
Ooh, and maybe they wish they did. Now losing a couple of players.
Sorry. I just, again, Charlie, I need to let it out. You're never gonna convince me. No, I would be happy to debate the Valve devs. Gaben himself, get me on the yacht and we'll have a chat because this is not the one.
Well, I'm not gonna get on the other side of this debate.
We
almost died 100-0. 1 HP. Fortunately for Reku, the nade never comes. Fortunately for his teammates, though, the MAC-10 will. Kiss will find Nucleons. Whether he wants the MAC-10 or not, he's putting it to good use. I'm playing here at Logs.
Super deep hit. Is Fenomen going to recognize this? Not an Eki. Turning for an expected flash. That's good from Fenomen. That's really good. It felt like Natus Affix was going to just cross quick enough to take down Not an Eki, but kill comes through towards B. Over rotation from INOX. Although players are low, this is doable. They need to find this pick. Fenomen finds Veno. 43 health remaining. Finn W has a HE grenade for the plant. Not even needed. First found. Tapeware needing a 1 versus 4 now. Currently the joint top performer of his team. Fenomen, the angle he's playing. Oh, Tapeware's able to get 1.
Surely nothing more. Surely nothing more. Finally is put to rest by Fenomen, but almost made that work. Is taken down, and INOX will find themselves 11. Second pause from Falcons Force now, knowing that 1 mistake cost them map point. 2. Bye-bye the chance to close this one out.
Well, INOX Division, they've got the AWP on Fenomen. We know how impactful he can be. I think sadly for Falcons Force, I think they kind of already know the result of this game, and I think it's difficult to keep your heads held high, leaving this match, because I think they'll know. Well, Nuke's probably going to be worse. This has been pretty dominant from INOX Division. I think it must be really tough for teams to kind of disassociate these expected results of games.
Big find there from FinnW. Flashbang's excellent. Almost does get taken down by some of the spams from Tateware, but he's able to slip away. Line up the utility now. Kissel's timing goes against him as soon as he throws the nade. This could be an acceleration, but a flash thrown in response. It is just a low HP FinnW, but he has found another. Still alive. Venom is rotating him with the orb. He's going to be flushed out from Nubox thanks to the molly.
Greku finds as well. Excellent util from Falcons Force. Just going to be a save for INOX Division.
And look, although it does still feel like INOX Division are going to close out this map, Falcons Force are bringing it closer and closer. Going to be back to being a 4-round game. My money's not in a good spot for INOX. Going to have to be a few questions posed in that department, and it just allows Falcons Force to constantly have a chance to see if they can bring this one in 2. I mean, as long as INOX aren't on 13, there's still a chance, and I'm going to see if they can achieve that.
Terrorists win.
Notaneki and Koss will be able to save their weapons. Just the MP9 for Notaneki. 2.4k loss bonus. This should, without a doubt, just be the eco. First time INOX feel like they need to take a bit of time to get everyone on the same page. Figure out a way to actually find this this 12th, sorry. I mean, don't forget, first half, in fact, it ended 9-3. They instantly win the pistol. They were 10-3 up. Ones are falling away. A little too easily. But it's a great double from Greku. In fact, he eventually finds FinnW and then uses Fetterman's own break of the smoke to catch him off instead.
I think at the moment, I think Falcons Force should be able to find this round. We look to 8. 4x versus 4x away from a 10-11 scoreline. Do we want to write them off so early here? I think maybe
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, I think this side
it's
still definitely have a conversation to be had with the M4.
Kissel had to get something there.
Kissel.
Yeah, he had to get something there. The lack of HP for Nucleons. He's questioning where this gun is, by the way. I think it's been blown away by the HE grenade. Just gonna have to pick up the Mac 10. I thought the HE was send that Mac 10 flying. We've seen this a lot from Falcons Force. Bit of fake utility towards B, head towards A. Simple stuff, especially with this being a half buy from INOX. They are just going to gamble.
One more will go down. Should be able to see FinnW carry this M4 over into the next. 7 tons to 8. And I mean, the fact that INOX still don't have that safety net of finding 12. Still don't quite have the security of, okay, worst case scenario, we've got overtime locked in. And that is where you are just sort of asking and offering. You're leaving the door open for Falcons Force. Tape wet. Finds Venom. More players coming his way. P9 on Notaneki will find one. Will eventually be removed as FinnW feeling this pressure. M4's feeling less likely to be carried across if INOX continue to progress forward, but they might actually happily leave it here.
Yeah, I don't think this hunt's worth it. Nucleons will get taken down. Yeah, I don't think the hunt's worth it. I actually think it's going to be a decent buy from the CTs. I think it's the type of decision that can cost you in the long run. Well, INOX Division, I think this is their last purchase before things get scary.
Yeah, and then it gets very scary. Nikolai's just holding slight angle. Fenneman will find the first pick. Finn W is in a bit of an off angle, but contact isn't made. Venom instead gets tagged down heavily over in the apartments, has to back away from there. Eagles is ahead of this utility. Missed Molotov, but too many targets for him to pin down either of them, and will get outgunned there. And that's Suffix seeing her jumping.
Yeah. Is the idea of it to be a fake, or is it just awful movement? Oh, wow. Finn W and Kissel, that is so fortunate. Venom finds Veno, 1v5 for Greku, not a single point of damage inflicted. Greku will finally put a kill. Down to 28 points of health. There'll be a flank from Koss. Just kill him after time here, guys. This is the easiest option. And I think that is the game plan. I think Greku kind of realizes it as well. 20 seconds now. Gonna make this move. Has got a Molotov here. For the angle, Fenneman just jiggling, Finn W spots, and he goes, well, I can't not kill him. INOX with 12, 4 opportunities to close out the map. Then we move to Nuke.
I mean, certainly have made a meal of this. Have INOX Division, but with 4 chances. Let me just quickly double check. Yeah, we haven't actually seen Falcons Force find a 4-round streak at all, even in their sort of comeback attempt. So they would need to do something unheard of on this map so far. They have Greku on the AWP in this one. Both himself and Venom were tagged down so heavily. I mean, Greku was actually found. Like down from Notaneki, blocking off any vision for Romanians or Last sent in towards apartments.
That's a Sapphics. We'll dodge it. Fenneman. He's on the angle here. Nade in the smoke towards B. Nucleon's dealt with, and they know that it's not B now. It's going to have to be the go call for Falcons Force. They've got to accelerate onto the A-bomb side. Look at the rotations that are coming through. They've lost their best opportunity, in my opinion. Contact taken, but they will find Fenneman. Timing of the nade for Notaneki is under immense pressure, but great nade onto Veno. Jumping out of apartments is Nat. There's Sapphics and flying, soaring, securing. He gets one. Tell you where, that's a big pick back. Finn W dealt with by Veno, and Kissel in a 1 versus 3. Tapeware chipping away.
Have been spotted. That's information gained. Tapeware will find Falcons Force survive. They live to play another day here. 3 more needed though. Still no issues in terms of getting a buy in this one for INOX. Same won't be said if they lose this round. And actually, I say this, still a couple of MP9s, 2.4k loss bonus. So very quickly, if we see Falcons win this, 10 can turn to 11.
Yeah, INOX Division still with 2 full buys, 2 opportunities. Finn W's been chipped away at, as has Kissel. Aggression towards B. Been met with good utility from Falcons Force, but they have taken space. You've just re-mollied Logs. I don't really know why they've sent the molly towards the Logs. That has to be a second miss molly, because I think if he was Logs, the molly would have killed him. Still, they've taken space towards Banana. Again, I think we're going to see a bit of a repeat of the last round. Phenomen is on the AWP once again, but playing a more advanced angle. Molly needs to turn from flashes. Phenomen, I like the idea of this. Just playing anti-flash. Exact same setup for Phenomen and not Aneki, but this time the rotations have come in. Bit problematic though, as Falcons Force, they're not a man down and they haven't really decided on where they're going to go yet.
Not quite pinpoint and end goal, but with 40 seconds, they're going to have to try to contest with Phenomen. Posted up towards half wall though.
Flashman comes through. Surely they're going to flash him. Surely, well, I guess not. And Phenomen sends the flash to try and delay. Nucleons turns from it. Phenomen just needs to get on the angle. Will get one. There we have it. Really nice shot there. No second rotation. Not quite quick enough to help him out. A smoke in CT now. A 4 versus 4. Natasafix elevated angle. Shouldn't have stayed up too long as FinW can trade, but I think the save is a good call here. Try and get this weapon in CT. I know it's just an MP9. The save gives them a second bite in the next round without necessary purchase.
I mean, that's the thing, but it also gives them the actual opportunity to go for a force bite. FinW will be able to drop over. 2.4k loss bonus. They've got a few questions that can be answered. Carl's just about surviving that bomb radius. Wants to see if he can get a rifle instead of this MP9. Not quite. Let's see if we'll actually go for anything more. Considering FinW's bought down with utility instead of dropping over a weapon, it should just be this half by then. Still, like you said, you've got another go at things with these M4s, with this MP9. And these pistols can be lethal as well if overchecked, if overlooked. They're 2 rounds away from Falcons Force, bringing things to overtime from being 10-3 down. I was going to say maybe a little shallow, well timed.
You've just heard the step of FinW, surely. He gets on a different angle. Greku finds. I love the idea of that. Kissel's nade. Oh, look at this secondary nade. Oh! Wow, Kissel. That's 2 kills with 2 nades. And look at the damage onto Natasafix. Verno Tapeware. The utility is excellent. He has another HE. Kissel timing on this nade. Even more damage with util. He's going to boost up Phenomen now. And this is going to be perfect. They're going to get caught completely blindsided. There's one, and he drops off the boost. A 4-on-2 now. INOX Division. 13-10. Right round the corner. Tapeware can get one. Bomb plant still not come through. Phenomen needs to be cautious. There's still smokes down in CT and coffins. They've got a defuse kit on Koss. Let's just wait, but not Aneki. Can't find Tapeware. 2 versus 2. Natasafix. He's in a decent position. Tapeware could get swung on, though. Jumping out. Now Natasafix swings. No trade from Phenomen. Wide swing out of Natasafix. And now it's all on Tapeware. Kit needs to be recovered. He has done so. Tap of the bomb. Holding the line. Assuming Tapeware's on the right-hand side. We'll find...
Yeah, sticks.
From the 4v2 that, I think it's pretty poor from the CTs. I think they've got to do better.
I think it's just the panic of we've let things slip so much that Falcons Force are actually in this game. Now, they're more than in this game. They've got a chance to bring things to overtime, and finally, this is the best chance we've had. The nade sent towards Banana very much could be the best chance INOX have to close this out. Finding the man advantage from the utility, chipping the other 3 down to like half HP. Or the other 2 at least. And Falcons Force are going to use their final tactical pause. INOX, this is a full bite. Got pretty much everything they could want. A couple of diffuse kits. Phenomen missing the odd piece of util here or there, but they've got enough to play with. They've had weapon rounds like this before, and they still haven't been able to get them over the line. We've gone the distance in a map that felt like it was going to be so dominant from INOX Division. And somehow we have a chance for another overtime today. Reku spotted one out towards long. He's posted on the angle wall. We're going to have a bit of a peek from FinnW here towards top banana. Nade will be sent. Yolans is able to back away with no spams. FinnW takes his early gunfight, spams through the smoke, being traded back and forth. FinnW taking the main brunt of damage, but a brilliant HE grenade makes the trade exactly even.
It's always nice when stuff like that happens. Just from looking at Fenneman's position, he's been holding from short, and it's not always worked out. Molly on the corner. Koss just needs to play in front of this smoke, but not confident. Realizing, well, actually, I've got a teammate holding out, so I don't need to smoke it. Made the smoke from Notaneki now. All about timing. No one spotted. Bomb making its way back from B. That's where Nucleons did have to be quite cautious. If he gets taken down, it might create some real problems. Set up towards A is pretty good. There's still plenty of utility for Falcons Force, though, and this is where Koss has to take a big risk. Going through this smoke could work out so well. All going to be about timing. Fenneman finds one, and that's going to steer the attention away. Fenneman again. Koss through the smoke gets one. Notaneki as well. And INOX Division, however close it gets, they will still find success on Inferno, and we will get that nuke as expected.
Yeah, I mean, it feels difficult to actually suggest where Nuke feels like it's going to go now. The fact that Inferno feels like it should have been kind of a bit of a slam dunk for Nuke, particularly after that first half. But the fact that these guys are making a lot of mistakes today makes me think maybe they are giving a bit of wiggle room to Falcons Force on the third map as well.
Maybe a bit of a concerning factor as well when we're getting Tapeware be your main point of firepower again. You know, it's kind of nice when he's maybe like third there, right, as the guy bringing some numbers to the table, but he shouldn't be the one leading the way. Nucleons went missing, right? And of course, he's such an integral part of this team, but he does have these maps where he can really fall off. But I think the other side of the story, and you guys kind of touched on it, I think it's about 4 rounds ago or so, they made a meal of it, didn't they, INOX? They really made a game out of nothing. That never really should have been the case, especially from that first half. It never really should have been a debate. And then they start to fall so flat and just cannot get anything going on their seed side for ages. It's uncomfortable. It's very, very difficult to build kind of confidence on the back of it. Yes, you get the map and you push us towards the decider, but it's not the way you want to close out your own map pick, especially one in which it feels like it should be very, very comfortable for you. Got that nuke coming up next as well, which I think, you know, Zim, that you touched on it. It's one that it's very difficult to make a prediction on. Yes, it's statistically very favorable towards INOX, but it doesn't mean that we're going to back them that much just yet. We'll have to see. Falcons Force are 0 for 4 on this map, so far from convincing in that side. But for now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we do have that decider of nuke coming next. See if Falcons can finally get a win on the board, or INOX are going to settle it in the reverse sweep. Sit tight.
All right, well, we are here on Nuke. Obviously, we've already alluded to the difficulties that are going to be for Falcons Force. But Charlie, why don't we pretend to paint the picture that they win Nuke? How do they go about doing that?
Ooh, I mean, it's really difficult because at least with Inferno, Falcons Force, against some lesser teams, they've had some good results. Issue is they haven't quite had that on Nuke either. Really struggled to really best anyone at this. I'll give my thoughts a bit more after this pistol as he's getting a bit hot under the collar. He already found the opening kill, but he's under a ton of pressure. How is he alive? He's evaded, making things very difficult for his opponents, but eventually he will be found. Greku, Generators finds one, will be tapped away by FinnW just on the fadeaway. The 2 versus 3, Falcons Force on top for now.
It sounds really harsh to say, but imagine if Nucleons wasn't 6-22 there on Inferno. We could have seen a 2-0. The game ended 13-11.
Yeah, they brought it close.
Yeah. It's going to be this pivot down towards the lower site already. Here is Nucleons. We've asked for something from him. Sadly, cannot connect on this occasion. They've heard the steps. Low HP is Veno. Will get found. Quad kill for FinnW. Excellent pistol there. But yeah, I think this is where I have to say Falcons Force, after looking back at how disappointing Nucleons did play, look, I know he didn't have the best of games, but honestly, I didn't think 6-22. You know when you just like don't see a player's KD because it's just not what you're looking at? It didn't register me how badly he played.
Yeah, had a tough time there. Far from some of the impact he had on Cash, particularly on that CT side, where he's finding double kills outside. Really wasn't the map for him there. Kissel finds one, but Grecu's double gives the CTs a lifeline in this. Every kill that INOX finds, Falcons quickly traded out.
Molly in heaven as well. This flank from Veno is dealt with by Fenneman. A lot of damage onto Fenneman, so still certainly doable, but they need to find Nucleons. They know he was here towards main. Smoke comes down, FinnW, hoping for Nucleons to overpeak beforehand. Low HP is Fenneman. That's Savix. Okay, I thought he was going to send the flash in for his teammate, but Nucleon peaks before it, and Fenneman repositioning. 1v2 for Natasavix, but Fenneman gets his second. Force Spy goes against them, so it will just be an eco here for Falcons Force in round number 3.
Now, chance for INOX to set themselves up nicely on this T side. Yes, sort of alluding back to what I think Falcons Force can do. I think a lot of it is reliant on INOX. Probably making the same mistakes that they made on the second half of Inferno. Same mistakes that they made at the start of Cash, towards the end of Cash, where they do maybe drop some heads slightly. And just allow Falcons Force to get back into the fold. But Nuke, it's a map that really feels difficult. If you're not good at, it doesn't feel like you can just, okay, let's just pug this one. It doesn't really work like that, unfortunately. Nucleons has been tagged down early here. Well, INOX are just waiting to see if Falcons get stuck in at all. Minute on the clock. Falcons Force. Not doing anything. INOX very much using every second of the clock here. Force finds Nucleons.
Yeah, good opener here.
Sent. Chips away at Greku. Natasavix tagged down as well. Flashbang sent in. Here come the pistols. FinW, not an Eki. 3 between them. Tapeware eliminated. And takes a little while for that one. A lot of patience. As INOX.
Very good start to that T side. Yeah, like, it's a good foundation, isn't it? It's exactly what you want. We talk about it being a buffer zone. We talk about T-side nuke feeling very much a game where if you win the pistol, your opposition force, you know, you can be sat 3-0, 1-4 by 5-0. Pretty scary. Falcons Force need to respond now.
Ooh, that's Safdix. He spams down. How has he been allowed to live here?
Veno with a nice rotation. Excellent response from Falcons Force. This is what we needed.
Squeaky. Nucleons will be found by Kos. A bomb site can be taken. Molotov keeps these T's at bay. Bomb to be planted. This is the best chance while the Molotov's down. Just punched in. Reku's all actually rotates away from Heaven. There's a lot of players that are going to emerge from main. In fact, all of the players might be emerging from main here for the CT side. Oh, spots so many. Smoke is dropped out. Guess we're still thinking, surely they can't all be here. First kill found. Tries to shift into hard. How is he still here? Is there a defuse kit?
Oh! No!
Get anywhere?
No
Oh,
kit!
wow.
I think there was one just behind him, no? I think there was just one on the A bomb site.
But if it was,
I'm looking. I'm gonna have to go back.
Lazy 2 versus 5, Fred.
That's ridiculous. And I think that's the round that we'll be talking about at the end of this series. Obviously, only contingent on if this map comes close, but that is one that Falcons Force should never be losing. I'm kind of stunned into silence. I don't really know what else to say.
That's a real kick in the teeth for Falcons Force as their first weapon round. Looks so good after Nasafix finds a double, keeps himself alive.
There was no defuse kit in the round. Greku could have bought one if he sold a flash, but yeah, no defuse kit in that round.
When they come so close, then a fraction of a second in it.
Thing is, you look at that round and you go, well, if they didn't overinvest in the last, we would have seen defuse kits. Positioning of Greku could get caught. Oh, we spotted the shoulder there. We'll just back away. Recognizing what I don't really want to get caught out in. I mean, no man's land a top credit, so.
I guess a kill back here as Kos takes his space towards Garage. There is a player up in Heaven. W might be looking to see if he can encroach onto this position now. Now Safix finds another towards Ramp. Looks and dives back down. Veno is watching this position. Flew like a hawk towards Heaven. They were another 2vx, this time a 2v4. W's got this space. Is he going to be ready? Or Veno already up on these rafters. He will clear it, will spot and find. One step easier now. There's a player towards outside. Kos can scoop up this bomb.
How has he been able to get the bomb and
get away?
Yeah, and the A-bomb site's open at the moment. Just needs to get the plant.
And they know where 2 of the 3 players were.
Especially for the final. Smoke gonna go down. FinW, they could line up. Nucleons will get one. Kos can get the trade. 1 versus 1 now. And that's a Safix. And he's on the step.
Wow!
Find him. what a clutch! How many of these rounds are going to be clutched up for INOX Division? That's twice now.
And then a 2v4. Falcons Force, you're having brilliant starts to these rounds, but you're just letting them slip time after time. INOX Division on the T side of Nuke, and you're giving them far too much.
Absolutely ridiculous. And now this is where Falcons Force, second tactical pause called already. And you can definitely understand why.
Round number 6. Falcons Force, they are going to be buying up. I mean, they know that it's not a huge amount of money on INOX. They have to actually win one of these rounds.
Finn W though, what a half he's had so far. What a last 5 rounds, 9-2. This first half is somewhat reminiscent to the start the Falcons Force had back on Cash. Difference is, Nuke, renowned for its heavy CT favorings. Falcons Force, in the minimal games that we've seen from them, they definitely prefer that CT side. 26.3% win rate on their T side. I think this already could be enough for INOX Division. Especially with them being in a 5 versus 3. This should be a 6-0 start. Trade on to Natasafix. Should come through if he stays, but he's headed up heaven, and if anything, this is going to help out INOX Division even more. So much space taken. Kissel will find Greku. And this is just brilliant CS from INOX Division in this round. Feels like they are just in great positions. Nothing can be done. Natasavic's going to be dead in a second. There we go, and it's all on tape where a perfect round of CS from INOX Division. There's been many close rounds, 2v5, 2v4s. This time, not even a single kill for the CTs. Just going to have to be an eco now in round number 7.
I mean, this is as poor a start as you can imagine on Nuke. Sure, you lose the pistol, Force Bite doesn't pan out, and then the eco falls away as well. But it's the fact the other 2 rounds to follow, INOX winning that one, pushing you down to an eco, or a half bite, we should say, is full loss. But this is the chance for INOX Division to win the half on the T side of Nuke after just 7 rounds, winning absolutely all of them. Already early killing towards Nuclear Launch. There's a player outside. And one still just tucked behind the box. Not going to give up an inch just yet. Has been spotted now. Reku. Ball down low. A Molotov going to land, and that will be what finds. 2-man advantage. As we do have to take word towards main. That's Safix. Down towards round where Venom also resided, but he's looking to help out a little more from outside. I mean, could be good on towards Kiss, who's just turned away. Where it seems like they're aware of him being here, kill scene. INOX is very smartly done. A lot of due diligence in terms of clearing out these angles. Sure, they're up against pistols, but we've seen already today how quickly these rounds can spiral.
I really like the fact that in these last couple rounds, INOX Division, Venom with the quad kill, but they keep 5 alive in the last, 3 alive in this one. Look at the money. We mentioned how Falcons Force just 2 rounds ago had the opportunity to break the finances. Now INOX Division sit pretty in the money department. This is already, to me, Charlie, it feels like it is just game over. I think Falcons Force, great victory on Cash. I think it's clear that that's going to be a staple of their map pool. I think INOX Division just leveled up individually towards the tail end of that. I think Falcons Force, however, was a tough first half in Inferno. They've got the grit, they've got the resilience to come back. Sadly here for Nuke, this is clearly a map they need to work on because Falcons Force, they have made it look easy here on the T side. An attempt out of heaven. Fenomen finds Nucleons in main, and Natasavix and Greku both here in heaven. So this will be INOX with 8. And at what point do Falcons Force start going for these types of rounds?
I mean, probably pretty soon. It's 8-0. There's 4 rounds left to be played out. I mean, the way that INOX are playing, it feels like they're going to find double digits in this first half. And the way they're playing, it feels like they could find even more. They are going to search. Oh, that's a great find from Kissel. Sapphic behind the forklift. That to be heard or not, Kissel will get outgunned by that Sapphic at least. That's a 1 weapon being saved across.
Falcons Force, this is it's a sad end to the series, and it's kind of a sad end to their time here. It was a decent performance in the Swiss stage, or the group stage. But I think this is the problem, especially with a team like INOX Division. You look at them as one of the teams that, if you told me they won the event, I would not be surprised. Certainly one of the scarier teams here in the playoffs. But it's just so tough because a super close series, not really how I expected things to end. I wanted maybe an OT, a bit of an upset potentially with Falcons Force, because obviously, Charlie, we haven't really seen them play Nuke in ages. They could have used this time so effectively for this map. Sadly, not the case. Finn W, 12 kills he's found. Kissel, okay, well that's Apex here in Garage. 13 points of health remaining on the 2. Let's see if they can clutch this one out. Flashback. Not great, but this will be the first round for Falcons Force. Natasavix gets a triple. Greku with a double. Overlooking Garage. A costly decision for INOX.
Yeah, I mean, finally something's found by Falcons Force. It is Natasavix, most experienced player on the server, to deliver that. It can't just be a one-off. It can't just be a, yeah, that's it. W. Top silo here. Don't forget we saw INOX Division lead 9-3 on map number 2, and they still managed to allow that one to go to 24 rounds. One trade initially. Reku's orb will find Notaneki. Maybe that one round is all they needed to sort of break the floodgates and start to find a little bit more than that.
Natasavix, you have to know that this is not an angle. It's gun barrel was seen. And he gets the kill. Okay, because it is an angle. Won't question you, Nato. My bad. Look at Kos. Oh. Is he even going to spot the AWPer? Oh, he knows they're both there. We'll take contact eventually. There's the kill. Natasavix is on the back of the bomb site now. 30 seconds. We've already seen a 2 versus 5 and a 2v4. Big kill there. Natasavix could find another. Venom with a double, in fact. So, second now found. Even if they get the remaining 2, 4 rounds on the CT side is never enough.
No, not particularly. You've got such a big ask there. You've got to hope that INOX Division forget how to play CT side nuke, really. To come back from that, But there's still money in play. Still at least one last buyout from INOX. Two rounds left to be played. Still 10 that can be found.
All right, Charlie, we've got an interesting finish to this half because I think for Falcons Force, we can see comebacks like this happen. But I think the problem is Nucleon's 2-9. This is a player that has played at such a high level. Obviously, we know he played in the kind of the Falcons main team for a bit of a stint. Ultimately, it wasn't as though he had kind of his best performances there. But look, I think we do need to say that Nucleons has gone very missing here. It's funny as well when you look actually how he played on Falcons. Game against NRG didn't play that badly. Game against Vitality he played okay. Did all right against Liquid. Can't do it against INOX.
Sapphic, how
again.
many? There's one, there's two. Reku has rotated in, but he finds nothing. It's advantage for INOX.
Oh no.
I mean, Natasafix is literally carrying his team on his back in these last several rounds.
I've got to say, I think Natasavix, I don't look at any of his kills that we've seen so far and be like, wow, he still got it. But what a great mind.
Not every player is the most
of course not.
gifted technically in the world.
I think it's clear that he's got such a good mind for the game. And honestly, I think I look forward to see what he can do coaching-wise. Obviously, his time with Nip Impact, obviously they're a really, really good team in the scene. I think here on Falcons Force, I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think a lot of the time with academy coaches, I think it is really tough because you have that thing of like, oh, well, I'm looking to build this team, but there has to be this recognition of, well, whatever this team is going to be, what happens when people come calling? What happens when my team gets picked apart? Because it is just the metric. So many academy teams, you'll see them do well for maybe a season, and then it's like, well, okay, these academy players are going to get promoted. Obviously, the perfect example of that being Mao's. At the moment, their team currently consists of 4 of their 5 players all coming from the academy.
Janegi will be found early. Just a quick trade. Veno domed with his MP9. Flank. Finn W doesn't have his gun out. He watches Natasafix go by and thinks, if I don't look at him, maybe he can't shoot me.
Oh, down the vent. A great call here from INOX Division. The pivot is brilliant. So much utility still on cross.
Go down vents.
They're gonna get called by Fenneman. Oh, great information. And he lives. And now Fenneman, just keep yourself alive. That's all you need to do. Not easy. A lot of damage onto Nucleons now. Greku.
It's going to take so long for Natasafix to get here.
You just have to go.
That's the issue when you got the AWP. You feel so uncomfortable.
Around
He's going to push out Natasafix. Might not be needed. Cast finds. Initial strikes as well. Double digits for INOX Division. They've indeed done it on the T side of Nuke. 3 away. We saw 9 found in the first half of Inferno. Fred, that took us 24 rounds to close that map out. Surely, INOX Division do not let it get that close again.
Pistol round is going to secure things here. Falcons Force. Only 2 rounds found so far. It is a big worry. But I think we knew this going in. Timing on this nade for Kissel. Is he in heaven or is he under heaven? Okay, he's under heaven there. Yuto coming through towards the A-bomb site. Just an execute, not an Eki from heaven. Flashes are great. They're going to go down the vent though. I really like this call. Finn W. Oh, great shot from Finn W. Kissel here with a nade and a flash. Veno looking to close the gap. Will get one. Venom and Julius need to connect now. Natasafix finds one and Veno gets two more. It's all on not an Eki. A must-win pistol has occurred.
And we've seen a 2v5, 2v4 this game. Can we see a 1v4? Unlikely, as not an Eki, he's nowhere near the actual bomb site. We're now checking if there's any lurks. And we'll just keep hold of his armor. At least attempt to. He won. Just limited to the first pick found.
Great pistol from Veno there. Once we saw Finn W get that kill on his teammate, he felt very isolated, needed to go huge, and he does get two more. Absolutely brilliant. Again, Charlie, there's a couple players missing for Falcons Force, but Nucleon's 6 and 22 on map number 2, 3 and 11 here on Nuke. Not really what is needed in a game of such importance.
I cannot let this one slip here. INOX, of course. I'll be threatening on this round, on this second round Force. And as we're approaching 1 minute, INOX Division haven't taken all too much space and are looking to sort of play the field.
Yeah, for INOX Division, the longer without contact, I think the better it goes for them on a map like Nuke, because Falcons Force, they've sent this util towards outside. Ramp is the only place that is open for now. Util being sent towards ramp. It is going to be this play through ramp. They're going to be diving down now. Great decision out of Falcons Force. We will see these speedy rotations down the vent though. 26 seconds. They're playing close. Just a side arm for Fenneman. No plant come through yet. We do see Fenneman connecting. Bomb needs to get planted. That is the bomb carrier. Flashbang's going to come through in a second. And no bombs being planted on the back of the silo. Positioning here for Nucleons looks good. Koss can get that pick. Now on an AK. Low HP is Veno. Crossfire here. Should be good.
Koss, what can he even do?
He's got to find Greku first, but it's going to be really tough. Greku peeks on out and we'll find him. Okay. That's a good round for Falcons Force.
Three more still is the scoreboard on the scoreline that INOX need, but Falcons, a couple of rounds there. Could find their fifth off of this. And this is very similar to how Inferno's second half started.
Surely we can't be seeing this again. Back at the bomb site is Koss. Won't find Nucleons though.
And remaining CTs, just going to go for a few exits as this bomb does tick on down. Get to see INOX's first weapon round Going up soon. W does fine. They're going to continue surging. Not Neki this time. Take where on Mac 10.
What are
will
we
be
doing?
removed as well. And INOX who just hold for the lobby fade away, deal a lot of damage, and should be able to salvage a couple of weapons here as well. Two
Nice
AKs.
clutch. Nice clutch from that Safex. 1v2, guys. Great clutch there, mate. I hope that doesn't go down on HLTV as a Nata Safex clutch. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm sure if you wouldn't mind.
Costly round though. And now, INOX Division, a perfect investment. 2 AKs as well, accompanying the rest of the rifles. All pin play for both. Greku. I feel like Greku's been able to hold his own against Fenneman. Not an easy task. I think Fenneman, he's definitely got more kills, but you look at rating, you look at kind of the impact, relatively even. And Greku strikes. Opening kill found by the AWPer. That's all you can ever ask for on the T side here.
This is 12 kill that he's found of this map. Not that he will strike back. Veno going down. Where do Falcons Force look to hedge their bets to? Bomb is on Tateware over towards A. Nosaneki alone here for now, or is that playing Rafters? There is one in Rafters. That's been W being found. Nosaneki only able to get one.
And being the trade on the low HP tape, but this is where Fenneman and Koch just save. They can get a buy in the next round if they save.
This is another round for Falcons Force. It's the first weapon round going their way. I mean, you know, it's so impressive how they lead by so much and just hit a brick wall. And
Is it
all of that
overconfidence?
I don't know, it's almost like the momentum that they have just disappeared. Because I don't think that they're sort of over-peaking or anything. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's that, it's...
Maybe just things aren't just falling into place, bit of unfortunate timings or whatnot. I think for INOX Division, I think at the moment there's no need to worry. They've only lost one 4x versus 4x.
Yeah, but very quickly, things will and can slip away. I mean, you saw it on map number 2. Almost felt like they were a bit fortunate to actually get away with that in regulation. Bit of a tech timeout here now. Imagine it's on the side of... Actually, I was going to say it's on the side of INOX. Tigber's still not actually bought himself. But it is on the side of INOX anyway. Got Mark, Vincent, and Why Not to take us through the other games today. Got some exciting ones coming up next. We do have that Lavked versus megoshort, which will be the next series, and to round out the day, CYBERSHOKE versus State.
That CYBERSHOKE State game is going to be a really, really competitive one.
What are your thoughts on both of them? Do you have a sort of prediction for either of them?
I'm not sure. I'm going to go... I've been put on the spot here. I'm going to go mega short in the first one because they picked cash, so I rate them for actually changing the map veto for once. And I'm going to go CYBERSHOKE. I think trying to think against this CYBERSHOKE team is a really tough one. Look at the roster. I'm in favour of the vetoes always. I like cash. No, look, I say spoiled. They're on HLTV, Charlie. Public information.
Okay, fair enough. Well, back into this one with round number 17. Still 3 away for INOX, but in the meantime, while they've been waiting to find just that 11th, Falcons Force have found 4. Given that recent times of seeing teams leading by so much, the game comes still very close, just for the team that was leading initially to close it out. We've already seen that from INOX.
Seen it from...
technically from Falcons Force, yeah.
13-11 again? Doubt it. INOX should just punish it. Setup's really good towards A. The lack of utility might be the problem here for INOX Division, though. And speaking of util, it's coming through now for Falcons Force. They're going to try and make their way out, but Kossi will get one, and the second. Veno's low as well. Quick find, and Koss with 4 finds the ace. Well, INOX Division, we said things could be slipping. Things maybe not looking as pretty and as hopeful, but Koss getting an ace. Talk about an A anchor.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need. You need someone to step up from this INOX side that we've already seen sort of trail away at the end of the series, at the end of map. So having someone there just sort of lift the spirits again and say, come on, boys, look, this is our map. This is our series to take. Let's actually start to put pen to paper now. There's 11. Back pause from Falcons Force, the final one that they've got.
Yeah, for Falcons Force, obviously every round is must win, but with the equipment they're going to have on offer, not going to be easy. Tapeware, a Tech 9, Veno yet to purchase, no utility. Or low utility, should I add, in this round. MP7 for Veno. Nucleons. Yet to purchase. AK and a smoke. Nice fight from Natasavix. A quick way towards A could be the answer. And FinnW now with work to do. Smoke in heaven. Nade alongside in just a moment. Nice nade onto Greco. FinnW dropping back down. Another HE picked up and a smoke. Fenneman is so certain that there's someone towards outside. Fenneman and FinnW both without defuse kits.
Yeah, and it's I think unless someone gets a kill now, it's just going to be a save, and there you go. FinnW goes for a slight peek, nothing spotted. Falcons Force with their final attack pause, make good on it. And it's 11-7 now.
Terrorists win.
They've come through, and Falcons Force slowly but surely whittling away at these rounds. Do you think Falcons Force can make this comeback?
You know what, Charlie? Today I'm going to be glass half full kind of guy. I'm going to say yeah. I'm going to say it's doable.
I mean, don't forget, this is a map that Falcons Force have a 0% win rate on. Their closest game has been a 13-10. against some opposition where their teams aren't a thing anymore, or where they were sitting around 200 in the world rankings. This is INOX, a side that are coming into this game as the heavy favourites in terms of VRS-wise, 59th in the world against a team that are far, far lower than them, and they are still really making that a possibility.
After what was a super dominant first half, by the way, 10-2 on the T side. Falcons Force, in their previous games on Nuke, just to put it into reference, Johnny, in their previous games, they have got 1 round, 7 rounds, and 1 round on their T sides. Cost with a triple kill. Round over.
I mean, comebacks are looking a lot more difficult now. That's 12 for INOX. I mean, it still is a bit disappointing to see how both Inferno and Nuke... I mean, look, if this one ends 13-7, it's just a stumble rather than a complete slip-up like Inferno almost was.
Look at the rounds that they've lost, though, right? For Falcons, for INOX Division in this half. It's 3 off the back of the pistol, then a save needed. They get that 1 round with the ace from Cost, and then it's just a fast pop towards A. I don't really look at the rounds that INOX Division have lost and be like, oh, wow, it's really poor play from them.
I'll pop in towards ramp now. FinnW will find 1-over-1 quickly. Fenneman looks for something quick with the AWP. He's actually going to be lingering around. We'll find 1 more.
Oh, great
able
move.
to slip away. Okay, surely it's done and dusted now as Fenneman's double alongside FinnW's initial find. Has given them a 4 versus 2.
Could have just opened up double doors there. Kissel at any moment he would have found it, but clearly they are playing this one by the book. Let's go shoulder to shoulder. Play as a unit, as a squadron. They can get smokes down on either side of ramp and still 1 on the bomb here. Tapeware spotted, and now this is where things surely are done for Tapeware. It's not even planted in the best position. Tapeware can get 2. Oh, okay. It's a doable round, and it's a 1 round as Kissel has to stick the bomb now. Tapeware has gone and clutched it from out of nowhere.
1 versus 4 for Tapeware.
How have they lost that?
And you were just saying a lot of the rounds that INOX you feel like have lost have been excusable. Find an excuse for that.
Tapeware is a god. Embarrassing. They should have just gotten a smoke on the bomb. Send a molly towards ramp instead of a smoke. Tapeware, he can push through a smoke. He can fire through one, but a Molotov, that would have been a problem. Send the molly towards the right-hand side, smoke towards the left, can't deny the defuse. But Falcons Force, they needed a hero. And Tapeware is his name. And this is where Nucleons, you have to imagine, he has a sense of shame about his performance in this game because everyone's having a big moment. We've seen it from Greco. We've seen it from Natasafix, Veno. Tapeware's just provided a huge round here. Nucleons, we need to see you rise up to the occasion. Natasafix gets the opening kill. Nucleons is already down towards Secret. Kissel. Oh, nearly spots out Natasafix, but unable to do so. And now the molly. Well, molly would have had full effect, but Natasafix has been found by FinnW. This is the bomb towards outside. We'll be able to sneak back towards lobby, though. Notaneki finds Tapeware. Disadvantage now of Falcons Force. 40 seconds. Notaneki with another. Nucleons and Greco. We've had a huge clutch from Tapeware in the last. Another is needed. Greco with the bomb. Nucleons down towards Secret will now emerge. And then going towards B has got to be the better game plan. Space has now just been taken by Notaneki towards Squeaky. And surely it is done. INOX Division. They will find victory in this series. The expected result, looking at it before the vetoes, after the vetoes, and even at the end. INOX Division, they do take it. A very dominant T side. Not really much more to add there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great start to that map. Disappointing it comes that close. I think it could have been a good sort of statement of intent moving forward for this INOX side, saying, look, yeah, first time playing Cash, we feel a bit short there, but great start to Inferno. Obviously ended up being, 10-3 up, ended up winning that pistol. Still, that one went 24 rounds. Felt like it was going to be the same story, but thankfully for INOX, they did have few players delivering towards the end. Sort of felt like it was sparked by Cos's ace that he ended up getting. But Falcons Force, I think it's a good showing for a side that have had to play with their coach against a side that are also as high ranked as INOX Division. The fact that they were able to push them the limits. Disappointed we can't see them progress through to the quarters, but a playoff run here. Short-lived, but still, it feels like it's a step in the right direction for still what is a very young side.
Yeah, look, Charlie, obviously we're a little bit behind schedule for today, so let's just pass it over to Tony and Mark. They'll be bringing you guys through these next two series. Look forward to hear what they have to say about the kind of the end result of that one, and also for those future games. We'll be jumping to a short break, and it'll be those two to take you through the rest of the day.
All right, guys, listen. Yesterday, I was feeling a little bit too energetic, in my opinion. I think we took things too quickly, too fast. There's some good Counter-Strike to be played, but I think we need to really sit back and appreciate. We've got more Counter-Strike on the way, specifically for this series, the second in the European Thunderpick. And I've got Marky and Vincent with me to break it all down, but Lavked and megoshort are also going to be here, but not just yet. Again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got 2 games to break down. So, boys, first of all, how are we doing on this fine day, Mark and Vincent?
I'm doing absolutely spectacular. I'm a new man, as I said in the green room. I saw Spider-Man last night.
It's a brand new day, some would say.
It is a brand new day. I think I'm a brand new person, to be honest.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a very long, enjoyable broadcast with Mark on the mic right now. If you don't know about Spider-Man, then you're gonna know.
Goodness gracious.
But not too much.
I don't know how much ball that you know about like the other Spider-Man movies. Like I don't know how deep you were invested in the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield movie.
I know you're quite a Tobey Maguire enjoyer.
I am. I was gonna say I challenge you to make as many references on the broadcast to a quote from Spider-Man movies as possible and see if I can pick them up. I think that would be a funny thing. Let's see if you can get to that. But before we do any referencing of any other forms of media, we've got to reference the rosters of both Lavked as well as megoshort, because frankly, I think they're both very interesting, particularly in the side of Lavked. It seems like they've upgraded quite considerably over the course of the last few months. Maybe not upgraded, but I think they've definitely side graded in many senses, but upgraded in terms of experience that they've never had before. I mean, Risky Bob and Kenzie coming into this team, maybe not a firepower upgrade necessarily, but it might be what these other players need in order to spread their wings and fly. Do you not agree, Vincent? Talk to me about that.
Man, I don't know that I really agree with that. Like, I can see the argument that you're making, especially with regard to the experience level, and I think that does bring something, no doubt. But to lose Confused and Dijon is a big hit. They went back to Sparta. Ironically, this team was Sparta before the switchover happened. Anyway, but the point being is that I think that Kenzie's like not really, it's not bad, but I'm never excited about that. I'm happy to accept like an experience piece, I guess. But Risky Bob, like, is he coming in? Is he like going to be calling? Because he was like calling for a second at the end of Namiga. I kind of assumed that he is, but at least thus far, this has not meant an uptick. In fact, I think it's been a downtick for Solb. I think it's not been that great for Xmind. I've seen him at higher peaks previously, and I'm not saying that it needs to be immediate, but I am saying that right now, I'm not convinced.
Marky?
I think I'm right there with you. I'm afraid that where I've actually gotten to like watch that Sparta roster before they've like made these changes, this should be awesome for where like Dijon and Confused join like Nickelback and Travis. I think that should be fun. They're not like playing in a ton of tournaments, but you're going to be like seeing them. I think they've just sort of like hopped on the CCT grind bandwagon, so to speak. Like they've just like gotten going themselves, where you like see Lavked come to, in my opinion, like I feel like I always was like seeing Dijon put up okay games for this team, and I mean that's why he does get this call up. So like Kenzie has been standing in for like WW, 1 win, 5 factors, endless journey. WW, just shout out, they like won that one CIS LAN that just concluded yesterday. That's really wild. They beat BP Chopper in the finals. Coaching. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I feel like that was a massive result. But yeah, like I was a little bit disappointed, right? When I was talking to you guys in the green room, we're not going to get our Bob versus Bob matchup here. I guess it was megoshort slotted with 2 of Alliance's players. We had Bob XD and Era slotted here, but Mr. Bob XD will not be joining us, Tony. That is a little bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with this megoshort roster. I mean, Era is obviously a stand-in, and Manon is somebody who is replacing a player who was also already a stand-in, so yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the future of this megoshort team has to offer us, but I do know that we have a future on Cash, Mirage, and Ancient. First time that I have been the first time that I've gotten the chance to actually watch any Cash myself came about a week ago or so, and this is going to be, I think, my 3rd Cash overall, and I'm excited to be joined by you guys for it. But how are your initial thoughts on Cash, and how many games have you gotten in?
I think this is like maybe the 5th or 6th. I don't know. I think I've been enjoying it. I've also not been able to catch like as many good games like as I'd like to. So I don't know how I feel about seeing it again, with a team that is very clearly like working with 2 substitutes to begin with, and then also subbing in for one of those substitutes a retired player. Like that doesn't feel great.
He's retired. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Manon is retired and has been for like 3 years. Yeah, he played last officially in 2022, so 4 years ago, and he had a couple of like BO3s that he stood in for early this year, and then a couple in 2024. But like he's been retired for a minute as well. So yeah, I don't know that the fact that is the case, and that Lavked haven't played Cash either makes me feel like we might not be getting the highest level. That being said, if it's a shootout, I think Lavked can still do well in that, and then. I mean, straight up, the rest of this veto is just very Lavked sided. It's hard to have any like positive feelings for megoshort when they just haven't played very many officials as this unit, and then on top of that, they're playing with a sub on a sub.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm definitely in that same boat for the majority. I think the only player in piece that I can really say anything different about is going to be Era. He found himself quite literally in maybe the best form he's ever had on this Alliance team, to where he was player that, I mean, if he ever ends up watching this back, and I'm not sure if he will or not, but I was a doubter, and I think reasonably so, for a long time. I didn't really see the whole hype that was surrounding him in Swedish Counter-Strike for a majority of the rosters in which needed an AWP fill, and he joined and didn't really do the job that I needed him to do. But when it came down to it, when CS2 came around the bend, he really saw a level up, and I think that right now, today, it's fortunate that a player like Xmind exists on the side of Lavked to contest with him, because they need somebody of Xmind's caliber and also explosivity to be able to say that Era's not just going to waltz all over them today. Do you agree with that?
I think I really do. I think like most times when I've like clicked on to this X-Sparta squad, whatever you want to call Lavked, his mind has always been like really spectacular in my opinion. Like I think where you've like seen him coming out here to like start off a really good month, that's been encouraging. And I gotta say, into a series today, like you've said, with some more unique circumstances, and I come to report even another substitute. Boys, we're not getting either Bobs today. Risky Bob is going to be out here, and former Fluffy Gangsters player Setsu, am I saying that correctly, will be taking his place on Lavked.
Crap. Stinks.
I don't know.
That actually changes a lot for me.
I agree. I think it does as well. And that's because in my mind, like this, even if it wasn't working yet, and like we weren't seeing a lot of positives initially, if this was the roster that Lavked were moving with going forward, then there's a world where I'm seeing an upward trajectory, and I like where that's going. Now it's kind of getting into this point where like maybe one of my biggest frustrations currently with a lot of these teams at this level of Counter-Strike is that they just don't have a consistent roster. It feels like you're rocking up with a random 5 on any given day around a core of 3, and that just doesn't end up making good Counter-Strike, period.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with that. Feels like stand-in central going on today, and I'm not too big a fan on that. But Era's the head-to-head, Xmind and Era. It's fortunate for me that I was bringing those two guys up as the clash, because I think that's going to be the most fun that we're going to have today. Talking about players that we have a good insight on. I think that myself and both of you have seen enough of Xmind on our own to be able to say that there's an opinion to be had on his individual level. We're honest, he joined this team, not even officially, and I was a little bit confused as to who he even was. And you know what? I'm glad to have found out who he was, because I think he's pretty darn good, and I think that he's got a future in this roster and maybe in many others. But it looks like we're going to be getting into Cash momentarily here, and that is a fun map, I think, to say for Swedish Counter-Strike in general. So let's see if Era have anything to say about it on that map pick, because I personally do love a good Cash, and I hope that you do too, and I hope that we get one in the round of 16.
Well, thank you very much for them keys, Tony. I promise you, me and Vincent will take care of this dang thing on Cash for you. One more quarterfinal that we've got to set up here, Vinny. And I feel like with some of these circumstances that have changed, we're still getting the special that we wanted. Either way, it's gonna be different.
I'm definitely of the mind that this is This is a much more tentative game now, a lot more of a toss-up, even than it already was. And I think it already was quite the toss-up in many aspects. But so aggressive, both Zen and Manage, pushing all the way through. Seems ridiculous.
So you're going to make that contact, running after Twinkie inside of Checkers. He'll be removed by Kenzie right away. Just going to secure this bomb plan. Zen is going to have more impact. First time I'm watching Zen on screen. Kenzie going to take down man in the back lines. Robin will get close. And, I mean, to swing off of this flash, off of his mind's position. He tries to play anti-flash. He's just going to be clubbed in the corner. Era now inside of Checkers, having a little bit of trouble. Kenzie, he's able to survive here for a moment. Kenzie now brought into 1 versus 1. This clutch has gone so quick, and Robin, he's gonna have to press the problem, but that's where you get the pressure. It's a 1 versus 3 for Kenzie to start off this quarterfinal.
Finishes it in an ace for totality. Ridiculous stuff from Kenzie. And that all starts with megoshort pushing through Squeaky, getting a kill, making the entirety of the game plan have to be resettled. Lavked, they ended up just having to go into B because they lost everything else. And it worked out pretty nicely. A sick clutch out of Kenzie to get them off the blocks in winning fashion.
What kind of blocks do you mean? Like the blocks that a car with no tires is on, or the blocks that swimmers are jumping off of? Just kind of wrestle with that for a minute, Vincent. Kills come in middle. Maybe this isn't the round for me to be yapping over these pistols that are only the upgrades. Let me, like, not tug your leg either, lie to you. Are going to be putting the pressure on, but probably not too heavily.
Yeah, it's one of these deeper rounds.
Vincent? Which was it?
It was the swimming type.
Okay. Gotcha. I've jumped off those a time or two in my day.
Yeah, you have. I don't know that I ever actually... I probably have, like, once. You know, it was probably one, like, at a public pool or something.
Right.
But, like, I can't specifically remember ever doing
The
that.
thing goes, meh, and then you jump off of the block into the water, like you're Michael Phelps.
Right.
That goes,
Except
man.
I'm not.
Nope, you always got to believe you are.
Wait,
Kenzie's
Kenzie is just
looking
kind of cooking, man. That's
kinda
crazy.
sharp.
Job.
We've only seen 2.5 minutes of this cash for him, and now maybe it's going to get a little bit worse. Look at the HP here. In less than 30 seconds, though, Twinkie, I feel like he's about to fucking do that crosshair. Twinkie gets that kill anyway off the timing swings back. And now the substitute that we just learned joining us in the server about 10 minutes ago under immediate pressure, and Twinkie going to remove a 1 versus 2 clutch that comes the way of megoshort after a Kenzie 1 versus 3 in the pistol.
Well, that is certainly going to bode well for megoshort as they make things work with just upgraded deagles and a P250. They ended up getting the rotate into the A site a little bit quick enough to start to surprise Lavked. I also just think it wasn't that great. Like the pathing, I just praised Kenzie, but like the pathing was really not great. Doesn't feel like they had a lot of practice with that smoke, because there's definitely chances to play around it very consistently on forklift. Nobody seemed interested in dealing with it. Probably shouldn't have been able to get that kill, but Soul does, and Madden goes down. 1 for 1. Feels like Lavked just kind of chilling here. Weird that they've slowed down so much.
Quick check towards Robin, but respect from him as well. Era to go and just kind of sit in Z. Robin does walk up to the very top of highway. There's Era's peak. There's Era's probably last look in the round. Sitting on 9 health. Here comes Robin to wrap it up. Anytime now. Okay, maybe not.
What an interesting smoke there.
like, unfortunately, it was helping his mind a little bit at that, like, Xbox position, just right outside of it, white box, rather. I got a little bit worried. And a 1v2,
1v3.
I mean, access to the bomb, but if he dashed into B, there would be a lot of Bs. There was no chance. Then takes him down from the top of highway. He returns from his double back from the pistol round. megoshort stabilize.
And gonna get a stabilize further as well with the eco coming up. Lavked, the squad to get the playoff invite here. megoshort working their way through the group with the Bob XD version of this roster. Lavked not been that impressive, to be fair, though megoshort barely played anything. This is like their third event back as a quote-unquote team, but every time they've played with like different players.
Yeah.
So, like, I use the word team very loosely.
I mean, even in one of those tournaments, I think it was Nodwin, like, Robin wasn't even with them. I think I'm misquoting. It was, I believe, in one of these tournaments. Yeah, you saw Fury stand in for him just in sight of the Series 6 closed qualifier for CCT. That Deagle not getting anything at the end of this round. But yeah, it's like we're using Jazer, Quick in some of these tournaments. I mean, like, they were used for 2 tournaments in a row to be respective, even in that closed qualifier that I just referenced as well. So maybe I get my details straight, but yeah, it's a little bit confusing.
The issue is, like, it's a whole lot of losses in there, and so it makes me feel as if the success in this event is more to do with, like, Era being here and getting the chance to see Bob XD. Like, that's what it felt like, at least on paper. But this is looking good currently. He kills out his end last time. We were on the guns, and we're back on the rifles for this one. There's AWP over towards B, but it's Robin, A side of the map, doing the opening damage.
Era takes that peek. It's quick onto the AWP player. Era been playing such a good game through the Swiss stage. So that's a part of the reason why megoshort qualified to the playoffs just so easily through 4 maps sold. Like Tony was talking about in some of these player changes, maybe his rating has gone a little bit south. He's also lost the B on HLTV. I don't know if you noticed that. He's just sold.
I have, yeah. There's like a couple of players that like are doing that. Maybe
it's like for Gutty. He lost the.
Yeah.
He's just Gutty now.
Maybe it's just that like HLTV has opened the door. Like I know previously, that HLTV is really closed about changing those things. Like it's pretty difficult to get things changed. I've talked to multiple players that were like, yeah, I like really want to get this part of my profile changed, and for a variety of different reasons, it was difficult. But maybe they've adjusted that, and there's a different policy in place now. But yeah, a bunch of players over the last maybe all of 2026, to be honest, that have done that, made little adjustments.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting player we've gotten in the server over on the megoshort end. I don't think what were we saying this as Madden, right? That would make sense.
So I'll give you a quick history lesson on
Please.
this one.
I love Academy.
Yeah, so he's just 25, but he's retired officially. He last played on Coalesce in 2022, and was part of the Young Ninjas roster in 2021 for at least the majority of that year. Since then, though, he's subbed for like 3 or 4 best of 3s total since the 2022 retirement, and this is his first since the beginning of January this year.
Yeah, he was playing on that like Young Ninjas roster with like Rolf, Fuzi, ZTR, Sapik. They actually made the finals in one of those like We Play tournaments. Lost to Mao's NXT, of course.
Classic.
Tapping her foot, waiting for this A hit. Any second now, Soul will send us.
The smokes. No flashes for this. We're in Zen ready.
They're getting back to quad. Well, just catching Kenzie. Era so sharp. Now, aware Setsu gonna be making a big fuss in the site about this. A triple kill on his Tech 9. Molotov that can follow this up. Genuinely, that might be able to take care of Tetsu. And in Twinkie on their way back. That HE might have been better placed. What we have known it to take care of. A shot at that Opera. It may be the ace. Clutch in essence. Digging Lavked out of the damn grave inside of this round. This was just on a half buy in essence. And now it is the ace for Setsu. 10 minutes ago, he wasn't even supposed to be playing in this cache. He's just registered an ace for Lavked.
That's incredible from Tetsu. I don't think that there's I don't think that there is any reason that that should have gone so poorly. A little bit of maybe miscommunication for Era, not by him, but the comms to him when Tetsu gets the kill at forklift, doesn't realize quite how far forward he is and how fast he's moving. Gets punished. That's after Era got 3 kills on the inbound. Ridiculous success for Era, and despite that, they lose. All thanks to Tetsu. Second ace in just 6 rounds for Lavked, and it's both of their victories that are at the ace in Tetsu.
I think now we're just pugging. Could really expect something like that. Era's first cache in his career that he's registered, and it's starting off really well. 10-4 so far in round number 7 particularly. I think you could expect him to have a little bit more impact. God, this guy's a lightning bolt today. Just takes down Tetsu over the top. That was the ace he was carrying along. Solvin Mind are going to be back towards A main. But this is a decent place to push back from, though it's going to be a default protected plan. Smoke onto A main. No chance to even say a word through this smoke. May go short of a 5th.
That's how it's supposed to go. You use the word, you know, we're just kind of pugging here. That's very much the vibe for Lavked right now. The lack of mid protocols, the lack of any like more thorough execute utility as well. You just see the common couple of smokes there, the waterfall one, and then the more traditional one for truck cross. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about that makes me feel like this is a lot more of a puggy style. Lavked, of course, didn't pick into this. megoshort selected it. Could be a nice nade. Or not. Where in the world did that damage go?
Man, it does find that player on the boost. And then to space out and actually dodge the AWP shot from this very well placed Molotov in the run that will be delaying this squeaky approach for just another moment. Invisible is in a transitional position, 4-3 moment that you see on your screen. Zen has no idea about Invisible, just getting more comfortable on top of catwalk. Era here is the only player that's really able to press their opinion op angle into the site, and it's holding a nice line of scrimmage. Twinkies nade detonates. Era finds the frag. 2v2, and now with the man incoming in the back lines, he finds both of those kills. It's going to be a triple for the retiree coming back into action.
Manon having some impactful kills this round. He starts in vent and deals with the boost pretty nicely. Lavked actually had a lot more motion in middle this round. I think that both the utility setup and the way that they were locking off angles and positions in mid to ensure that it was not as easy. Very, very strong compared to the previous rounds. Nonetheless, megoshort deals with those problems, and another good round from Era. Supportively and on the off. Oh, wow. Invisibly's through. Unfortunately for him, Twinkie had the information, had the coverage, and in realizing somebody could be in between him and his teammate. Short work. Aggression. Multiple different aspects of this round for megoshort. Very easy round, all things considered. Kinsey, next mine, gonna try and just walk in. Why? Why, man?
Yeah, too early.
Well, like, they had a smoke. They definitely could have, like, used their... They had, I think, 7 nades between the two of them. Just use some of that. That's why I mean that it just, to me, seems like Lavked don't really have a clue what they're doing here.
Tony was right. I guess this cache is just a little bit special for these Swedish teams. Maybe, I don't know, Ball, but I know Fnatic were quite good at that cache back in the day. Discussion for another moment. Zen, but we're not worried about Zen particularly. He's already gone. Eric gonna be up towards the top. In this time, it's Lavked that have gotten 2 entries out towards the A site. And invisibly, he's trying to find out where Era has just skirted off to in this moment. Era is quick behind that wall, but he can't be quick enough. Is manning with another double spray down on the A site to end things here as megoshort elevate to 8.
It just,
So,
Lavked just don't...
Is that kind of what Tony means in the history of Swedish CS being good at cache?
Oh, Fnatic definitely, like, part of that. I don't know what's...
The Dennis
He
clip.
can tell you.
The Dennis clip.
I mean, definitely Fnatic. I'm trying to think, like... I don't remember if Nip were ever, like, really good at cache. I don't recall. But I'm sure he'll let you know.
Oh, I know he will. Swing over the top of that invisibly to actually alleviate Robin from the start of this round. It feels like we are sprinting through this cache as it is. Era will take Soul out of things. megoshort. This is their map pick of cache. It's their place to open shop up at the moment. Maybe even shatter a 9th here. Maybe I don't mean in the way of, well, losing. Putting 9th on the board, it really feels like that's out the window right now. It's invisibly that does have eyes onto this tree position. Twin Keys juking all of these op shots. Still not even to safety personally. I'm sure he will be in no time.
I don't know. They're just taking so long
CT, bro.
to do
what
anything.
What is this Guitar Hero? Skin he's got. Look at this.
I didn't catch what.
Look
I didn't look at it close.
Oh, this is awesome. Guitar Hero. I don't know why I got that from this. It's got like the same font vibe, but it's like graffiti. Clearly.
All right, I'll have to see if I can see it. I have to wait for that though.
You want to read this Exist quote that Tony has sent?
Yeah, sure. So apparently Exist has a quote that goes, "Never pick cash against me, mother effer."
Wow.
Yep.
That sounds like the Exist we know and love.
What era of Nip is that from? I mean, I say that like there's multiple eras that he would be a part of. Obviously, early days. Robin might go down, but he's burned one with him.
Kenzie under some trouble. Under the microscope of megoshort. Op is going to come back to Squeaky to get a pick. Nobody's fighting over towards Highway. Easy kill as easy as it's been for Zen through the first half here. This goes pen to paper, and I mean, this is cleaned off the page. 9-3 first half, a 6-round difference going towards megoshort. Goodness gracious, that's a scoreline.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna pull any punches. This is really terrible for Lavked. Like, they look lost. They don't have a plan. They don't even have like when they play fast. They don't even have a plan from spawn. It seems like, you know, it's the sort of same type of plan I might have in a pug where I'm like, well, let's go B. How we get there or what we do to make that happen is just not explained, not mentioned whatsoever. Very disappointed with the way that Lavked are playing. The fact that they get 3 rounds and 2 of those are from individuals getting an ace should tell you all you need to know.
It's a very swell way of putting it.
For this one moment, Kinsey has gotten every single pistol round kill for Lavked total.
Hey, not anymore.
Yeah, but just for that 1 second, you know, all of
just
them
for that
hits.
one moment in time. Tatsu put up a couple of shots. Next to Invisible goes down. Mr. Mannon is doing a lot of great work here on this cache. Jumping over the top.
Great move.
Dunks on him for the 2-time. Mannon falls through. These dualies up against the world, up against megoshort right now. And I'm afraid at range it's going to be even worse. So Mind will just tiptoe back. He's got 100 Kevlar. Not for long. Okay, maybe not.
Maybe for long. Dude, Era just looks like he's smurfing on these duels right now.
Maybe he is.
He very much is. That move that he makes, like, it's just the decision making from Era, I think, has been really good, as well as obviously the shooting. He basically wins in the round by jumping up onto the highway box instead of staying elevated in heaven on the A site. If he stays on Rafter, then it's more of a 50 and probably he just loses his life. But by forcing the issue, he can take highway space and make it so that the truck players aren't able to get there. Yeah, I know. Tony's made fun of me, but that's Trav's fault because he was calling it heaven the other day. Yell at Trav.
That's wild.
Listen,
That's
man.
wild from Trav. This guy has been an OG. I don't know. Gotta revoke his call-out card on Cash, I guess.
Not unreasonable. It's just crazy.
You're talking about Catwalk or Shroud? What are you talking about?
Not Shroud, obviously. The Catwalk, the Rafters.
Okay, that's what I thought. Kids don't even know who Shroud is nowadays.
That's not true.
You're like
Shroud's
the guy that bad mouths CS. That's how they know him.
The Shroud
Obviously.
bad mouth CS. I don't remember.
Probably
about
not
that.
in like a while. You know, he's like, I need them. I need the counter strikers on my side.
He just doesn't need us.
There's the court of public opinion, you know.
Bro logs into Twitch and goes live to like 20,000 viewers no matter what, as long as it's an FPS
I don't
game.
think he needs CS.
I don't.
Yeah, probably not. Well, maybe he should play Papa's Pizzeria and see how many viewers he gets. I would watch that. Just saying. Break it more. So, gonna be finding Robin. There's nobody swinging from the back lines.
Guys.
Is the one that at least finds this trade anytime now. I mean, you might as well take that last step. It's Zen that will just get comfortable here inside a squeak.
Well, on the upside, I guess nobody on the T side uses their utility, whether it be Lavked or megoshort. But bad trade spacing as well in the vent. Probably needs to be a little bit closer, but walk into a bit of a stack, and also don't use your utility. It's a recipe for failure. megoshort gonna keep up the force spy. They just have the singular Galil. That's the rifle available to them. Everybody else working a dig, or in Robin's case, a P250.
Dude, this guy's like a cash expert at the moment.
Cash
Wait till he... Yeah, maybe. Wait till he gets the op out. I bet he's going to be doing body wall bangs and all that.
That was Robin who was shooting, no?
On the spam there, I could have sworn it was Era.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
I'm seeing things.
No,
that would make sense now that it's Robin.
I probably am seeing things.
Ooh, nice find out of Zen.
Guys. This is a painful watch, if I'm being truthful. This is why when I said on the desk that I wasn't sure if this was like the cash to watch. This is what I meant.
I would agree. It's definitely a rough
unlucky.
one.
Wait, he got the kill anyway. Dude, hell yeah.
Robin did. The man who fluffed the flash sold here. He's going to have to walk through a smoke and Z. This actually might make it a little bit better for him. Setsu is going to be taking this contact. Obviously, Robin staring at Soul, but Zen turns around, gets another really big kill, 23 seconds, and they're still reaching in this bomb site. Now, Era has made it to the 1v1, but how fast is that? Era on every elevation at the moment is evaporating Lavked.
It's mind-boggling to me because that wasn't well played, but Era just like shot better again. Zen, another really nice round from him. Zen as well, I think, has flown under the radar. He actually has been with this team for a little while, like a part of the, we'll say, core. And I haven't really been all that impressed when the times I've been able to watch him on megoshort, but this is a very impressive game from him. He's had a lot of multi-frags. He had the one Galil this round. And granted, in my opinion, got a lot of kills or a couple of those kills in ways where it was clear Lavked just don't have a lot of experience on the map. But it was a good round, and he had a lot of those rounds on the CT side too. Multi-kill, triples, etc. Anyway.
Vincent, I was debating on asking this off stream to not sound stupid,
Okay.
but is this team's name megoshort and not megoshort? I thought that was one word.
Well, I mean,
and then that cute little guy in their like logo, he's like, that's the cat player. It's like, I play short.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know about that. That could be the case. That seems reasonable to me.
I agree.
But yeah, no, they used to play. They like played Dust 2 all the time, so I assumed it was like.
Oh my god, Court on life for sold at the moment. That is absolutely atrocious. Cover your eyes. Bomb gonna go down here within this B site. Lavked, they got 4 in the way. Mainly 3 at the moment.
They're still kind of in trouble. The man in what you up to, bro? He's like out in the middle of Narnia. He's very lucky that he didn't get punished there. Oh. Here we go. Slash shouldn't be that effective. Manon has... Oh, never mind.
Able to actually get a fair amount of damage there onto Kenzie, but maybe a little bit too early of a peek there. Out from the vent, Kenzie trying to find the bomb. Zen with a nice way to check it. Just going to hop over the top and now just going to fade. Everybody done enough to find 12 rounds. Here is the time. Comes the way of megoshort.
Well, there you go. Nothing too big a deal there for megoshort in the post plan. I actually thought that flash was not going to be effective, but it goes like so deep on the site. I don't know if I just am not up to date, but I feel like that was like a flub, and it ended up working out. Anyway, good moves made in the end from Zen. Another impactful round from him. megoshort, this cash is absolutely working out. megoshort essentially just waiting for Lavked to make the first move / mistake. Lavked not so interested in doing that. They've been pushing mid a lot and been getting punished a lot. For Tetsu, to be able to survive the second go.
Reinforcement at highway as well. Robin here. Oh, it takes a lot on the spam there. I was really worried about him fully going down to that twin key. He started to pull attention away on the lurk, but he's dispatched after 1, so this should be a non-issue. Going to even be very close to matters at highway, considering, oh, this is going to be an overextension by Kenzie. Tapped out, but now all onto Era here towards the top of Cat. Forklift, now 1 versus 1, but he's not able to transfer onto Invisibly. Able to swing and trade, cut right at the correct moment. It's Lavked that continue on cash.
That they do. megoshort, as I said, just essentially waiting for Lavked to make the errors, and that's been working for them really very well over the course of the second half. First time that doesn't really do the damage. And because it's still been tight, a lot of rounds close, it's an immediate eco / force buy for megoshort. This one's only pistols, but everyone's got Kevlar. Jeez.
Gold. Give me a triple. Goes down to the Deeg. Era anytime now. Kenzie will drop. But it's 1 more pistol that will pop a kill at least. Then into 1 versus 2. Gonna have to wait a moment for this rifle round. megoshort gotta, count their pennies, and the dollars will take care of themselves. Sound advice. This way through checkers. I mean, we still got Solb around, but he's got a friend. Invisibly here. A helping hand. Which walking this way. After this, we'll hop onto a Mirage, which both of these teams popping out have had obviously a lot more play on. But through this roster, obviously, megoshort have only played it once inside of Thunderpick. They beat that Los Kogutos roster, who is playing with a fun 5 right now. They got Mari and Marcos.
That's fun.
When I like watched that team, I thought they had Marks, right, from Pain Academy for like 1 second. I'm like, what am I even thinking? That guy is jobless. That's probably what I was thinking. Mr. Misfit took his job. Not a bad thing. But, I mean, maybe he listened to what you said. You remember that one broadcast, and this is before, crap hit the fan for MIBR Academy. You were like, Levi should join MIBR Academy. And Misfit was like, you know what? Maybe I should join the Academy team. And he joined arguably the best one.
Fair enough.
The Bestie Academy did just beat Imperial.
Yeah, I was there for that.
You were. What was it like?
It was I was in awe, and then I was like, but no. Yeah. But it's happening, but no. And then it kept happening. And then I just had to sit back and clap, just be impressed.
100%.
Well, this is kind of a lot closer than it should be.
Manin onto Tetsu. Just be traded out right quick.
Well, they've kind of got the right read here.
Site fully alone. Visibly onto Twin Key. Got to spike the smoke inside of spawn. They've even tried to push them back on top of the flash. Robin to get into the site. Where's Era activating in this moment?
Visibly just going through, bro. He got out?
That's insane. He's going to go through once again. He said, I didn't get punished once. How about twice? Takes down that plant. Lavked. I'm not going to say this push isn't significant. All of a sudden, what? This is 3 rounds in a row? I might be selling it short. What is it for?
Sorry. Rounds in a row? Yeah.
These calculations.
This will be the 3rd in a row, that is.
The 3rd.
Counter-terrorists win.
Hardest round to get is this 13th. Yada yada. The cliche caster says it. That's me, by the way.
Hey, dude.
Hey, dude.
I'm the guy that says they're bad or whatever.
Okay, all right, buddy. All right, pal.
I thought we were doing the. You know, I'm just the guy that insert your preference.
I think my brain is too scrambled from watching this cache.
megoshort are just kind of like wandering, trying to like oops their way into a round. It doesn't personally feel like it's that they're worried at all. So I'm not because worried. Of that, I'm not really that worried.
I'm not worried. I
maybe
wonder
they
if
should
Tony's
be.
worried.
Maybe they should be.
Volume that's burning. Kenzie onto Era. Tony said he's not worried. Invisibly takes down Robin. Well, maybe you should be. Because Lavked here are pushing back. It's the pistols. And it's tiptoeing. He'll get out. He'll watch for somebody. Zen gonna come back this way. Was this guy active in 2019, man? And I'm gonna carbon date him. Oh boy. He's got a deagle. Here he goes! It's Manin! Man, he has missed the turf, clearly. Tech 9 rattling off 6 HP now for Zen. Might be able to actually get a little bit of a bomb plant. That would be significant. Kenzie gonna push smoke. All of a sudden, it's gonna be a 1v1. Don't you dare. Bulb should secure the round by not overplaying his hand near highway. Zen is going to confirm the bomb plant, but it is just Soul who at that microsecond takes him off of the position, and it's 9 now pushing for Lavked.
Me when I planned in the open, but I could have planted safe. Very funny. Very funny. Close, but no cigar. Lavked, they're on the way. Listen, I do want to mention that I have some PTSD. I did watch Isris go down 1-11 on this map against Patins Ferrari and then come back and win in overtime.
Say that one more time, excuse me. It's visibly on the Twin Key.
Isris was down 1-11 on cash, and then they came back to win against Patins Ferrari.
Katsmarats, how can you let it happen? That's CCT champion Isris that we've just seen in wild circumstance.
Sorry, not laughing at that. I was laughing at the interaction there with Manin, like
I was absurd. Yeah. Walking towards highway. There goes Kenzie onto Robin.
Play together, man.
Stop this, Kenzie. What are we doing? I'm saying give them a break. Allow megoshort to breathe, because then maybe we could finish the game. We're back down on the dirty floor with about 34, 3,500, 15, 10, 5 million, something like that. Vincent, I gave it up to Grind from the Rap. Have you heard about this?
You gave it up to say that again?
There was a big band in Jacksonville that wanted me to come out and play the drums.
Are you? Am I?
You're
missing...
not on the internet as much as me. I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm not. I'm sorry.
Tony even got that.
Tony's on the internet a lot, so probably. No clue. Never clue. Okay, so you're just really online.
I referenced that the other day, and I also didn't get a reply. So maybe it's just me. However, that's something I'm.
Maybe it's your niche corner of the internet, which is okay too. That's not like an
corner of one of the most popular. I was about to like date myself and make me sound so young. I was about to say one of like the most popular TikTok sounds or whatever.
I mean, you're always in trouble when you say that to me because I'm not on TikTok at all.
Well, it was like a podcast clip of a guy like lying that he got $50 million to go to college.
Nice lie, dude.
Tony knows what I'm talking
about.
He knows. Yes, Tony does know. Not gonna get any of that cheddar in this round that I'm talking about. No bomb plant. megoshort. We're trolling. Back 10 will check again. Solvent invisibly clear middle, and we're up to 24 rounds deep in this cache. Yes, Vincent, watch that clip.
How long is
Maybe
this
after
clip?
the game.
Do I have time? I'm seeing what the clip is.
Go for it.
Oh shoot.
They wanted me to be there for like they wanted me to be in college for this decade.
I think it was like, that's how you know he's just lying.
megoshort, can we close it here? All you gotta do is hit B, man. But it's been 7 years and we forgot how to play cash. Robin, inform us all. Gotta check if Twinkie had this active back in the day. He's 25 years old. That might be old enough to play cash.
I don't think he was,
Well, mum's the word then. Kenzie to get that kill onto Twinkie. Oh, megoshort, they're about stuck in the mud. It's sold from the top of this that will manage a multi. It's all onto Era. Would have to post, in essence, a 4K and close the game. We're going to OT, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you got more appetite for cash. Flash over the top. This was supposed to be a swift and smooth map. The peek out towards tree, had to get that started off somehow. megoshort are not going to go towards the end of the first map carrying their win. They have fumbled this thing quite horrendously. We're going to OT.
So I just did the research. No, Manon's never played a cache previously.
Yeah, but on HLTV, Tony's like, he was playing the game in 2019.
Well, I'm sure he was, but like,
I was playing cache. Like, that's the thing. I didn't start competing on ESEA till like 2020, and that was 1 year after it like got removed.
Right. When I played ESEA, the cache was in the pool.
What rank were you?
On ESEA?
Yes.
Peak or like just in general?
In general.
My
like, peak was A-.
Like I started at probably the very bottom. I don't remember if it was the very bottom, but I was like B. I hovered like B, B-.
Somebody brought up ringers to me the other day, and I just
ringer, baby.
I just like got such a blast from the past.
Sometimes I hit the people with the dot stats in matchmaking just to see who knows ball.
You will have a filter on that. Not a lot of people will know. Nobody knew to smoke tree before walking out. megoshort. They have a 31-year-old player that has played cash actively. I'm pretty sure we know that that's step numero uno. Era and Robin, that very player I'm picking on, they're going to be walking out into this site. I don't know if it's the T side, but megoshort have really had to impressively lose a lot of rounds to get here, and I think that's just, well, putting it lightly. 3 HP for Era. Now Lavked have their lead back for the first time in a long time.
You might ask, why am I not respecting this comeback very much? Just to kind of like give it a general overview, it's because megoshort have played in such a way where they're not taking space efficiently. They're not looking to execute as a team. Like they did a couple of times. It wasn't like entirely, it wasn't the same as what Lavked were doing on their T side, but many rounds they're just sitting and waiting for Lavked to make the move. And I think their spacing's been poor as well. So I think whilst Lavked have stepped up, sure, this is megoshort really letting me down.
The reverse. Afraid he's just going to be taken away likely pretty quickly. Usa to come from some source. And megoshort have identified it. Nice smoke. Lavked have brought all 3 players over to A.
Right gamble.
Like XQC utility.
That's a good one. Like XQC utility. That might be the meanest thing you've ever said. Like most unintentionally mean thing ever said.
I could sympathize with that. Has there already been a technical pause called? I think that's just what our HUD says. Retake on bar. Oop, fire in the hole. Oh, goodness gracious. Maybe the insult was deserved. Nade missed, but just by a hair. Tetsu walking back this way. megoshort would love to get around finally, and I believe they will. Solbit in 1 versus 3. Molotov to try and deny Zen, but he actually follows the exact route that the Molotov was dictating. Time here just not going to allow the defuse to even be conceptual. It is the Swedish side that cough up around.
Well, they got there. They got there in the end, to 13, I mean. Unfortunately, that's no longer the goal. That's no longer the point that we're going to be looking to get towards. They double up last round.
I'm not certain.
I don't think so. Anyway, Lavked are double hopping. Man, what I wouldn't give to see megoshort like just hit A fast in the first 40 seconds of the round.
Seems like that might be quite a luxury. Kenzie waiting for this up top. Flash gonna go and appear right quick. Kenzie, a nice spray down. And these double ops will take a very big attention. Good kills. Lavked, they're gonna produce a 14th here, most likely. They don't manage to fumble a 2v5 from this point forward. Op does miss. Twice inside a middle. This mine is having a little bit of trouble here. Sold with the wall bang. This is a nice angle to spam from Zen. Invisibly should put this away in the first half of overtime number 1.
The fact that Lavked are in the lead is mind-boggling. It's insane, and the step up on an individual level from Invisibly has been phenomenal. Kenzie's been good the whole time, but Xmind also was very inconsistent in the first half. Now let's play the game of, can we get a couple of T-side rounds here, Lavked? Just need a couple. Lead into the second half of OT. Really just burst Robin down immediately. And, well, Manon is unfortunately going to serve that up. Sold through smoke. He doesn't know it, but he's playing a dangerous game surrounding that. Gonna be 3B currently, and the bomb. I'm not quite sure where they want to go. Like they could still go A very easily. Might just want to get mid control back and split somewhere, and that seems like it's the plan. Lavked playing so funny. They didn't play any rounds like this in the first half. Didn't successfully default, didn't get opening picks where then they paused and waited. They might be waiting a little too long. That B stack's now an A stack, and that's where they appear to be heading. Seconds. Winky, Zen, it is a full clear out. There is nothing left as megoshort shut them down. Nice maneuverability for megoshort on the CT side. I think it's nice that they decided to stack early, and then when that doesn't work out, like they just fully adjusted where they wanted to stack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if megoshort could have pressed a foot like that, their entire 12-round kind of look through regulation, that would have been, I mean, a way to try and knock this map out. Twinkie gonna try and take an opening fight. Tetsu, you know it's coming invisibly, also gonna be called over here. Send him in on a flash. This is not going to affect Twinkie's position. However, the wide swing will.
This is a nice setup, man. What if Lavked played like this the whole game? Crazy. They're also watching for this this push on the other side of the map. Also, that is a crazy push to stick with. Oh, he's stuck. Era's stuck in Sunroom. Big info jump there from Invisibly. Now knows that there's two players, or one highway, one on Cat.
Still holding along too.
They're low on time again.
Unless they're trying to just maneuver this right into the vent. I mean, their bodies ended up there. megoshort are actually going to find match point again. Somebody coming through. This is not even a feasible clutch.
Once again, I mind just kind of like doing whatever. Feels like he was saving that no matter what happened to Invisibly. Getting pushed, but I think he's fine. Yeah, no amount of time to get to him. Again, Lavked looking like a whole different team on this T side than they did in regulation, but also not entirely all positive. I like that they're being more discerning about how they want to attack, but they're waiting so long, especially after they're getting information. They get info, and then they just wait and wait and wait again, so there's nothing, so that the information, by the time that they try to take action upon it, isn't relevant anymore. megoshort might just avert the crisis. 12-5 was where this started. That's what megoshort had as the lead. Oh, it's so funny. They're like playing whack-a-mole.
Winging back and forth, though. He's got to smash it. Don't lose their opera here. Right at the start. I'm sure both teams are tired of cash by now.
And this time, Lavked, where previously they've had success in the early round, this time they've taken a ton of damage. Like 4 players significantly low at about half HP. And they don't have that man up. Now, hey man, remember when I was like, what I wouldn't give to see Lavked like just hit a site? I guess I was talking about megoshort. No way! What? Robin, what a timing!
Tries to get more. I think he's capable of doing so, but doubled up here inside of NBK. You're also waiting on Solb to click into action, but I'm not even sure he is going to be able to add to this equation whatsoever. Frag for main. Robin just got to stay alive. 4 bodies up for megoshort. It was a 12-4 lead that they had in regulation. They lost that, but they didn't lose the map. They closed their selection at 16-14.
They're so lucky. They're so lucky that they didn't lose this map. They probably should have, with how poor they played on their T side. But ultimately, they were able to find a way to stabilize. Welcome back, Tone. That was an experience, to say the least, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, listen, before we started the show, I said that I wanted to go slow and take this one map by map, but like, I didn't mean that I wanted it to go from a game that I thought was closed in the first 15 rounds to then an overtime affair. This is a little bit extraordinary, I think, that we've gone this far. And listen, you took the words right out of my mouth, and it was literally live on broadcast. It was a pug. It was literally a pug. We were going into instances, dry on contact peaks, walking through Molotovs out of desperation when it came down to the Lavked T side, and then we flipped things over and around. You can tell that the preparation, that, or they're just in cohesion, I guess, from megoshort also wasn't up to snuff in order to be able to take this one in the capacity in which they should have. And convincingly so, it should have been outright as soon as they were given the opportunity following a pistol round success delivered by Era, that he was just the man on a mission. He wanted this map. He wanted it in the beginning. He had himself up to like 20 and change, and his teammates weren't able to rise to the occasion to be able to actually make good off of the promises he was giving to them. And honest and truthfully, I think his domination came through mid and highway. Flexing on that position on CT side, it looked like they literally couldn't do anything to stop this guy. It was room that was given to move for his team to be free and do as they please without needing to worry about that map control in most capacities. And I think that's really where falling short Lavked need to move forward into the future and say, how are we going to be able to negate this position? Guys, if we're going into this next to the maps, I'm going to give both of you the chance to talk to me a little bit about just one sentence or so about what needs to happen on Mirage for both of these teams, because it looks like neither of them are actually here even after a 30 round affair.
So I personally feel like the biggest thing that I'm frustrated with, maybe on both sides, but like specifically for megoshort, is like once they had control of the game, they just didn't have a killer instinct. They really weren't looking to close, and it seemed like there was nothing there. So the fact that they got it over the line, all right, fair enough. Took them a while, but they did get there. I need to see a little bit more of that killer instinct on Mirage, because Lavked are not pushovers on Mirage, even with a sub, like they are on Cash.
I think that is a like great thing to say as we start this like post map segment, even talking about like such a incredible map that like Era played on his like very first HLTV official on Cash, right? I think you look at like what results that we have recently on this Mirage. I just have to think historically for like where Lavked to push onto this, particularly I want to see Kenzie getting activated earlier, right? I feel like if where probably he's now warmed up, so to speak, I feel like that can get the shop opened way quicker. I mean, genuinely, like Vincent was kind of commenting towards the end, more humorously, if Lavked could have played this way towards the start, right? Mirage is a map that they're fully capable of doing that on. But shout out to these players that we had like sub in. I mean, Tetsu was incredible. He put up an ace. Manon, it's really fun to watch him, especially with like the really like unique history that he has, like playing for Young Ninjas there. I think is quite cool. Shout out to both of them for putting up excellent performances on who knows what type of notice.
I'm going to leave it to two things before we do head to our break. I'm going to need to see more out of Xmind. I'm going to see more out of Twinkie, because Twinkie, not even remotely on the server, in my opinion, during that game. I don't know what was happening there. But Xmind, player that I was expecting to do a little bit more as far as output. Just getting his kills necessarily. Damage is fine, but I think I needed to see a little bit higher of an output in that regard from him, especially again against Era. But we're going to see whether or not he can create an era of his own on Mirage on their map pick in just a bit, so don't go anywhere.
DE Mirage, baby. We got map number 2, and hopefully it'll go a little bit better for both of these teams. One gave up an 8-4 lead, let an overtime occur, but they still put away their map pick. Lavked went down 12-4 to start this whole shebang. So I gotta say, Vincent, issues riddled all over that first map, but we're back to 0-0, and Kenzie has posted that first frag on the board.
Dude, pistol god right now is Kenzie.
Cannon quickly traded. Kenzie gets that second kill, pops that P250, and now these Glocks, they're going to try and hammer towards triple. Robin, he's a very hard player to wipe out. It would be Twin Key to have to go and have a big impact at the start of this second map, because in the first, he was the lowest rated player there for megoshort.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's what Tony was mentioning as well. Twinkie definitely not up to the level that you would expect from him, but huge performance actually from Triple Box there from Robin. The fact that he is able to stay alive for so long really cuts Lavked out at the knees. Kinsey was scaling and probably would have been able to control stairs and likely into jungle if it weren't for Robin's position and success. Triple. Good look for megoshort. Lavked team have higher expectations of them on this Mirage. Obviously, their selection. Of course, playing with a sub. But, like, realistically, Risky Bob was one step from a sub already. Like, he had played an event.
What's the
like,
difference between being a sub and a stand-in? Is there, like, a different respect there? They are the same word.
No, I think they're different. Because a stand-in is like for a set period of time. Like you're standing in for an event. You're standing in for a month. Whereas a substitute is like an existing spot within the team that is there, you know, you have your sub. See the difference?
Got my sub, they got their sub. Put them on the sidelines, line them up. All right, it's time to sub.
Like a sandwich.
Vitality
like
almost patented this concept in 2021. Now there, I get in, play Inferno.
Vitality?
Maybe correct me on my details in a moment. That's true. There's mine, getting one on the Deagle. Robin swinging through, Era on the double FAMAS. Little tiptoeing, tip-tapping. There's Era going even further with this FAMAS. Era is just the GOAT today, I guess. He's getting frags on pistols, the AWP, as per usual. You would expect that. But, I mean, it's, what? Is Alliance dead? Is that what's happening?
No.
I mean, megoshort aren't. Because they won, like, a LAN not too long ago. Like, before the major. All right, so what's my history with the 6-man? And we can't talk about a 6-man without talking about Honda. Boom. The best 6-man of all time.
That is a deep cut.
Remember those 3 aces he had in one series?
I do remember that. It's Astralis that you're talking about, not Vitality.
Yeah, but Vitality also had a 6-man.
When is this? When did they have a 6-man?
Was Nevera not on and off the end of that roster in 2020? Yes, thank you, Tony. Thank you. Astralis did it first. If there was anything for Astralis to do, they were probably like, yeah, we're cool. We're going to do it first. And everybody's going to be like, yup, copycat league. We're going to copy Astralis.
Copycat league. No one knows where that's from other than me and Tone.
Exactly.
No one knows. True, though. You do want to copy the best. I guess technically you're right. I don't know why I don't like put the put those in the same category. But they are. They are in the same category.
megoshort farming these pistols.
Give me them eats.
3-0 start.
Yummy, yummy. I now have no trust in megoshort, no matter what their scoreline is.
Do you have trust in Lavked?
No.
All right.
Listen, man, they got a sub. And they technically don't have 5 players on their roster the whole time.
Well, that's why they have a stand-in for a set period of time. Wow. Era is just... He's crazy. He can take an op shot and not die. Because he's an opper himself. He's developed immunity over the years.
Immune to getting shot with just a 50 cal.
Yes. Then he had an amazing first map there. And will actually find Kenzie on the way out of here, hopping back into a ramp. That Tech9 will find Twinkie. And Invisibly is trying to find a little bit of motion. Era will deny that claim. It's a 2 versus 4 right now for Lavked. It's even in their first gun round. It's not getting better. I believe that's a T-smoke.
No. Sorry, that's not the right word, how I describe that. How did it, like, spread like this? That's
a good question. It's a good question.
I've, like, never seen that. I guess
I'm
it
not
got,
a
like...
smoke splatter expert.
I don't think
You've seen
splatter is
Dexter?
the word.
You've seen Dexter?
No, I haven't.
He was a blood splatter expert.
Yeah.
That's the joke.
V4, technically winnable, but I'm still not convinced yet. Especially not with that smoke. I know that's going to give Tetsu space to get up here, but it's still very difficult. Nice flashbang. This flank, a big deal. Might be where megoshort win this round.
Goes Robin. Tiptoeing. Spamming a man in the backside.
Holy
Almost
Robin.
an ugly spray for Robin. It's all good. He got the kill.
Holy whiff, Batman. Sorry, I could not resist. Could not resist. I was going somewhere. There was a bit that happened, and I like had something to say about it. And I just can't remember. Unfortunately,
Is it a better bit than like the I'm gonna, you know, I gave it up to grind from the cast?
I don't remember it. That's the problem.
Zen, he's actually going to be sprinted at by this Tech9. I'm afraid that Twinkie is going to go down as easily. Era, he's going to go Rambo with his pistol. Era, it just feels like he doesn't care today. He's going to swing you. He's got a damn no scope. And now knowing that Kenzie is close, he has just circled this connector as the prime position. Bomb that's going to be back into Sandwich. Kenzie, he goes on the top of stairs. There's the head. And Era is not going to miss anything today. Kenzie going to be disappeared from this Mirage. It's a 5th that will go for short.
Dude, 10-2. Era continues where he left off. The CT side of Cash was just explosive, was brilliant from him, and he's done more of that here on Mirage. A 1v2 that I had... Listen, I might have doubts about megoshort and Lavked as a whole, but the only guy I have no doubts about, no question marks, is currently Era. He has been so solid. And there's no question in my mind that when he is in that 1v2, he is absolutely going to be looking to win that. I do like how Lavked sped things up a little bit. It did so a ton of disruption. The speed with which those pistols got in through connector, and megoshort didn't really have an immediate answer. So even though they win the round, it was quite the expensive one. Era now the only one really standing with a lot of cash left in his pockets. Back pause for Lavked as they get into another gun round. This one's got to be a little bit better. At least that's what they're probably telling themselves.
Big swing in the middle for megoshort. Visibly should meet his match. Does actually take away some from the numbers. Robin can't whiff now. Did put about half the clip into Tetsu, rather half his HP. Balled up there onto bench. Kill confirmed onto Soul. Bomb will still be planted. Rotation to market.
Man, working on this flank, so he's an impactful player. None of these guys have a kit currently, and I don't know that there's one down on site. Surely there should be. That would be a huge misstep.
It's a big read from Zen. He's staring at this, but I mean, right now he's just not going to have the read. Kenzie with the easiest double kill that he's had all day. And Lavked, they cut into this Mirage.
There we go. A bit more explosivity. I think that Lavked realized when they did that on the pistols with the con A split, that was a potential good idea, and so they ran that back, but moved it towards the B bomb site. Really good opening. I think that Robin does his job. Probably could have been a little bit better, but ends up getting the 1-for-1. And a little bit of an overlook on the megoshort side, not realizing where Kinsey could be. Good work from him. Man, and doesn't ever get to become valuable on his own flank. This one is a tech pause on the Lavked side, unfortunately. A little bit annoying. You know, I know that it's tough for a team like Lavked, who aren't an organization, don't have
you got a good
support.
logo though. Maybe AI made, but it's good.
So what? Listen, not to get controversial here, but
we're going to speak about AI ethics on this broadcast.
That's why I was going to ask, because I'm just genuinely curious what you think. Like, what?
If I knew it was made by AI, I would say it would be Chuddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, what makes it good versus bad in your mind?
That, because I don't like robots.
Okay, so you wouldn't be fine if it was AI made.
Well, if let's say the robot was like Marcus from Detroit Become Human, then we would have something,
So
but as far as it being ChatGPT making it, I have to press against that.
So if the robot in this case from Detroit Become Human has like feelings and is sentient,
yes,
then it's okay.
Yes, then it's fine.
I just feel like
then it's like it's making it through creativity, right? Okay, I saw an interesting TikTok. Okay, so polyester, right?
Yes,
the clothing
like the
that is produced via not natural fibers, right?
Yeah, it's quote unquote plastic.
Well, and that obviously affected the fashion industry by producing fast fashion and cheap clothing, but low quality clothing. Will ChatGPT do the same to art? Or are we just going to get a bunch of sludge art all over the place? You already see this.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could
stupid,
argue that
the Big Bang Theory show has and I'm not watching it. There's just an ad on HBO. The entire intro is AI.
I
Screw that. All right, enough said. Into round number 7. Race is going to go right to the top of that. He's having a bad day up there, and Invisibly will at least end it. Solby going to follow it up.
That was all the guns. megoshort had the op for Era, and Zen had a rifle. Nobody else got anything on those other than pistols, so not looking good. Twinkie, a nice shot, but he is now solo here. He's got an upgrade. Wait a second. All right, never mind. Too many people to shoot at. Got a Robin attempted save. Oh, this is the op that you were talking about. What did you say it looked like last map?
I said it looked like Guitar Hero.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, man. I say that as I was talking about how I went and saw Spider-Man, full well knowing that Disney probably used some AI elements to make that film.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually think this is a fun topic of conversation, but we should stop.
That's what I mean.
We should just stop.
Just saying.
Everybody else who's bored
what if we're
with
AI casters?
Don't even say that. Don't even say that. Don't give them ideas.
This is real, guys.
Don't give
Look,
them
I'm gonna
ideas.
knock on my desk.
Yeah, knock on.
You hear that?
Is your desk wood or is it a composite material that is not wood?
Oh man, could you imagine?
Ooh.
It probably is. It probably is.
Wood?
Probably
it's okay. Mine's real wood. I got you.
All right, thank goodness. See, good point made. I feel like to leave it on, right?
Yeah, well done.
We can yap out something else for. Well, it doesn't help that we're headed into another eco.
No, it doesn't. But Aaron does have it on.
Huddled.
Just keep that in the back of your skull.
So that means megoshort are gonna win.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what.
Era's playing at a absurd level today.
That's ironic. I thought you were asking where he's at, and I said mid. He's not playing at a mid level. You're right. He's playing at a very strong level. I actually like this move from Lavked. I know it's an eco and it's not that big a deal, but this is a
Era just showed up in market. But you're gonna find the man at missile. Now invisibly we'll get twin key. But Era, he'll be removed. Got humbled, like I said. There's Zen though getting his of the round. Easy farm.
Easy farm. Zen hopeful that he can save this gun. But I don't think so. Tetsu's on the flank. There is walls closing in. Ooh, almost a nice flag.
But it was fun looking at that replay academy tournament that Madden participated in, and like I said, made the finals of earlier. That Cyclone Mouse NXT team we all know. It's actually, I mean, we know what happened to the rest of those pieces. But Shane left Algo recently, and I wonder where he's going to end up next.
Oh my goat.
Yeah,
He
I know.
left or got
Honestly,
cut?
he left. He left.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I do know that
you
for a
know,
fact.
listen, you were too good for them. I agree.
But I mean, I'm sure he'll find himself someplace, somewhere, probably pretty soon.
I might
He's
actually
been there
be
since
like
December of 25.
the #1 Shane fan.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
I usually am not. Usually, like that's
It's like
your
how
role.
I'm the #1 GoFolo fan.
True. Nice refrag actually to get this kill. Thought Lavked had a essentially free 5-on-4. That smoke is so unfortunate. Timed invisibly tries to just get out with Robin's life. Not successful. Bomb moving back through the apartments now, and that's going to be the trio that heads into the B bomb site. Two defenders. You got Zen and Robin waiting. A very good crossfire setup. This is very defensible.
Yeah, Zen in a very nice spot for this. Joining Robin. It feels like Zen is actually going to make the first contact. Look at this batch of utility that Lavked have just dispersed to this side of the site. It will push Zen in, but they've got to understand his position will just get better. Robin slides and provides that contact so Zen can get the kill. Arrow will be low here, but the thing is that I'm not sure mine is going to follow it up just as quickly, but we'll walk the way towards balcony. That barrel's going to be popping out here.
How's he not
Should
dead?
find Zen. Should find Zen around this corner. Rather, Zen should find him. Now it's a 1 versus 1.
5
Invisibly
seconds.
here. 5 seconds. It's dealt the nade. There's going to be the fight whether you like it or not. 1 second. You've just got to hide. And Zen survives. Invisibly will end up taking the kill in the end. That was a risky play, but I figure he had no other choice.
Hey, listen, he was already a little bit low, down to 1 HP by the time the timer expires, and it's just enough to give megoshort the victory. Yeah, the lack of a trade, like everything that megoshort does there actually was, I think, pretty solid. The setup was good, Era's rotation, they had the good read, they ended up with a 3-man setup on site by the time Lavked moved out, and they played the crossfire very nicely. This was a little bit more aggressive, and it's going to be failure at the start.
Zen's 10th kill. Like I said, he gets his 1. Around number 10, he's got 10 kills. That's what I mean. Maybe even number 11 here. This is a little bit wild, though. I gotta say, invisibly to confirm the frag. Era has pulled off multi-kills with this FAMAS prior to inside of this Mirage. This is crazy inside of the ramp. Era with 2. That does make his call. Robin exposed, though, makes this a very tough go. But I feel like he's going to get contact onto mine, right? I mean, he did.
Yeah, I was going to say, they know where he's coming from, so that's made it almost impossible. Unless just X-Mine drops the ball and misses his shot. Well, from 0 to hero there, megoshort. Ended up losing everybody, so played aggressive because they had a bunch of MP9s, very limited utility set. I can understand that, but it felt like their first aggressive fight at ramp just spawned multiple other decisions that wouldn't normally have been made if it weren't for the fact that they were starting at a man down.
Molly burning twin key. That's a gruesome end. Invisibly also going to find that follow-up. Lavked are going to go ahead and grab a fifth. You can go ahead and oh my goodness, what was that? You can go ahead and grab yourself the latest Thunderpick news, obviously, over on hotspawn.com, a proud presenting partner of Thunderpick. I don't know what sound came from my mouth before that, though, just to acknowledge.
It was a unique one, a Marky original.
It was. We'll take that. Zen, he gets his one. This guy would be an amazing stats player inside of your pug. He would say, I'm always getting mine, and we're still losing.
See, the problem with that is that every single person who says that is not an amazing player to play with.
So you're saying Zen is, in fact, an amazing player, then? Right now, he's got 12 kills.
Is he saying, as you're suggesting, I got my one every round? Is he doing that?
We can never know.
We can never know.
Release the comms.
Well, it wouldn't help you or I, as neither of us.
When are we gonna start CCT listenings? That would be lit.
That would be...
Did I just say that? Did I just say that? Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thunderpick listenings. Sorry, guys.
No.
Ooh.
So true, though. Give me a listen in. The problem is that, like, that opens up so many problems, and I know why they won't. As we saw recently.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Last round of the first half. Mine will be posted right towards window. Everybody going to be walking towards this A site, twin key inside of T-spawn. And Arrow, the last link there. He's currently popping shots through connector. Twin key is not going to make it here in time. Or will he? Feels like he might be able to catch Tetsu and Mind holding this. Now the swing will come. It will be that attention turn from the mid player, but it's only shots put up by Twinkey. No kills connected. Era is going to find a distracted Lavked as the bomb plant ensues. Invisibly does have that trade towards CT spawn with the 3v3 that is operating on nobody being paired up. Each player of megoshort is separated, and Twinkey does find this space. And right now, because they're separated, it's going to be so hard to trade. It's Twinkey now in a 1 versus 2.
I think he's cooked. No kid either.
Both behind him and in front of him. And now to be just taken down 6-6 in this first half. And Lavked look impressive while putting up that scoreline.
Yeah, when I say Mirage, there are no slouches on. It's for multiple reasons. I know that they've had a few losses recently. But overall, a strong win rate here, and the just number of reps that this trio from Lavked has on this map, right? Like Solb, Invisibly, X-Mind, they've got 37 Mirages in the last 3 months, and you know, that includes some time off in there, right? Like that's what I mean. It's just very, very apparent that they've got a comfort here. And with 60 rounds, I think I'm quite happy with that. Now, granted, is a T side for megoshort that I was not happy with at all on cash. And I mean, it's sort of not fair to look at like their previous results because this is a lineup they haven't played with yet. But it's not been good in the past either from the T side of this megoshort lineup.
See if there's another big pistol round in store for Kenzie. It's mined invisibly. It will go a huge big swing by those dualies. He's going to get a little bit more out of them. Kenzie may not even have to get involved here. It's Era right around, but he's looking pretty slick to start and manages to pop a couple shots towards Kenzie. Manages to bring it to a 1 versus 2. Kenzie right back around. Manages to go to burst. Nice. A 1 versus 1, but Kenzie will have to get involved to stop the clutch from happening.
Dude, this whole best of 3, like Mirage way less so, but has been a little bit on the, not even a little bit, just on the messy side. But the thing that has not been messy, not once, is Era. He has been a pleasure to watch. And that is so close to a 1v4. Somehow isolating duel after duel. Stalled at the end. Stopped in his tracks. Lavked will take the pistol, inch up into the lead. megoshort been holding that the entirety of the first half. Did you see the results, Mark? Bazoo Clan into the semifinals of Blast Bounty.
Ooh, over Darkmeister. I don't know why I'm calling out him specifically. The Mongols. I mean, those guys got limited experience. It's nice that they're getting early stage reps over on that team, but fun for FaZe Clan as well. I mean, was that in 3 maps, you said?
Yeah, they won in 3.
Very cool.
A tight series.
Very cool.
Tight series. Mal's back into a semifinal. Is this her first semifinal since, well, all of the... I don't even know, like, what version to suggest, but, like, since they threw things into the mix in the middle of the last season.
Yeah, I wonder how you feel about this new iteration. I think a lot of people would have rather seen maybe, like, JL onto the end of this roster, maybe replacing Zelix if you're one that wants, like, a little bit more energy and personality within the team. It's an entire conversation all in its own right, correct? So it's nice to see, you know, the young guns succeeding on the Mao's end, at least.
The answer is no. They did at CAC make the semis.
Fair enough.
A little bit of a different event, to be fair.
Correct.
Regardless, we'll put that aside. Back to the game at hand. Kenzie taking a lot of damage with a more extended fight, though he's not going to get a chance to stick around. Zen hunted down and Manon followed up. He'll be sprinting out A in response.
Bomb will be planted. Invisibly will actually find the kill onto Twin Key. An attempted spray. Robin will still flash over the top for Era to fight. This guy is not afraid. Even the silent jump. Era is going insane right now with Robin to just match his aggression. Era right under the bottom, and he will put this to an end. Era is on another level again. This guy, even on the rifle, is just better. Are we sure we should be seeing this guy play right now? I mean, he should be on a team like Alliance. This is crazy.
Well, he is on a team exactly like that. Oh, man. Yeah. 6 shots out of Era.
You know what I mean. Still playing at that level. Okay.
He is, though. He played at Bounty.
I mean, we're talking about Bounty results right now. Like, this guy was playing with them, like, just days ago. Like, what did he get bored or something? You had to come play with megoshort?
That's what that's what I'm saying. Like, how... Yeah. Like, I just assume that they're boys with Twinkie and Robin.
They're boys. I would check out.
That's the only thing that makes sense. Because if I'm on a team of Alliance's caliber, first of all, it's crazy to me that their contract with Alliance allows them to do this.
Maybe he didn't tell the boss man. Who knows? Invisibly gets 2 kills. MP9 is trying to get a kill. I'm just making a joke, obviously.
You are, but you might be right. Sick move from Invisibly. That's the invisibly that I think we got towards the end of Cash, or really in the second half, like the CT side. Just making aggressive moves and really defining space on the map. I really like that. Is more aggressive positioning and fights on the CT side, something that I've noted in the past. Hold on, things are falling apart. megoshort have 2 kills quickly.
The bomb going down. Era is always a part of this team, just winning these rounds. They shouldn't, obviously. Him and Robin just moments ago, and now inside a ladder. We do have Smine moving up. Soul wins a tough fight here, so Manon will have to win a clutch that he's been set up well for. Smine is here in full health. But now you're going to understand how exactly this comes. Isolated fight onto the fully healthed individual. And now Manon sees Soul to go and grab this kit. Just going to try and grab this defuse 10 seconds away. It's actually just going to be the full 5. 1 bullet on that. Manon, maybe the years are starting to show. This is a tough Mirage so far.
Dude, oh man, that was actually like a really good setup for the clutch. Like he was positioned well to win it, and the fight that he took initially was solid. I was laughing in the middle of that too, because Soul threw an HE that was meant to bounce off of Ticket, but it hit the glass, so it just bounced into Ticket and didn't do damage. Like it would have killed Manon almost certainly at 30 health. But either way, Soul ends up winning. Just shoot, man. Like, you've got to respect that he's just going to be on the bomb sticking. Like, the time wasn't even there for him to... He could have faked once, but yeah, I think Manon really misstepping in that clutch, despite having himself in a good position to start it. Very solid stuff from Soul. 1v2. That clear onto Era to get him into the one-on-one. Also impressive. Just seeing a quick tactical pause from Lavked. We do have a coach still, I think.
Yeah, I believe Linkero is still aboard this ship. Era opens this round with a kill on his mind. And going to be here. Kenzie invisibly. Everybody going to be around. Kenzie with the double on top of that FAMAS. Something that was a feature of Era on the CT side. Now Robin going to lean into this B site. That's going to be wide open.
PK there as well.
But invisibly he's an under, right? He can still cut off this bomb. Twin Key getting back in the middle, and he won't stay.
Visibly, which direction does he want to like move into? They've just checked into middle. They know about Robin, or at least know that he can be here. Great job to get away. Invisibly's fallen back. Era just has to move forward. Moving forward with the Glock, knowing that he's low, makes sense, but he has already stepped back. Invisibly no longer there.
Bomb has been planted.
There it is. Robin around that corner. Just trying to engineer another upset round for megoshort. They're going to be double scopes here on the window and successful onto Soul. 1 round closer to this 9th. megoshort want to put this thing out 2-0.
That's tragic for Kinsey, who does a great job, but unfortunately also TKs in the process there. So it's not the man advantage that it probably should have been for Lavked. Instead, you've got to rely on some individuals, but still a good clear into middle. I think the reposition for Invisibly, in my mind, could have gone back to market, but Robin does a great job. Era does his work, and the aggression that Robin is showing as he takes space into market and then follows that up by pushing Cat. It's a lot of risks, but when it works out, it's the ticket to get them that round win. megoshort have reset Lavked, have put them on pistols, and we're likely going to be seeing another tied scoreline.
Obviously, the winner of this game would go on to play the winner of CYBERSHOKE State, which we have on just right after this. I'm really excited for that game, Vincent. You know me, baby. I love me some X-Spirit Academy players. Oh, baby. And I get some of my favorite ones.
Yeah, that's the game I'm completely be 4 of these round of 16 games that you and I have gotten the privilege to call, and that's definitely my favorite as well. I'm most excited about. Been a minute since I've been able to check into CYBERSHOKE. Just unlucky haven't gotten to see him.
Yes, I would agree.
Looked back and it's been like maybe a year.
Yeah, same. I don't think I casted them since like Series 3 of Season 3 CCT. It's more than a year ago. It's like last May.
Lindsay continues to be a pistol demon. 2 USP kills that he gets right in the end of that round. But it is, as I had anticipated, a tied scoreline.
Era top the boost isn't finding anything, but Twinkey did find a batch of bullets. Will go down to Mind, who opens the spam and window.
Realizing how poor this buy actually is for Lavked. Not great on the firepower, not great on the utility either. Another kill for Manning. That's 2 out A. Mine looks a little silly there.
Oh, Invincibly just got hit with the smoke. That is absolutely hysterical. Lavked, we're in a 2 versus 4 anyhow. Things just aren't going to be going their way in that instance. You get smacked with the smoke. Vincent, that ever happened to you? Bonked in the head with the smoke? Bamped in the head? What's like the comic book noise that would make? And Beyond the Spider-Verse, you get hit with CSGO smoke.
The comic book noise?
Yes, and then it would like, pop up and be like, smack. Like,
Yeah. I'm thinking. Do you have an idea? Is it?
I got to imagine, like, all right, so you know how what it sounds like
maybe?
when, like, you're getting hit in the face by a smoke grenade, dude. Like,
oh, I'm sorry. I thought
yeah.
I had misunderstood. My bad.
Oh my god, Kenzie CZ Enjoyer. Yes, him and Cello. Okay, is there a Kenzie sticker? I'm gonna put it on my CZ now. Every player I cast with the CZ, I'm gonna put it on my gun. I don't think Kenzie's made the major.
Yeah, no, I think he is. Yeah, and 2022.
Yes, for Force.
Yeah, that's the only
guy's
time.
A young vet, dude. What was I doing in 2022? This guy's 24. I'm the same age. Wasn't making the major, I'll tell you that. I was watching it though.
Me neither. I was not making it.
Were you watching it though? You were watching it. I know you were.
Antwerp.
You were probably.
Yeah,
you probably watched some Valorant too.
I definitely
dig
was.
At you.
Definitely was. You see it as a dig, and I'm like, yeah. That's
no, there's a lot of. I mean, I was telling you yesterday. I found Neokai's Valorant Liquipedia.
Wait, Neo has a Valorant Liquipedia?
He does. He does.
Hold on, I've got to go look at this.
Yeah, exactly. Got Darth Mike working some Valorant events. That's a pull.
I did see that.
Love you, Mike. Oh, there goes that CZ. 5-7 will get a kill though. Of course, paid for by the 5-7 propaganda train, probably. 11 rounds here for megoshort.
Dude, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
Oh,
it's like how Tony has worked like 4 Call of Duty tournaments.
I was gonna say we've likely worked an event at like the same event. I just didn't happen to work this one.
You like passed by him in the hallway.
Yeah, we actually did. That's hilarious. Sorry, video game. And a big opening duel for Era.
Sorry, It was Lee swinging out of that smoke, rather Era. And he goes down to those shots. Tetsu follows it up. Lavked are fighting hard in round 21.
doing the best that they can, and that is fine margins, though. Manon, okay, I was gonna say, if he were to be prepared for this X-Mind fight, we would have gotten a little bit more. Invisibly continues to deliver on the CT side. That's another multi-kill for him. His 27th frag. He and Era going blow for blow at this point. I like this call. megoshort just looking to go for an exec at A.
Simple, something they can really strike up an entry or two on to, I think, be selective about their next couple steps, which here is leaning towards this right side of the site. They do refresh that jungle smoke, though, which I think that path is going to lead to CT. Twinkie so happy to get visibly out of that spam. Still, this bomb kind of out here in the open. Tetsu, he's going to have a problem, but now the problem is he's, well, not alive. It's Era traded out. Got to get this bomb down. It's stuck.
Yeah, it's on top of stairs / down the stairs. So very awkward. I think that megoshort correctly have to just pause for a moment. And I think they actually have to pause for like 10 or 15 more seconds. The key is to make sure that they play together. Oh, that's not that big a deal. I'm still not collected. There, they got it. No more smokes, though. X-Mind's given up his angle. megoshort don't know that.
Bomb has been planted.
Hit here for the retake. Smoke as well. Molly for X-Mind.
Both players backpedal into the A ramp. And Molly goes far to cover Firebox. Actually, the reposition back to Palace. Twinkie and Robin pull this together. Sold with a very claustrophobic peek, and he will take Robin out of this thing. So, will CT be the first place they assume? Will Palace be where
He
they
didn't get the
check
kit.
5 second? No, Kit, you're absolutely right. Just wasn't close enough. Twinkie either way sprays him down in time. 12 here collected for the Swedes.
That would have been hilarious if he didn't get the kit and just held it, but he started the defuse with like 8 seconds left, so he wouldn't have had it even if Twinkie didn't get the frag. Kind of lucky that the kit dropped, like, I guess just out of his reach or wasn't able to grab it fast enough. Lavked, not nothing. They do have a buy. X-Mind, it's an op without Kevlar. megoshort, though, this is their best opportunity.
Visibly a big double triple! Where the hell did this come from? The FAMAS is shooting like I've never seen today. Nathan's coming down. Invisibly here, that's what's gonna cap his 30th kill. Will be able to escape on 3 HP. Tetsu also around here, puts up a smoke. Spams Robin in the back of the head, gets Zen out as well. We're headed to all 24 rounds on Mirage, similar to Cash.
How similar will it be? Will it be an overtime or not? I've got a sneaking suspicion that OT is required again. His buy is not great. Pretty rough. And it's, again, invisibly, the CT side has just been so fantastic. There is so little for this execute. megoshort have 2 flashes. Sorry, that's a flash and a decoy. Just one flash.
Wonder how long they're gonna wait this out. There's not too much exploration of the extremities over towards A, luckily. Start sending alarm bells. Crazy that Era was actually beat to get 30 kills. Visibly just as sharp.
You go short,
Those
just
twin key hunting.
Oh, that's both the rifles just taking big damage to an HE, invisibly doling it out.
Yeah, little does he know how effective that truly was. It is Manon that will find the kill. Twin key. Got to assume there's going to be more presence where that just came from. 40 seconds. Not much of this clock left to tick. 35 in this bomb. It's still going to be in the apartments. Now it is really nowhere else to go. Send in a 1 versus 5. We're headed to overtime.
What a bad call from megoshort on this round too. I don't know what Robin's thinking. They have one flash, and I can understand them wanting to use the boost in underpass and try to like get an opening kill, but for them to have 3 players creeping out middle, and sure, only 2 players actually commit to that. But to have so many players committing to middle with no smokes at all, there's no ability for them to actually reliably get up catwalk. That seems very unwise to me, and I think that round probably destined for failure. I'm not saying that they would have been better just rushing B, but like that might have had a better success rate. Going back to the A side, our megoshort can step into another execute now that they have the utility once again.
Now at A ramp. Nobody here on this B site for Solb to have to worry about. There's Solb and then there's the rest of the round, right? That's occurring on this A site. This bomb being teased. Solb will now have to clock into the situation. Like when they're calling the weaker Avengers, Vincent from Earth, it's like, we need our B anchor. Come over here. That's an insult to Solb that he didn't deserve. He's coming in. megoshort, they get this bomb down. Well, maybe Solb can just save the day. Nade is going to go to the back of triple that he is dispatched with.
I don't think that there is much that X-Mind's going to be able to do here. I mean, I know he has got a kit. That's a great start. But Zen and Manon are separated nicely. Actually, not planted in a spot here for Zen.
Zen's still going to have quite an opinion. Just found the bomb in time.
Not again.
Gonna get so close, but Manon, he's managed to stab him this time. megoshort, they're gonna be able to secure 13.
All right. Just having PTSD for a second. Oh, Manon getting it done in the end this go around. That one just a 1v1. Doesn't really have too many worries, especially with the HP so low. Lavked made it to OT. megoshort taking the first round in it. I like that execute from them. That was the way the A exec that they ran before kind of felt like it should have gone. Except they lost the bomb at stairs in that round. More of a stable of mid control for just a second. Faked that direction, but megoshort still heading A.
Invisibly gonna be taking down Manon. Another good look at a Lavked. Vicious look at a Lavked. A lethal look at it invisibly. He gets 4 kills. Just holding this site together where the entire team is present. They call that a show off. It's for an ace. This is insane. Invisibly chasing megoshort through overtime. He's just tied the game personally.
Pound for pound, bar for bar, it's invisibly going hard. megoshort have no answer as Era been fantastic, but need a little bit more from the rest of the supporting cast. Twinkie, a solid enough start to this map, but has fallen off a cliff. 11 and 23. Manon has stepped up a little bit. Good. They have some control. That is the head-to-head you want to see, with Era taking Invisibly down fresh at the beginning of the first half, or at the end of the first half. OT.
Flash follow. Oh! What is that from Era? I am seeing absolute crazy things here occurring on Mirage.
I just
Keep
wanted
him
to
coming.
be known. Manon has lurked out B with an op.
This is absolutely absurd. The timing walks away from even Manon. Minute has walked by. Manon still might be able to catch a man in the backside. His mind does get back on the angle. Robin and Twinkie, they have no savior of Era to take this away. Twinkie criticized for his first map performance being a little bit muddled. Now Twinkie has got to go and be way more lethal than he was in the first map. Swings into the 1 HP player, and he cannot let the rifle sing. It's Lavked that win the first half of overtime, number 1.
There you go. megoshort, if they don't end up closing this map, they're going to be feeling very frustrated. The fact that Invisibly has popped off so heavily, has leveled Lavked up. With megoshort having Era going crazy as well, it's a disappointment that they're even here, that they did not get this done in regulation. To the T side, Lavked. T side, pretty decent. Pretty solid. Mind taking the same angle that Era dismissed Invisibly from at the beginning of last round. Massive setup for megoshort in mid. Man had been heard walking away in an elevation for Kinsey. He's deep, though Zen watching and waiting.
The mulling ramp. Now Lavked wait that out. megoshort on the CT side, back again. The limited funds going to get Era this op immediately. They're taking their time, and this is going to favor Robin. Favor Robin so well. I mean, Robin is going to get here and be able to pop both of these players, spray them down in the back. Only going to get access to Soul, but now Invisibly realize what type of trouble he's in. 40 seconds, and he just has no say about this. An amazing round out of Twinkie to end. A solid stance for megoshort to start this CT side.
Lavked had a good spot. Like they weren't. It wasn't ideal. Don't get me wrong. I mean, when you lose Kinsey in jungle, that's a problem. But they just sat and waited and waited and waited for megoshort to make the mistake or to overextend. Lavked had the man disadvantage. I think they need to be the one to take initiation of these fights, and I think that's what really punished them there. 4B early into apartments. This is quite the direction to go from the rip, from spawn.
Robin delivers on his soul. Nade right in front of Robin. We need more out of you. It's a second. That should be enough. Era here active on the flank with the AWP. This is a guy you just can't push off of any challenge at the moment. Now Invisibly is going to be in the site, ready to go and wrestle to a 1 versus 4. And he realizes that he's going to have to dispatch with Era here, sprinting at him with the AK. And now he might as well go ahead and mock you while he's doing it. 15 rounds for megoshort. Can they escape this round of 16 here 2-0?
Well, both teams putting forward their own hero. It's Era versus Invisibly. And invisibly might be ahead on the frag count, but Era showing him who's boss in that round. Flanking underpass with an op is insane. Absolutely dominant. And a great hold from Robin on the B site. Lavked trying to muscle megoshort out of the way and getting punished on B. Now they head to A. Same 4-1 setup, but it's a different site. Visibly the lurker in mid.
Twin key, 0-1 spray down. This is going to be an off angle within the A site. Not one that's particularly unknown, 1-for-1. And that isn't going to find you particularly the fortunes you want, and neither is your in-game leader going down empty-handed. Era, we're going to call in your number when we need you the most. They go short. I've been telling that a lot today. Zen, though, he takes his time. He realized he had a path to the bomb. And now Manon will be here to actually burn out Spine. Puts down a smoke it sandwich. Connects the kill into Sold. Trying to follow that up and has eliminated Zen. Era in his own path is back with the Amanel 1 HP player to separate from this 2-0 victory. As Era has 36 frags here on Mirage. And overtime required in both maps. But that's a playoff quality match that we just got, Vincent. Huge performance at it. megoshort with Era.
Dude, 65 kills is, I think, the total over those two maps from Era. Absolutely insane. As we bring Tony back, dude, I am very surprised to be walking out of this with a megoshort 2-0. I don't know about you.
Yeah, a little bit. And I hate to be that guy. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, and I hate to double down on it, but that also kind of stunk. There was a lot of really questionable maneuvers and moments to where I feel as if these individual plays finding multi-kills really shouldn't be happening as regularly as they were. That comes from both teams. And if we're talking about the fact that Era walks away with this, yes, 36 kills, I think that you said it was, I think that's what it was, correct? That's astonishing in and of itself, but the gap put between him and the rest of the team, I mean, it is just unrealistic to expect this roster to have that kind of longevity if this player is doing it like he is. I mean, Era's not on this team. We're going into quarterfinals, and I hope that he's going to be showing himself in this next way, because if he's not, then we're going to be going into more invisibly walking up mid, getting 4K, spamming through the smoke moments with no flash from any teammates. We're going to be having these moments where they're executing onto the A bomb site and being found on peaks where the gaps in the utility they don't even know about. And listen, they're already a mixed team to some capacity, but it was insane. We've got another game to get to, though, ladies and gentlemen, as we are actually just about right on schedule for our next game to close out the day. We're going to be starting that one in just about 10 minutes or so time. So before we do get into that one, we're going to be wrapping it on the post show for this before we do hop into our final game of the day, and that is going to be CYBERSHOKE versus State. Welcome back. Not too long between our last best of 3 and the entrance into our final of the day, as well as the final round of 16 matchup, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong about that, but I sure hope that I'm not lying, because we have one more team to find who will play actually the victor of our last against megoshort, one of CYBERSHOKE or State will find themselves up against. Joined by, once again, Mark, as well as Vincent to close out on this. I think that we do have an interesting couple of names to get through on this server today, and I'd love to get your thoughts on how this one will roll out. Part starting with you, Mark.
I'm really excited to click into where we're probably going to see, in my opinion, the most exciting team of the tournament. And I don't know if I mean from an expectation standpoint or where I think the recent additions of where CYBERSHOKE have like matched up a couple of these like ex-Spirit Academy players. I think CYBERSHOKE are going to win the tournament. I know Walczaki played like insanely well yesterday, but for my money, if I were to like take a prediction before the playoffs started, I would have predicted CYBERSHOKE. So that would have been my prediction. So that's what I'm putting out there right here. Obviously, we still have, one win active in the playoffs. Maybe now they have like an extra chip on their shoulder considering they've been benched from their organization.
Yeah, I think it's like a fair shout. I don't know if I would be as confident as that feeling for CYBERSHOKE, because I think that this State team is like sneaky good. Like a lot of teams I feel like underestimate them. But yeah, just to kind of touch in on this CYBERSHOKE roster, I'm very excited about it. I think that Alpha is developing nicely in this leadership role. I think Glowing has gone back to being very reliable after giving away that in-game leadership. And then I'm very excited to see Alcarin on this team. I know that I was very disappointed that the heroic situation didn't work out. And to see him back with Mokujin is very exciting. Always actually been a fan of Blixie. I watched him first on like that Aurora Youngblood roster. And I thought he was good there. I think he's good here. I think the CYBERSHOKE team is overall got a lot of exciting pieces. Granted, the results have been not bad, but also not as impressive as maybe those pieces I'm shaping up to be.
Sure, maybe a little bit middling, but talking about this State roster, you talked about that sneaky good. I think that there are a lot of players, honestly, in the transition, not only into CSGO, but as well as into the deeper portions of their careers that I've been a little bit more surprised with over time. Especially because I'm one who knows that they can be hypercritical, but then also knows when to roll it and reel it back in. And frankly, thought Slime was terrible when I first found out who this player was. And that was all the way back when they were playing with Sprout, when they were in a little bit of an interim period trying to figure out who to even work with. Were they going to be Danish? Were they going to be a mixed team? Were they going to be something entirely different? And, over time, post-Sprout, I really came to like Slime. I think I've actually found a little bit of a fanhood for him, particularly on the side of State, because he lost me on Young Ninjas for a little while there as well. But I think at home in Denmark is really where he belongs to be able to spread his wings and fly.
Yeah, I really agree. I think, Vincent, where like in my short time watching Slime, I feel like coming back like a couple times to the State team, I feel like that's like my main supporting reason as to why I think this team is going to be sneaky good. I think the recent benching of Thumb like is interesting as well. Quinix hops on the end of this team. I mean, you're replacing a 28-year-old player with a lot of experience with a 27-year-old player with a lot of experience just there.
Yeah, I think that's for me a solid swap. And I think that I don't have any like notes about that. I also think that the fact that this team has the general aspect that like a lot of these type of Danish teams do, where in my mind they are as a whole better than the sum of their parts, but then also have individuals that can actually step up and like carry games. Xanto's been great, Quez has been good, and then Slime has been solid, as Tony was just highlighting there. They won one of those Park and Challenger events earlier this year, beating 100 Thieves as well. And listen, I think that overall they haven't played a ton of online events since then, but this is a chance to show that, hey, like they can jump right back into online competition and be quite capable. So as we look at this veto, we got a nuke coming in, and I think for State, that's been a good map. definitely a reasonable one to pick into. CYBERSHOKE have been going to this Ancient consistently. The question mark for me is the end of this series, is this Anubis? Because I know that we've seen State be interested in playing this once or twice, but it's not been very often. And I think that this is most definitely because they have a big couple of gaps in their map pool, with them not wanting to play Dust 2 and not having a cache yet, and also having a bad Anubis in the past. So this is where things maybe get a little bit dicey for State deeper into this veto.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to lean and err on the side of Vincent on this one regarding that third map. If we do go that far, I think that it is going to be a little bit of a danger zone for the side of the State. I think CYBERSHOKE are going to have a pretty good time of going about this entire best of 3 as far as the map pool is concerned, despite them not having the best win rate on Anubis, but floating and playing it considerably. I think that we're probably going to see a little bit closer of an affair on Nuke rather than, many people who might be checking the HLTV for the win percentages on Nuke. I think that if you look at the quality of teams that both these rosters have been playing and the consistency in which they've been playing them, you're probably going to honest and truthfully think that CYBERSHOKE are worse without doing that. If you just look at the percentages, you're probably going to be like, oh, 86 to 43, like that's insane. But honest and truthfully, I think that this is a lot bigger and better of an opponent that State are going to be playing up against than their win percentages over the course of the last 3 months are going to show. And I think that they're probably going to be tested finally as of the last, I think, 7 out of 8 games they've won on that map, or 6 out of 7, no joke intended, 6 out of 7 games that they've won playing that map. This one might be the most difficult they've ever found. So I'm excited to see how that one goes down. And then when it comes to Ancient, I'm honest and truthfully going to be giving it over to neither of these teams either, because of that 100 Thieves result you were talking about just a moment ago, Vincent, who are obviously no pushovers in that regard. But I'm going to ask you guys predictions, which I don't often do, how far you think this one's going to go and who's going to take it.
I might lean on my same sword earlier. I think CYBERSHOKE, I think lining into this Nuke for a lot of the same reasons that you are. I mean, looking at like where you've played and even losses, like I rate, I think, ex-Ruby higher than most people. I think that goes back, I'm talking about a little bit further into the summer, but where you have losses versus Virtus Pro, Nemesis. I mean, close losses at that, next to a lot of wins versus like BetM, Nemesis, for example. I think that it's got to be CYBERSHOKE's going into this Nuke strong. I'm really looking forward to this. Makojin was also a really good Nuke player back on Team Spirit Academy, so I just hope we're going to be throwing it back to it. Really disappointed, like I said, or rather like Vincent said, about how that just went for Alcairn's time on Heroic, with I believe visa issues being the main reason as to like why he practically missed just the entire season. So the fact that he's back with a team of his nationality should make that a little bit easier to play within the region, obviously, and succeed that way.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, Tony, I'm a little torn, but if you were to twist my arm about it, I think this is probably going to be going CYBERSHOKE's way. But there's a world where State could 2-0. I think that if it's a CYBERSHOKE win, I think it's probably in 3.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to, again, once more, lean in the direction that you've taken on this one, Vincent. And I think that reasonably so, there are a lot of different players individually speaking that CYBERSHOKE have, both on the rifle and the AWP, for Alcarin now to show his stuff once more, as it's honestly been too long since we've gotten the chance to see him. That I like the balance of the experience that they have with Glowing, as well as the young experience that they have scattered throughout this CYBERSHOKE team. Particularly, I'm speaking about the in-game leader, Alpha, having taken the reins, as you mentioned, over Glowing, who isn't young by any means, but is certainly a firepower piece, and that needs to be said. His age is not reflecting his individual level right now in a State, no pun intended, where they need to take on this State roster. He's going to need to be in full swing. They're going to need Alpha calling to the best of his abilities, and they're going to need Alcarin coming out and continuing to shake off the cobwebs, whilst the others honestly operate as they have been intended to for this long of a time. Whereas on the other side of things, I think we're going to need to see a level up from State just the same to even compete with a normal level of the CYBERSHOKE roster, to where, yes, sure, there could be a version of State in which they come into this one powered up and ready to play, where they have finally just kind of warmed into Queenix having joined the team, but I don't think that's a surefire thing. They've gotten the reps on, I believe, a LAN, if I'm not mistaken, just a couple of days ago in Denmark. I don't quite remember. Yeah. They're either going to one upcoming or
Power League.
Okay, and there you go. They got the reps together. Let's see if they can throw this one into a victory, because I believe we have Nuke on the way in just a moment. But until then, we're going to be throwing it to a break. Never mind, we're throwing it to a live game, actually. You can enjoy.
Even better.
Take it.
No wait before we go to DE Nuke. We're just immediately appearing here, and I don't know if I would like it any other way, because I don't think I could wait another second to see Al Karen back in the server. A sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, I'm happy about it. And listen, Tony was talking about like shaking off the cobwebs and maybe some rust. In the games that he's played for CYBERSHOKE thus far, not really been a problem, though. Relatively few of those at this moment. So this thing moving, glowing, a great first step.
Patty gonna at least follow it up. Al Karen in and out of JiJieHao with a quick kill after following up Glowing's hold. I'm really excited to watch Glowing just as a rifler here. Like you said, I mean, it's been so long since we've gotten to cast this Glowing. Rather, this CYBERSHOKE. I guess this Glowing could count too. But it's a different Glowing, right? This is just rifler Glowing. Used to be in-game leader Glowing.
Yeah, I mean, back to rifler Glowing. I mean, he's kind of. It wasn't like he was always in-game leader forever. So
You're an in-game leader, and you will never not be an in-game leader.
well,
Alpha. There's speak of the devil, at least. Big Brain getting a kill. Hopefully his isn't blown off. Takes a big gush, but now will survive. Alpha with a double kill, Vincent, as the in-game leader pops off. Solid start for CYBERSHOKE on the CT side.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty interested to hear. Maybe Tony knows more than I do, but I don't think that Alpha was always like interested in being / was an in-game leader. I think that was very much not that impressed when he was on like Spirit Academy, and then it was not that great on Paravision either late in 2024. And that was obviously well before Paravision were super relevant team at the high level. But yeah, I wasn't all that impressed with him. But apparently as far back as Tony can remember, which is like a long time.
That's a long time. This guy's big brain. Xanto not gonna have his. Blixie just blew it straight off. Clean off his body. Mr. Slime. He'll be slimed out pretty quickly. Glowing with the spam over towards the top. The only casualty was Mr. Blixie. Poor guy.
Easy enough.
Tony's dropping mad facts in the chat.
Yeah. Apparently he was in-game leading all the way back. Interesting. So yeah, that's something that I wasn't aware of, which is also like why I think it's interesting that CYBERSHOKE, like there was a moment, it wasn't immediate when Alpha got picked up to this CYBERSHOKE roster. He wasn't calling from the start. Like Glowing was still calling for a little bit, and then that change happened. It wasn't that long, but it was a couple months. So I don't know. I find it interesting the way that this career has ended up looking for Alpha and that's trajectory. I'm pretty happy with what he's been doing right now in CYBERSHOKE.
Fair odds put onto this nuke by Thunderpick, obviously. Expecting big things out of this CYBERSHOKE roster, but you know, go ahead and remind yourself that this is State's map pick, seeing those 1 to 4 odds. Alpha tip-tapping along, taking a 4K. Always good to see your in-game leader farming off the start, feeding himself those ecos. CYBERSHOKE have passed this thing with flying colors through 3.
Here's where things get serious as State up to a first gun round. 5 AKs for the Danes. Flies outside. Currently just supported by a little bit of utility from the top of Marsh. Patty not going to stick around too long up there. Wise pressure towards Enter and the bomb heading there.
little bit of trouble inside of at least CYBERSHOKE. Try to get their pause back in the A site. Double rotation down, and you're going to have both of those players come back up secret, with the full retake also occurring through lobby with the rest of the cast. It's Blixie defined Slime, at least in terms of contact. Got a belt utility for him. Gonna bury him inside of that. It's Quez and Xanto that share a big crossfire inside of the vent. Blixie with another huge kill. Time in the line here. Gonna melt out that vent. Time on the line here with 8 seconds left. Gets on the bomb. Patty takes that. Mokujin protects. And it will be the Blixie defuse in time for CYBERSHOKE's fourth.
Dude, that's so very nice. Love to see that. That is impressive from CYBERSHOKE. I was very concerned about them. Not because the pathing on the retake was bad, but it felt like they overreacted. They had 2 players down B. They gave the A site. State took it with no problems because nobody was home. But I love how patient they are. They come in. There's no panic at all for CYBERSHOKE. Even as time gets a little bit on the lower side. Very, very nice stuff on that retake. Lovely. And it puts State in an annoying spot as now they have a half-buy pistol armor scenario before they can get guns out again.
I wouldn't let these pistols get too close to Mini. Mokujin now going to be spammed in the backside. Blixie immediately acknowledges who is going to be visiting here. Intruders within the A site. Glowing does find Slime moving up in closer towards the door. A frag that cannot be returned by Xanto. He actually is going to be finding impact elsewhere. A gap for Alcairn to go, and I think really drop in, but drop in silently towards the back of this A site. They might assume that Alcairn is still in heaven. They might have just seen his barrel shift away from its backside. Alcairn unknown. We should go and just cancel the bomb plant. They have no idea of the instantaneous AWP. In now the vent. Slime's body will remain. It is CYBERSHOKE that are looking furious for 5.
A great shot, a couple of shots actually from Alcairn, but they caught the perfect timing, State. Like, I don't know if they moved on that or if it just so happened to be, but Alcairn rotated. He was down in locker, and he rotated back up to heaven right at the same time as State pulled that split. So CYBERSHOKE only had 2 players worrying about the A site, and they had to deal with Door, their Squeaky, and Hut, and Mini all at the same time because Alcairn was in the process of that rotation. So really great timing from State. Forces CYBERSHOKE into a tougher scenario where they lose 3 bodies. Now back to business for State. Look at the 5 rifle setup.
Was gonna have an altercation with Mokujin here momentarily, and he does end up coming on top in the duel. They go and actually come back into the formation of what will face to be a faster A play, a fantastic Molotov that Blixie deploys.
Blixie's just so alone. I mean, there's just no help for him at all whatsoever. He's gone down with nothing to show for it. This is likely a CYBERSHOKE save. I know they have money, but I don't think there's a real world to get back in here. And it's Quez's kill, his 1 kill, that pulls CYBERSHOKE so aggressively that's caused these reactions. Put 1 player down B. What's interesting is that CYBERSHOKE now twice have arguably overreacted down on the lower site. This time it was a reaction to a kill. Last time it wasn't a frag, but just giving that space. But Alcairn was always still towards the ramp. Like, he got pulled down off of heaven, and I don't know. It's something to keep in mind, because that, to me, seems like a potential weakness that State could exploit if they have recognized it. And right now, it seems like they've maybe recognized it already.
With a lot of presence right now, and oh my gosh, look at that. It's just one jab to the chin. Alpha hits the deck. Now Mokujin, first responder, will be right next to Alkaren, who is as quick as it comes on the rotation. Glowing will just go one and done in buttons. Queenix gonna be here in the roster for barely 2 weeks. He's about to have a nade dumped on his head.
Wow.
Didn't take it too terribly. Goodness gracious. A Tech 9 just answered the problem instantly. Xanto in a 1 versus 3.
This is so impressive right now for CYBERSHOKE. Into that in a second, because technically winnable. Lexi will make sure that doesn't happen. What I'm so impressed by right now with CYBERSHOKE is, listen, their decisiveness when they have made their decision. Okay, we're gonna do this. The speed and I guess methodology in which they do that, it's just very clean. It's fast, executed well, and I don't know that State have any real answer for that just yet. Brilliant reaction, CYBERSHOKE. Alkaren having the confidence to just like walk down through secret with the Tech 9, and yeah, Mokujin's hearing 3 footsteps on the way into B, but he's also just supporting that in the process. Like Glowing, he's trusting Glowing to get a multi there, and even though Glowing only gets 1, by the time he's there, the backstab is in for Mokujin, and he's able to play with Alkaren. Just moving together, it's a push and a pull, and it feels like it's so dynamic for CYBERSHOKE currently. 6-1, but I'm feeling very good about what we've seen.
Yeah, you really should. And this is a nuke so far that you've just seen CYBERSHOKE so well versed in where we're actually operating down, even the rotates of, especially from ramp in comparison to, I mean, particularly Makojin's specific pressures for when he rotates. It's just been fun to watch. A slower nuke at that cost, and that's due to State's dictations. That's another refresh on the diagonal wall.
Trade.
Alkaren right next to it, and it's all going to be down on this line. And he just disappears. Alkaren, 10-1. Man, it is beautiful to see him back into action. And you know me, I'm happy to see him next to Makojin. It's like no time has passed since they were last smashing heads back on Team Spirit Academy.
Yeah, and as we were highlighting, right, not at the same time, but Alpha spent some time in that jersey as well. 1 for CYBERSHOKE. State, a well-coordinated round at minimum. The A hold is fantastic. Towards yard, this to go around for State. Done a lot of heavy inner setups. The one previous round that led them to have multiple players down secret, and this one's going to be similar. 4th man joining, that's Queenix in the back, and the bomb crossing now to access down to the B bomb site. Reaction at first is just going to be Mokugen, who's the first responder down the vent.
He's a barrel. He shuts that door politely behind him. Patty doesn't have easy entry. He's gonna have this assistance alongside him, but for, I mean, how long till Glowing Peaks? Patty gonna silence that option. This should be a state second. Here, dropping down the vent to their deaths. Alpha is gonna follow this up. Alcarin here will have to separate, but he just cannot survive this. He's too far gone in the site. Quinix will clean that up. A nice double kill. Double in the round count for state.
I think that if it weren't for CYBERSHOKE having so much money, they would have just saved. But they had Glowing in a really good position that, in their mind, probably wasn't going to be anticipated. But really nice work from state, both clearing Glowing and anticipating his position in dark. CYBERSHOKE had the cash, so they just give it a go anyway. You gotta have your gun out there if you're Glowing. Big misstep at the start of the round, even though he does big damage. It's his deficit. 5-on-4 for state.
Alpha, Quinix. Spam these down right in a row. Feels like that smoke is going to be, I was going to say better for Santo. Not sure if he even realized what just passed on his screen. Hyper aware of the door now. Like see Mokugen sort of just swaying between the two spots. Now to the lower bomb site to clear outside. That's what one would assume. Alcarin does connect through lobby. Quez finds Blixie. Mokugen is in this lower B bomb site. Alcarin, he will come to the top of heaven, and he'll be here right on time. I mean, he might be able to stop entry into this bomb site. It's Alcarin that finds Mini first.
Won't be able to deny this bomb plant just yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna have that. Neither CYBERSHOKE member currently has a kit.
They aren't necessarily against this retake either way. Saying there's history between this duo. Let's see how they duel. Quinix and Slime. Same reason to believe in them. Mokugen does connect over the top, and now it's all down to the rifler. And he has to get his hands dirty again, but Quinix, he'll stand sturdy for another clutch. This is a really good turnout here for Stake at the end of their T side. If they can get all 5, I think now then they would be satisfied. Excuse me.
Yeah, very nice and impressive 1v2 from Quinix. He is, you know, I think that's the type of round as well that Quinix can bring you, even though on an individual level, like, I don't know that he's going to be the stat leader by any means at any point. But I actually think CYBERSHOKE still played that nicely. Quinix does a phenomenal job. So one more round to beat CYBERSHOKE's economy, and that's a great start with Mokugen down. Jeez. Low wrap. Re-aggression makes sense for CYBERSHOKE. Fortunately, it making sense doesn't change the fact that Slime was ready.
Re-peek. Alcarin goes down, glowing in a 1v5.
A little too far from any way to impact this with money done. And CYBERSHOKE broke. This one rifle is quite the valuable piece of equipment. Unfortunately, not going to get out with it. So, as State approach the end of the half, from 7-1 to 4-7, and I might just find a fifth. As you said, that would be a pretty fantastic end for the way that this half started, and in general, just a solid T side on the map of Nuke. No rifles, 4 MP9s. CYBERSHOKE gonna have to do a whole lot with this limited set. And, well, if it were to get deep into the round, they don't have any kits either.
Nothing to really come of that little burst of the MP9. I'm careful of what's going to be creeping out of heaven. Nothing at this very moment. If it does head lower, it could, favor the shorter range weaponry. Alpha going to re-smoke in towards opposite of Secret. Approaching onto Mini. Alcaran will take down Patty. That's why Blixie is going to be standing really sturdy. Next, trying to bait the fight. Nobody else going to give State an easy go. This is coordinated. Nice. It's Makojin that will find Slime. And now Xanto will be covering off rotations. There's a way. They're going to have that peace of mind that nobody's really hitting down that JiJieHao. Different thing entirely. 2v2. Second kill on that MP9. Excuse me, on the scout for Alcaran, who's now switched to the SMG and managed to pull a triple kill. Makojin and Alcaran alive together 17 seconds. And they're going to be well aware where Xanto is fighting from. Got to get past 2 levels, and you won't even hurdle the first. It is CYBERSHOKE that lock up 8 rounds in the first half with a limited buy right at the end.
Very nice work. Alcaran, he's 16-4. Phenomenal shots on the scout. But again, CYBERSHOKE's coordination is just so impressive to me right now. They have coordinated the triple swing there on the fight towards Secret. They get into position, and that's after Alcaran hit the first shot. So they know that the reaction for State is coming, and it's good decision making. Overall, playing together, never a situation in that round for CYBERSHOKE where one player is taking a fight solo. Everybody's always got somebody close. Exactly how you want to see it, but State onto the CT side. 5 rounds is not quite as impressive as 4, or 4 rounds not quite impressive as 5, but it's still okay.
Couple of taps. Sanjo also getting in range. Quinix will finish with those dualies. Big triple out of Queds, though. That's a player you're sort of waiting to let out of the cage here on map 1. Oh my god, where are we jumping to? This is absolutely absurd, Slime. Bro's just trying to have a fun time hopping around. Can't blame him.
Quad out of Quez. Quite the start for State to their CT affair. This Nuke, definitely the map, in my opinion, that State are the strongest on. Map that I expect, if they're going to be able to win in this series, start with a good Nuke. CYBERSHOKE, it's just a pure eco. I know they didn't get the bomb down, but not a lot of teams just ecoing Glocks on round 2. I want to get Slime heated up. That's his first op kill.
Wow.
And his 4th and 5th overall.
Is he one of those op-only oppers?
No, not really.
As opposed to Era just being, as effective in every facet of his game of LeBron, dude. He was crazy.
I think those oppers are very quickly going out of style. You really can't afford to only be able to play with the op these days.
I'm just picking on a guy who's having a bad game, okay?
All right.
I don't know why. I'm a meanie right now. Even at all the positive vibes that I've collected watching Spider-Man, you know? Sounds like I'm just like a Marvel shill at this point. Let me calm down. That's true. 5 alive for sake. We can give him the praise as well. That's a very nice. Only within 2. Feels like the game shouldn't be this close, but they worked back a lot in the first half, keep in mind.
They did. I think they kept the mental strong despite that poor start. Here's where I expect things to be at least a little bit different. Not the CYBERSHOKE will inherently just run away with this thing, but the guns do change it. Smokes out in the yard. Currently 2 state members worrying about that, so a couple of eyes locked in that direction. That timing is nearly perfect. Oh, that timing is perfect. Glowing just through the smoke onto Slime.
There it is with Alcaran connecting on his AK. Obviously been a fantastic performance from him so far.
Open debate reactions. They've queued the audio such that State are hearing them move further into ramp, but the commitment for CYBERSHOKE is not there. So slow on the uptake for Quez. Still a man up. CYBERSHOKE going to be into A.
Spamming with that pistol. Quez pop one with Yop, and there it finally lands. Quez gonna give us his impressions on that scope. We will give a little bit of distance, breathing room over towards Mini just for the moment. Got to provide that still, obviously. Everybody's got to be looking at you in order for this player to get out of the vent successfully. Quez is going to get a second out of the vent. And Blixie going to land this onto Patty. Little do they know where Queenix is going to be pushing from, and now we know where Quez has got to be fighting, dueling, just biting outside of Mini, going to be switching out to the AK, really aware of where Mukojin is going to be engineering his position from. Molotov towards the door, smoke to try and just nauseate Hut. Gotta go for the tap of the defuse outside of the smoke. Blixie will confirm the kill. It's CYBERSHOKE that fit that round comfortably in the end.
Well, maybe not as comfortably as you would have imagined, considering they had a 5-on-3 where they are hitting into the A site and nobody was on the site itself. Quez making some insane level of miracles happen with the op. I think at least he had 3 kills there, one of which just straight through the smoke. The other was in the smoke, but I think he had like a little bit of vision. Either way, very impressed there by Quez and his near capability of getting State back into that round. And the buy is quite brutal. Auto shotty for Xanto. Couple of rifles in the op for Slime. They're gonna hit A.
Patty gonna path his way off the hut. Blixie with a massive double entry. Alcaran having to ideally follow this up at Heaven. There's a lot that's going to be occurring here quickly, but Quez, he's just found another spam. Don't know how he's producing these so effectively. Xanto, he's obviously walked away from Heaven. No premature peek out here from Slime.
Glowing sort of stuck in this spot now if Slime starts swinging. All 3 come in Heaven. Kit included.
Xanto, you know he's going to dive out with that buckshot. Try and cause distraction. He actually goes first. It's Alcaran and Glowing taking care of that nonsense. CYBERSHOKE couldn't care less of your measly tactics. That was the best they had to offer there. 3 approaching from Heaven.
Well, it's the weaponry that made it so that they almost needed to do that. I think for the auto shotgun to even have much of a chance, they probably just required them to be heading that way. Maybe could drop down on the head, but the auto shotty went down first, and so you're left with an op in a very awkward scenario. Great decision making from Glowing, not over peaking. Another phenomenal round from Alcarin. This one's an eco. Going to go fast. Our CYBERSHOKE to get glowing in a forward position. The rest should follow. A little bit of delay between then and now. They set up to collapse out here in yard.
Spray manages to fit towards Quez. Alpha gonna end up putting this bomb down. Now these USPs are gonna tap along the way. There's Patty. Got glowing also around here. Forcing back Mr. Patty with the Molotov. Mr. Patty P, keep your distance.
Oh, he's all alone. Eastside's been very good thus far from CYBERSHOKE. They might have won the pistol, but spent the whole time chasing down glowing. Didn't get there in the end. He survives, as do 4 of CYBERSHOKE's members. Quite the important round upcoming, and State take attack ahead of it. Letting CYBERSHOKE continue to press forward and keep on going at this stage is likely the end of the map for State. CYBERSHOKE are allowed to get 12, and State's economy gets knocked down to another eco. Or, I mean, at this point, it'll be a force buy. Just don't think that there'll be much. 3 straight victories. Once the T's get access to the firepower they need.
Karen's operation to get another opening kill succeeds. Blixie very fast, but this is the danger. It's Quez that they're going to have to handle. How quick is that? And at the same time, they level Slime. This is another done round here. Barely past 35 seconds. Big A hit. Xanto going to backpedal. This is glowing up to 12. Glowing. It is CYBERSHOKE. Used to be his team. Now it's Alpha's team.
Well, whoever's team it is, they're doing well.
Our team. Your team, my team, it's our team. Or Pixel's team, depending on the way you look at things.
Probably Pixel's team, if we're being
Dimmies
honest.
and Joes are X's and O's, Vincent.
This is a terrifying prospect for State. Xanto's going to get away with this gun. And that's nice. The loss bonus now at full. Mean that Mai isn't terrible. Actually, they didn't get full loss bonus this round. They're getting it next round. Which if you're counting, they would be losing if they lost next round. The State, it's okay. It's not great, not terrible at all. The utility belts are quite full, which I'd like to see them taking that instead of trying to upgrade the firepower. Definitely the right decision on Nuke. CYBERSHOKE just going to keep going fast.
Yes, they are. Patty delivers on an MP9. This is going to be State getting in an argument very, very fast. Is Mokuchin around Alpha in a 1 versus 3. Gosh, these rounds are just in a quick succession. This time it's State surviving. And with the lower weaponry, that was probably a really good point for, CYBERSHOKE to finally tip this nuke over.
Yeah, I also am not at all opposed to the fact that CYBERSHOKE just like keep the pressure high and keep the pace quick in order to let them essentially just bowl them over if that is what happened. But 3-man setup for State on the A site, I think makes it difficult. CYBERSHOKE should likely change things up a little bit. As I say that, though, it doesn't seem like that. Looks like they might just run this back. Just threw the first set of utility here as an A pop, but they didn't go.
Now they go on a little bit of an earlier call. Quinix to actually meet that with one. Santo to follow it up, and CYBERSHOKE's play crumbles. Out of hut. Should have been kept in the cup. Slime active. Alpha wanting to make the most of this. He's actually going to drop behind the main leader, and now he is going to be coming up towards heaven. Alpha should know exactly where the Opera is, but I mean, an easy kill. He can't get the headshot. Now going to know if Quinix going to see the player towards the single door, but that's a harder shot. Alkaren going to be in a very tough spot coming through the smoke, but out of ammo. Now going to go to the lower B bomb site. Still 4 health for Alkaren. This would be an absolute miracle to put away, and is managing to secure a bomb plant, but he is going to be under so much pressure. Got it, land the headshot instantly, and can't manage to do that. Round 20 is going to fall to State.
A nice try, to be honest with you. I think the flank is something where I think I might have preferred that they just confirm the kill onto the op and then go get 1 kill on A. But there's no right way to go about that. You're in a 2v4 and you need some sort of big moment. Swing for the fences. I think that's the right move, and that's exactly what was done. CYBERSHOKE's money now starts to get a little bit questionable. Not even just starts to. We'll be able to get a very solid purchase. Alkren could get an op, but instead it's just going to be an AK. Lexi should be able to afford a... I was going to say Galil. He's just gone for no util. Start looking at it now. I mean, State 12 rounds to 6. So need 6 victories in a row. They've got the first 2. Arguably those usually the hardest.
Mokujin opening kill. CYBERSHOKE feels like they have not had one of those. A big drought in that specific area for a couple of rounds in a row. But Santo, this is a very nice position to attempt to land a multi-kill. Is able to get a little bit of cover after this, but it's a Molotov that's going to make extending this a lot harder. This is looking like the end of the barter on Nuke. 2 versus 4. That State have to go ahead and muscle out. But there goes Glowing out of the efforts of Slime, who now is going to be the first and only player that can really have an opinion here towards A. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Stuck between Mini and Hut. Almost had a position to go ahead and defend that, but it's Quez who has it all on his back. He's going to be walking towards the top of heaven. Mokujin does his back turn. The gun is going to be just covering up Mokujin. 13 rounds to 8 here on State's map pick of Nuke.
Pretty solid. Pretty darn solid. Very impressed with what CYBERSHOKE just put together in this one. And in truth, I don't think State played like a bad game. I think they got a little bit caught out with some individual underperformances, like Xanto in particular. Wasn't quite there, and Queenix I think played well, but not enough to get them over the line. And that 1-7 beginning also really hurting them, Tony, as we bring you back in. I don't know. What were your thoughts?
I think back to the CT side of CYBERSHOKE, and I was rather surprised and impressed at how often they were actually giving a good amount of respect and map control over to their opponents on the offensive, and then just being cool with retaking it. Like, being fine and having the ability to take these bomb sites, even pre-plant scenarios every now and again, and be fine with just going for trades and knowing that their teammates had their back. I mean, I think back to one round in particular pretty regularly throughout this, where it was, I think, maybe like a 1.5 second maybe left retake on the defusal, where they had just swarmed in through lobby, nobody retake through heaven. All of them came through what felt like Mini and Hut, and it was just extraordinary to see the level of cohesion that team, which has obviously just incorporated a new AWP player, looks to have, and as well as the freedoms that Alkren has with that also being the case. So I think there was a level of balance that I wasn't expecting, like I said, that did come to actually impress me by the end of times, to where it wasn't like a blowout by any means by the end of it all. But I would still say that looking back on it, I would call it convincing. If you agree with that, I personally would go as far as to say that that's the truth. But we look towards the future. We look towards Ancient. We look towards the map pick of CYBERSHOKE, and pretty well and warmed up, I would say, are these guys, to the point where even then on their T side, having grinded away out the 5 that they required in order to close it out, I'm not so sure that State are going to have it left in them, but it's going to be a matter of time before we do find that out. So return in just a little bit, and we'll see if State do have it in them.
Ancient was a place that long ago. Makojin and Alcaran spreading arms many a times, but in a different jersey. Over in Team Spirit Academy, it was one of their favorites, but on CYBERSHOKE, it'll be that and the same. It's their pick here today inside of a round of 16.
Well, and I would be feeling pretty good about State if it weren't for the fact that CYBERSHOKE just like played incredibly well on Nuke, which was the map I felt most confident about on the State side of things. State are on the CT side here, not the T side. We'll get that fixed for you. A little bit of a pause being called here. CYBERSHOKE just sit and wait. Control of Jag, B-Lane, and a little bit of a tentative look towards mid. The bomb moving to elbow, which is interesting. Likely going to mean they collapse middle.
Flying, jiggling. Now they're going to go. 50 previously was providing a lot of impact. Glowing will be the first to get that. Xanto will be the first to get a double, though. He's still into triple, surviving and actually getting more duels to him. Still not even dead. Alpha all of a sudden finds a double kill out of nowhere, and this is a clutchable round, especially if Glowing keeps looking at CT. It's about to fade, and Alpha's got that fight, but now planted for Xanto. Would have to get the ace clutch here. Already a crazy start to this map. Xanto, give it to us. Only head that he can hit. And Alpha, he's going to finish things off. It is actually Glowing with the dualies to get that duel. And it is a CYBERSHOKE pistol. They've won both of these on the first rounds of both maps.
So impressive from Alpha. I mean, I feel like he's just somehow made a way to take those fights into CT, despite like the smoke being up for the majority of that time. Great work from him. Glowing. Having some phenomenal movement around the site. But stayed on the back foot, and yeah, it's one of the keys we talked about on Nuke that I think helped CYBERSHOKE a lot. Strong start. They were 5-0 at the beginning of that map.
Winx Patty, these Lord Guns are doing insane things. Just gonna be one of those, I guess. Through what you thought was gonna be a simple situation, it is Patty to spray him down in the end. Only took 39 seconds for State to go ahead and make Will with that first round. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be running out of that smoke at the top of ramp, huh?
I honestly no. I don't think that's the case inherently. They had the HE into it, and the flashes were pretty decent. I think that State did a really good job of playing off of one another and just straight up winning every single immediate fight. No misses in that. Either the Deagle, the 5.7, nor the MP9. Could maybe argue that CYBERSHOKE should have waited a bit longer, but. Yeah, I think if you're going to go through that smoke, CYBERSHOKE did it the way I would have wanted them to. He just managed to deal with it perfectly. Spam. A little bit of a battle there, left with one singular smoke or CYBERSHOKE. Their pistols Kevlar, and that smoke goes out for short side. Actually, they had two. It was just being held by the same person. Pushed them back. Off plant, definitely a possibility.
Alpha able to activate this plant. This would be absolutely unbelievable. Sitting in the smoke. 1, 2, 3 at a time. Now Alcaran even prefers to. He could just sit on the bench and we'll just wait for this to be over. Protect his perfect armor, I think, will be his MO for the moment. Waiting for the repeak, not going to get it. State of lead.
That's a patient round from State. The fact that they just let CYBERSHOKE have the site, respecting their capability with those Tech 9s, I think that's valid. Ooh, I don't know about this. Alcarin, I know, had a great map 1, but
it's because of what I just said.
The Kevlar, he's gotta go for it.
I said sitting on the bench, and Tony wrote in our green room chat, he's been doing enough of that. Spent the last half year doing that crap on Heroic, and, well, as soon as he's fresh out onto the field, we're going to give him that AK to go and try and get the hero play that we want into Slime's Deagle. Alcarin will at least post one.
But why
appetizing for an op. Not really able to juggle over the AK, but if he's going to have opportunity to cause damage, well, one would assume it would be with the scope. He goes down with a very slight stroke.
Yeah, everybody was missing on the inbound to that hit. Slime's op was missing with City for Alcarin's AK. But ultimately, Slime hits the next shot and follows it up with the Deagle. Fortunately, now CYBERSHOKE's gun round's just a little bit less effective. At least you would think so with the Deagle in Alcarin's hands. They're going to be leaning towards A. Actually, they're sprinting now. They beat the timing. The smoke came late, but nobody's home in CT. In fact, nobody in Donut either, at least not forward enough to have an impact. 5v5 post plan on A goes down without much of a hitch.
State get into proper position to retake. 4 through backhaul. Talk about a choke point. Mekojin glowing, spraying, holding mouse 1. Slime and Zantel will now keep their distance. Time out of this site. Second on the board for the T side. At least they're keeping the op up with plenty of money.
Yeah, these saves are very, very valuable, particularly the AWP. Money won't even be fully empty when State rebuy. So not the good outcome that they would have preferred, but one that they can live with and fight another day. CYBERSHOKE really found the weak spot, and with 3 players coming in through Temple, as you said, it is a brutal choke point, especially against 2 rifles laying down fire.
See opening kill towards the top of the ramp. CYBERSHOKE want to make it simple. That's why they send Alcarin out to take the next step.
Oh, Xanto's missed this. Is Mukajin going to go check? No, he's not. When does Xanto eventually turn around? Because, I mean, the B site's also been taken. There we go, Xanto. As Mukajin starts to sprint. This round's still very winnable for State. Well, it was. Used to be. Now it'd have to be a Xanto 1v3, and he's not going for it. A lot of moving pieces for CYBERSHOKE this round. Everything kind of goes perfectly. Blixie opening frag, his first kill of this map, and it's out on the B bomb site. He'll be traded eventually, but it's an insta refrag out of Alpha. Makes the B site not just vulnerable, but empty. They never get a chance to get back on it. Tied scoreline. This gun up means that State will assuredly be making a purchase.
You know, State are still one of these teams that, like, you know, as they go and take an opportunity to play an online tournament, like, it feels like they've mainly been reaching for mainly these LAN events, which is quite cool. Placing pretty well consistently in them. We were, you know, talking a bit about that in the pre-show. Here will just be at the mercy of CYBERSHOKE online, and that's a scary thing. Into the B side again. Unfortunately, it won't be much better for this State roster. And Nade actually catches Goez. Santo will be here helpless on the A side. That's a very effective B hit and probably the cleanest that they've had so far.
Yeah, it is. You're right. State have definitely been leaning into going to those LAN events, and it's not like they've been to a ton of them, but the ones they have been to, I looked when prepping for the game, and at every opportunity they have gained VRS. They looked good. Even won the event that I was talking about. Oh, nice flick. And Xanto's going to take 3 with him. Not insignificant. This turns from CYBERSHOKE. It's definitely a very impressive win, but whereas before they were building economy, now they're not. And Xanto keeps his AK for the next round, even though State won't be able to purchase fully around it.
I know that you were talking to me and Tony earlier about one of the squads signed up for that tournament through the closed qualifier featuring our boy Bird from Sky. Struggle, Tony. That's a wild name. But that was kind of a weaker LAN tournament that they like reached into. I feel like comparatively it was State that still was actually the, you know, most profitable team in that sense. They got 45 points. They moved up 14 spots. So it was a nice weekend for them. Against the Pistols here of State, they're just going to be in the wrong place. Patty, a CZ enjoyer. I'm writing them down. Every single one of them. Him and Kenzie are my guys.
And Cello.
Any C... Exactly. Well, that guy's a legend. You know, he's a permanent CZ enjoyer and maybe the holder of the weapon itself. Like Mjolnir.
The holder of the CZ. Who gets to hold the AK? Like,
Doink or Nico. Doink or Nico.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty easy discussion.
Cello's the best CZer.
Best of all time.
Santo just keeps getting kills, man.
This is bad. Dude, stop that. They're all going to go down. Not the worst thing in the world, but plenty more money there. I wonder if Tony can think of any legendary CZ players off the top of his dome.
Obviously.
Yeah. He's like on the run. He's like wall banging the guy on the Inferno site and then like finishes it with the op.
There's that drive-by Kenny S clip, though he wasn't like a big CZ.
True.
Let's see if there's other pools.
Your favorite CZ moment? I wonder, like on HLTV, can I look at like the most highest rated player per gun? I don't think you can do that.
Probably not.
That would
maybe
be kind of stupid.
Yeah, I don't think there's like rating per weapon. Like
that'd be kind of lit though.
I don't think you can do that. This one's a tech pause, by the way. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones immediately that come to mind. I feel like I'm missing like one of the Danish guys, probably.
Device ever using a CZ?
Well, I mean, yeah, but Device wasn't like, that's just not his style. In fact, I think Device probably rarely used a CZ. I think he was a P250 head.
Well, it proved well for Era in the last game. He was a P250 user.
Say that like he's gone. He's not.
Well, who knows? He's going to be on that megoshort lineup. Can't get enough of us, apparently. Online competition. Absolutely. Gonna go a little bit faster. especially where Santo's a little bit farther. He's just going to get back to Donut now.
Ooh, interesting hesitation here. Okay, just waiting for the utility to drop. A little bit careful because this time they're going into a full gun round.
Karen did deliver on the slime, but you're not able to muscle another out. Winx going to be on this back pedal. Is it going to be the save here at 4?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're just not confident to go in. They do only have the one kit for Xanto, though interesting considering both Queenix and Slime could afford one. Just saying. Yeah, CYBERSHOKE. The A-hit calls that they've called up have pretty perfectly been on rounds where State have been aggressive mid or doing something else like a faster B attack. So they've gotten max value out of their quick A hits. And I don't know if it's a little bit of fortune or if I think the timing of them has been good, but how positive it's worked out is the surprise. 6-3. CYBERSHOKE, this T side's looking great.
There's Quez. Inside kill onto Glowing. Work smoke for Blixie.
Instantly react walk B.
Leans out of that. Makes contact up towards the top. Slime, Patty, Queenix, they're all going to be in attendance for this. CYBERSHOKE quickly canceled from the rampant. Molly out towards Patty. That's going to force the fight. Queenix going to finish this thing. Not once, but twice to finish this triple kill inside of this round. Stater, I mean, warming up into this step by step. And especially now. This is sort of the peak of that, where they've got CYBERSHOKE on an eco. Or so I think.
No, this isn't going to be an eco, but they have essentially broken CYBERSHOKE's money if they lose here. CYBERSHOKE, all of those rounds in a row, but State via Xanto getting triple kill exits every time.
Swinging out in the middle, Quet should have these two heads turn. Xanto, he lands the double himself, first with the HE, next with the bullet. Patty head turn, instant execution onto Alcarin. Blixie doesn't know even when hit CYBERSHOKE in this round. Knows the names. And he's dispersed them. It's Queenix that will dispatch another final frag in sight of a frightening round. This should put a little bit of fear into CYBERSHOKE for one final T take on at least what has been a very close Ancient affair.
I mean, it has been, but like, I think CYBERSHOKE have been in control for a lot longer than maybe that close affair would give them credit for. State have grinded to get to these 5 rounds. Probably going to have the 6th as well. CYBERSHOKE getting stuck in some of their more fast-paced plays. And on the one hand, I was fine with some of the things that they were attempting, but on the other, it's been a comprehensive shutdown in these last couple of rounds. Jeez, man. Everybody's missing. Except for Xanto. He's hitting on target the whole time. All the way from start to finish. 15-3.
Mr. Alpha will be cleared momentarily. A tough pill to swallow. 6-6 first half. Ancient was looking really good for CYBERSHOKE at the start. However, we did get a really good, it feels like, stretch in some sort of sense in that first map. It's definitely spread here into Ancient, but more so the performance of Xanto has, who's 15-3.
Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that CYBERSHOKE lost the second round, I think that this is a really one-sided half. But because State got to take advantage of that victory, they got 3 rounds off the back of that, and didn't CYBERSHOKE started looking really good. It took them 5 rounds to figure out a resolution to CYBERSHOKE's quicker plays. That's why this is so close.
Mokujin on his dualies. Gonna get 2 kills. Alpha also in the mix. This should take CYBERSHOKE off of the blocks. That's why Slime is tasked with a feasible clutch. You look at Mokujin, more so Karen. But sort of the lowly snaps that everybody else but the dualies have had. It's just, you pick the most poisonous pill. Walk back into Mokujin. It's CYBERSHOKE that, like I said, I think they're going to be 40 tires now, taking them off of the blocks.
Very nice stuff. I think that CYBERSHOKE do a really great job of delaying that donut hit. Mokujin's kill, obviously he got a triple, but his kill onto the one man who is a main, that's critical. So that then they can play the crossfire from tree and brokey and sight all together. 3-man crossfire is very, very hard to break when you don't have an A-main player available, which is the case for State. State are just going Glocks. 1 flash. Let these Glocks shine, or at least hope to. Also want to maybe not let it get lost that I think 6 T rounds on Ancient's really quite good. Missed the 1 flash.
This is why the line is supposed to go 1 at a time, okay? So it won't be as ugly as that. It will just be more orderly, right? I don't know what I'm trying to shill there. They all went down. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to shill either.
I'm making a joke.
I'm mad that the flash is missed. That's that's the sad part.
There you go.
Thumb's gonna be fast, you would imagine, with Patty by the Mac 10. Now, Patty's got a B spawn. Shorts B with the bomb included. Interesting. They don't have a lot of B presence early, CYBERSHOKE. They actually just had Alpha rotations arriving. But it's a 2-man setup on A, and there is not reinforcements close for CYBERSHOKE. If State would have actually gone for a fast B play, even if it wasn't just a straight rush, they would have been in a great spot. But now it's much more questionable. Full disengage from B at a minute mark. Marker and forward in A main. And CYBERSHOKE leaning heavier and heavier on this B bomb site. Alcren's got a ton to do with this MP9.
Oh, just gonna shoulder check him. Head ripped off his body. Big odds in here from Thunderpick, obviously. Favoring CYBERSHOKE after that pistol win.
Likely another save unless there's a kill almost immediately here. Might just send the MP9. Glowing, the only one sticking around. Well, I thought timing was working against State in this one, especially with how much they slowed down what I presume to be a faster B attack. No. CYBERSHOKE stack B right as State disengage. And Alcren, a good spot, but unable to post up any sort of defensive hold. Let's see, 4 members saving. CYBERSHOKE side. Big difference in the performance right now from Alcren from map 1 to map 2. Mokujin and Alpha have been pretty darn impressive, but it's also been a slow start from Blixie. Need some of that star power to start to come alive. A lot of conditioning right now for State. Like the last couple of rounds now, they're putting a ton of B pressure on, but they're not taking action upon it. I think they're trying to bait out reactions. But once again, CYBERSHOKE just heavy A lane.
Re-smoked Cheetah at 54 seconds. And what's strange about this is doubled up inside a cave. And now sitting inside the site is glowing on his MP9 any second. 44 seconds. Thinking even Alkaren might go for an investigation in the middle. He'll find it clear. Confirmed B site take. Glowing is going to see his first enemy coming through a damn Molotov. He actually intends on swinging to the top of this chart. A lot of damage dealt. Alpha also going to be in the range. A lot of those bullets are going to be affecting Blitzy. No cancellation of this bomb plant, but CYBERSHOKE are still as close as can be. Alkaren going to find this kill, but 3 players still outside of B, but from the opposite side of ramp.
Well, they pushed into a cave, but then they just walk out, leave it, know that they need to take further space.
Alpha onto Xanto. Mokuchin now waits. He was the A rotate as Patty presses his number. There's going to be a guaranteed defuse in here. Alpha hops on the defuse, and Patty just fades away.
Yeah, scared that they're even sprinting after him as he drops the HE just in case. Another really nice round. And that's something that Tony mentioned he was really impressed with on the CT side of Nuke, that I agree with him, where CYBERSHOKE are very fine with giving space and just being cool with the retake. They're really decisive about it. They make these moves, and it looks practiced. That's exactly what happened there within that fight for Cave. Back on up, maintain space, but then, hey, if State want to take it, we'll take space elsewhere, and we'll just go back when we are ready.
Try and catch Alpha, and that is exactly how you do it. And now he'll get Blixie down this ramp. Can follow it up with the smoke. Quinix even has a nade in his hand. Just saw 3 faces. Isn't able to pull one away. Quinix now going to get in a row. Blixie now sees the fire in front of him, and it's how can he fight after that? He's just stuck on the ramp. Slime finds glowing, and now it's all going to be on Alkaren in the B-bomb site. But actually, this bomb coming back.
Mokujin actually the one likely to be under threat. Bomb moves to elbow. No audio clear about that yet. Mokujin about to walk into Slime. No. Oh my gosh. Slime has missed this timing. Brutal. Mokujin's not ready though.
How could he be? A site got to be the take now. Alkaren genuinely might have a good idea about this, especially if he can get back to Donut in a timely manner. Now understands the challenge, and it's actually going to equip the rifle. It feels like that decision suggests he's actually going to be attempting this. HE that should shatter Slime. He gets it back towards the other side of Donut. Not sure that Alkaren really acknowledged that as soon as he saw it. Slime and Steak are making this a very close game.
Oh, that's very tough for CYBERSHOKE, who I think making some smart moves in that round, but Blixie, him not understanding that his exit was currently covered by fire gets him killed, and he probably isn't going to get another frag, but the way he was shooting, makes me feel like he might have. misunderstanding for Mokugen and Alcarin about where the T's were located. Another mid take for State. This time they get out, and it's marginally uncontested.
Wild Karen onto Queenix. If they chase him up that ramp, it's going to be a very bad punishment. That's even the bomb drop. So at 1:20 right now, this is round 18. Woo! Wrapped up. That might be the bow. It's Quez that does end up trading Alpha, so it's only a 2v5 taken down to a 2v4.
Probably don't need Alcarin to be as aggressive as this. Especially not this aggressive. Oh no, that was scary. Fortunately, Xanto wasn't committed to taking the fight. Well, know that Quez is already crossing.
Quez here has to just be fast enough to get out of the angle. Xanto manages to burn Alcarin.
Because he saw the gun barrel, called in the fire from there. They still have them contained, though.
Glowing to hold this site together. Could have saw Quez aware in the shadow, and now Xanto right in a row, double digits on CYBERSHOKE scoreboard first.
There's a somewhat convincing round, very convincing at the start. Multiple times, though, I did feel like CYBERSHOKE was inching to the ledge where they didn't quite go over it, but I was concerned. Regardless, it's a phenomenal result. And it's now that State looked to take the Force by. A little surprising to me. Looking for the B-rush, maybe? Yeah, not quite. CYBERSHOKE have been very passive early round on B, with the exception of the last 2 rounds.
Patty with that Mac 10. Molly, that's going to be down on Mokugen. Also going to be right around, but Blixie, I feel like he catches a bad timing with that Mokugen. He could have went down just in that moment. He turned that into 2 kills. What a variable he is in this round. As Slime gets dropped at the end, to his opposing Opper. Alcarin was looking a little concerning there moments ago, but that's a better look.
Continuing to impress Mokugen on this CT side. It was the piece of CYBERSHOKE that was really firing on all cylinders with Alpha on the T side as well. But so many times right now we're just seeing Mokugen have some hugely impactful multi-kills. He saves the round long. And now it's the hero AK. Patty goes down first. That HE is going to be juicy. Never mind. Okay. It did walk away. Okay. I thought they stuck around and just somehow found a safe spot.
Alcarin gonna be just tried again, and he will be unfortunately miffed right here. Feels like the blood's just not flowing for him right now. Nades will help him. Tech 9 will pelt every State member up, picked up only momentarily. It is now series point for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, but they got a bomb down. That's what they'd hoped for. I still don't love the Patty hero AK. Particularly don't love that it's like Patty who has it when Xanto's been phenomenal and had the AK so often. But anyway, that's a smaller gripe. State calling attack pause as CYBERSHOKE get themselves these 4 opportunities to put this down in 2. And I mean, if you recall, this is the outcome I felt like was the most unlikely. You know, I saw a world where I think CYBERSHOKE could win this, but for them to be so strong on that nuke, that was the one where I was surprised.
Kajin is going to put that smoke, that Molotov right onto the head of Quez. And that would be a very lackluster way to see his final life here in this round of 16.
And they're leaning in the right direction as well. Mokujin now eyes on A, and a quick rotate available for Glowing, who's deeper in Donut. Looks a little early, and Mokujin not punished. Well.
Oh, flying in there, Xanto, and he's going to line up for Glowing. Alcarin pops one through the smoke, and all of a sudden it's on to Slime. In a 3 versus 1. It's the state team that comes in here. Unfortunately, disappears from this round of 16. But maybe not after a Slime final effort. Alcarin staring at this smoke. Same with Alpha. He would really have to get tricky with this. What the hell are we looking at, Alpha? And now Alcarin in a 1 versus 1. Fire near the flame here for Slime, trying to clutch this back, not able to get his paws back onto the bomb, and Alcarin should know where he approaches both players due to the shadow. It's going to be the showdown. Both players miss the no scope, but it's going to be Alcarin that follows it through. Gotta make sure you double tap on that. It's CYBERSHOKE that move on to a quarterfinal to face megoshort.
Dude,
I just spit that one out.
What an end. What a freaking end to that game. Absolutely ridiculous. Tony, welcome back. Good series, huh?
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Also a little bit of a difference in what I had pretty much praised them through their entirety of Nuke for, their patience, their willingness to give. But now it seemed like a double-edged sword in the sense that they actually looked to garner a lot. Maybe a little bit too much sometimes. Gluttony had overtaken them, as it felt like they were going a little bit further into these rounds positionally than I was comfortable with. I think also talking about their CT side in particular, but looking back to their offensive, where obviously you do want them to be a little bit more attacking favored. It looked like they wanted to end this best of 3 a little faster than they needed to. And I think they kind of realized that over time and began to adapt to that, but couldn't quite shake off that feeling in the early states of their CT side. So eventually they came around in both of these halves to really iron out the kinks of what is a winning formula, but also one in which you need to make sure that your loose ends are tied up when it comes down to aggression. And I think that they definitely did do that by the end and needed to, but they move on because of it 2-0. Very, very well done in a fashion in which the state team also can't be too upset with how they performed, I would say. And I just want to get your thoughts on what the longevity for this roster in CYBERSHOKE is, Vincent, because Marky said that he finds this team to be a title contender here.
I definitely think that they can contend for the title. No doubt about that. Yeah, I definitely think that there's some question marks in the way that Ancient rocked up. But in my mind, it feels like it's more to do with them being overconfident than them not being capable. Not a great game from Alcarin in the second map, even though he had a fantastic map 1. The things that concerned me, not really about the first half, was the way that I think he was like moving and making some rough decisions in the second half. But yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. My feelings, to be more direct, I do think that this roster has some longevity. I'm very excited to see where they go, and I think that their peak could certainly be higher than the previous version of the CYBERSHOKE team.
And Mark, just any general parting words from you about this best of 3 before we do close shop?
Yeah, I think where I'm very impressed from the final look out of the addition from Quinix. I think he played very well for state there. I think, obviously, as we sort of like put as a consensus, it's a nice swap out for a Thom-like player that I feel like maybe you just needed a fresh pair of eyes onto this team. But Quinix was, I mean, gosh, he was shooting really hard there. So I feel like it was, maybe a sharper look individually that we've gotten out of like Quinix in a long time. Shout out to that effort from Xanto into Ancient as well. That was a lot of fun, but not good enough from the Danish team. It was through the group stage, obviously, but here into the playoffs, that will be a no-go.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely, in the case of CYBERSHOKE, a little bit to go back on and really polish as we go deeper and deeper into this tournament. If they want to be contenders, and State, obviously, as mentioned, do have the makings of a team that can continue to grow. 10 days in with Queenix and more to come. We'll have to wait and see if they can make their rounds next time around. But the Series 2 for Thunderpick Europe is continuing on, with the quarterfinals beginning tomorrow. Don't miss it. We'll be back with that action about 20 hours time. But until then, this is Vincent, Mark, and Why Not signing off.